Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hi.
Hey, how's it going?
So, first of all, what do you want me to call you? What do you want me to refer to you as?
You can call me Blinky or Ian, whichever you prefer.
I'll go with Ian. I feel
Okay.
like real names are easier.
Yeah, true.
So first of all, are you fine if I record this? Audio, video, whatever.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, perfect. So, Game Dude, man,
hmm
I never really heard of him in until maybe a month ago, and man, I didn't know someone that had such a small dot online, right? Could be so chaotic.
Yeah, that's very true. He had, I think at his peak, maybe 4,000, 5,000 subscribers, so he was kind of a small fry at the time.
Yeah, and that's weird, but it feels like most people know him through other people making fun of him or just a few through his original videos, I guess. But mostly of the person he became.
Yeah, that's true because I think a lot of people at the time just figured he was another random listless AVGN clone, but the truth is so much stranger than that.
Oh yeah, 100%. And I remember so I watched your 5 hour video on him, and I remember you speaking about how you actually watched his original videos.
Yeah, I first became aware of him about 3 months, 4 months into his production. I think it was through like the self promotion comments he would leave on AVGN and Ira Gamer and Nostalgia Critics videos, where he would be like, "I am the game dude, watch me now." And I think that's where I first heard about him.
Yeah, no, that was really hyper aggressive. It was just I guess entirely in his character, right?
Yeah, he had kind of a bombastic personality for sure.
Did you press? What was it like? So the did you press? It was like this forum thread, right?
Yeah, it was for like retro gaming and stuff like that. It might be kind of hard to find exactly where he said it because he posted so much. That was just the thing that he did.
Oh, he
But
he posted multiple times in the same thread.
yeah, so
Oh man.
it might take some digging to find out where the link is, but I'm pretty sure it's in there.
All right, thank you. I think that there's only 12 pages, so I'll do this. I'll check it out later. Try
Yeah,
to
and
find
that's
it.
not the only thread he did either. So
No, you're right.
if you,
He had several threads. Yeah, he posted on several forums, which is really interesting, I guess. Especially the one for the TLC Tugger. What, right? Is that how it's pronounced?
yeah,
Do you know what TLC stands for?
I'm not entirely sure. I could look that up, but
No, no, it's fine. I'm just wondering if you just had it on the top of your head. Man, that's so crazy. Oh god, so bizarre. He first, so for just for timeline sakes, he makes his channel in 2007.
Mhm.
He starts uploading videos mid 2009 to late 2009. That's when the production really kicks up.
I think it was 2008, if I'm not
2008, maybe
mistaken.
2008. Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
2008. And then he posts that, well, his complaint about him using that product on a foreskin restoration, some form like that,
yeah.
in 2010. I'm just trying to get a timeline here working. So maybe 2010. That's just I'm just trying to be trying to find out because he has just so many trolls. Even for his size, it's just so crazy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and dedicated trolls too. Like not just like, they would troll him specifically and make accounts dedicated especially for him.
Superbly dedicated. Like you were talking about the animation, well, in your video, you were talking about the animation channel that dedicated an entire series, 39 episodes.
Yeah.
God, man, that's crazy. You know what I mean? Whoa, that's just wow.
Yeah, it's just I guess the commentary community back then they saw him kind of as like an easy target and he would respond a lot. So he they definitely it was not hard to get a reaction out of Alex for some of the stuff he did.
No, it wasn't. He would post a couple response videos, and something I didn't understand. Right? Is he? he would like record his computer with a video camera, right?
Hmm.
So like I don't know if he didn't have like capture software, which or something, but that made him look like all the more insane because he's just like panning around with it like a handheld, just like like I don't know, it's just so makes it even more bizarre, but better
Yeah.
for entertainment's sake.
Yeah, it is. I think yeah, that was kind of the thing. I mean, I think he kind of said in those videos like, "Oh, I'm going all out and stuff." So maybe that was kind of part of the, I guess, I don't know if you want to call it appeal or just the character.
Very
I
much
don't know.
appealing, yeah. So the way I'm going to try to present this video is it's going to be mostly a case of a lot of like lost media. Like it feels like a puzzle everyone's trying to kind of put together because so much is lost, and I think the two main factors are that he was never so big as a creator, so many things were not archived, right?
Yeah.
And the other side, the things that were archived were taken down by that one company that was representing Alana.
Oh, the Crown Prosecution Service, right?
What I'm thinking I'm doing is trying to like also like make that just like a big angle because it is hard to like verify a lot of things about Game Dude.
Yeah, absolutely. It is and that was a huge part of just his character or whatever was he would always constantly take
Ooh.
things down pretty much as soon as he would upload them and then put it up with a revision, whether that be his Game Dude reviews or this foreskin restoration blog or, the blog itself, where he was ranting about Alana.
And his Encyclopedia Dramatica page. He was
Yep.
very obsessive in like I guess trying to force an image like how he wanted to be presented, which was just I mean every creator kind of like wants that in a sense, but he just goes above and beyond.
Yeah, that's very true. And especially with Encyclopedia Dramatica, it's like that's what that site's all about. Nobody's really portrayed in a positive light there. So
Oh yeah,
I
no,
don't know what he was
that site,
expecting.
yeah, that website's it's pretty interesting. But God, let me think. I'm trying to think. It's just like the presentation of this it's just gonna be a bit more difficult than like my regular videos because he's just such an obscure figure. So
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons I made my video in the first place because I had the luxury of watching him when he was small, when nobody really knew about him, and I saw all of this blow up. So if you didn't have, I guess, a first-hand experience, it makes it all that much harder to curate this info.
and that's excellent because I feel like I can use you as a first-hand source for many of these things. You know what I mean? Like you when is this happen pretty much live? You have a very unique perspective in that like you saw these things like go down.
Yeah, absolutely. It's because that was like with Mediker's video, I thought he did a good job, but there was so much I felt that was left unsaid. And so that was kind of the point of my video in the first place.
Yeah, with Mediker's video, he I think uploaded like almost daily, so he was just like slam firing like videos and not giving like maybe the full picture, but like like the taste of who anyone was. So that was more his thing that he was going for. But maybe in the video we'll see how my research does or whatever. But maybe like I might like interject just like maybe this conversation, many maybe like any follow ups you may have, and as more of a primary source to like get an understanding because I feel you have a pretty good understanding of like probably the best understanding of Game Dude's history and the kind of things he wanted to do, the kind of things he wanted to hide, pretty much all of that, if that's okay with you.
Oh yeah, I would appreciate that a lot actually. I'm assuming kind of like I watched your Pro Jared video yesterday, so it'd be kind of like the Stuttering Craig interview.
No. The Certain Craig video was it was like an early portion to just like get an idea of like who Jared kind of was and where he came from. This interview will be like the way I'm thinking of doing it, right, is it'll be like interjected throughout the videos. So it's like, oh, and then like apparently this thing existed, and like 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 little audio like clips will be like dropped throughout to give like more context of like to this conversation or anything else.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, thanks. I mean, that would be an honor.
Well, thank you. Yeah, yeah. You'll like. I definitely need a good source on this. So to start, we're gonna like. I'm trying to like build like I keep saying timeline. So because it's so confusing.
It
So
is. That's coming from me, and I watched it happen. It's still confusing for me.
yeah, you started watching the Game Dude in what year would you say you first like come across this
I'd
stuff?
say it was probably 2008 because back in the day, like even though there was like you would consider him, I guess, part of the early sort of video creator community of angry reviews, there were still kind of waves back then because in 2006, that's when like the first people got started, like AVGN and Armake and Spax3 and I think Urinating Tree. And then in 2007 is when people kind of like Nostalgia Critic and Irate Gamer started coming out of the woodwork. So I kind of consider that phase two of early AVG or like angry reviewers. And I think Game Dude was kind of, I would consider him late phase two.
So 2008. So whenever you first watched these videos, were you actually like maybe entertained, or did you just watch them because of how? I guess did you catch on to like what kind of person Alexander was, just from like the initial viewings?
Not at first. My first kind of reactions was just sort of like, okay, he's kind of doing the angry reviewer shtick, except he's, you know, making this a whole tribute to AVGN rather than just saying that he's kind of inspired or whatever. And so at first I was just kind of like, I think he had 3 or 4 videos up when I first saw him, like Sonic 06, Barbie, and Sonic Riders, I think were what was up. And I was just kind of like, okay, and I kind of forgot about him for a couple months. But yeah, 2 things. One, I kept seeing his comics come up on AVGN videos when I'd watch them, and two, a lot of smaller YouTubers were making commentaries on him, and I was kind of like, oh yeah, it's that guy. And yeah, once I kind of went back to him, that's kind of when I realized, wow, he's really obsessive about this stuff. He deletes and re-uploads these videos all the time. Like the 3 videos I saw when I went back to watch them, they were not what I remembered because it was just a totally different context.
So on that, right? The re-uploading, just the constant re-uploading. I remember in the video you were saying because of the metric, or the 5-star metric. Where do you remember like the source for that?
The source of him saying why he was doing it?
Yeah, yeah.
That was something that he would post in his comments, and I think that quote is still up on ED. But yeah, he would post that often, where he would say, "This is my goal." I think you can probably still find it on some of the forum websites too.
Okay, I'm trying to look up right now. Whenever YouTube got rid of the like to dislike bar. I mean the 5-star.
The fire when they put in the like to dislike bar.
2009. They switched. Wait.
Really?
They switched in 2009.
Really? It's that long ago? Oh, okay.
Yeah, so sometime in 2009. So
Okay.
I guess the initial motivation is like from like the, as he was saying, was he 5-star, but then it switched more to who knows what it was, right? Like after the 5-star, maybe like obsession.
Yeah, that's the thing is like the 5-star thing, he used that I guess as a metric, but I think he wanted just his videos to be as perfect as they could be in his eyes or in the eyes of the critics. Yeah, I think it started from a place of just wanting the rating, and it more so came to a point of obsession because he would continue doing this like well after he stopped making Game Dude reviews. So it wasn't even to like promote his channel because he was still making reviews actively. I think he just wanted to, I guess, leave the best mark he thought he could, maybe, on the entire internet community that watched his videos in retrospect.
Yeah, because that's just a big thing about Game Dude is a theme on like his theme is obsession. And
Yeah.
everything he does, he is obsessed. He sees the AVGN, and he doesn't see it as entertainment. He sees it like, I want what this person has, and I'll do what he's doing, and I should get it. You know what I mean? Like that's how I'm seeing it. I mean, it's like I see Alana,
Oh
and
yeah,
I want her, and it's really creepy. It's really, oh man. But
yeah. He
yeah,
definitely has an obsessive personality, and I mean, and I can kind of understand it because, like, I think that everybody kind of has a little bit of that
everyone
perfectionist in
does.
them.
Yes.
Yeah, but yeah, I feel like with Game Dude, it was very much out of control.
So the series, the Game Dude series, it starts off. You're saying 2008. He uploads well into maybe 2012, but he gets more and more attention. Like starting 2010. That's like December is when I see the trolls like really like kicking up. You know what I mean? Like December 2009, early 2010, and I think that's because of the excessive advertising, as you saw on the other reviewers' comments. That's why I was curious about the Game Dude Twitter. Like, so what threw me off about his Twitter? I still have one link. Was the image? Like the image of Game Dude is the most unflattering you can have, and also the location is set to parents' rec room.
Yeah, that is true. That's where he filmed most of his Game Dude reviews, so that is technically true. I
It
wouldn't have
is.
worded it like that, but yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize. Okay, so he starts getting larger scale, I guess, attention from trolls in 2010, 9. How frequent would you say, like, so around that time, how often would you say you would see responses from Game Dude around like 2009, whenever like the commentary community was noticing him? Like,
Oh, like all
yeah.
the time. And like it wasn't just one thing, it was like like he would excessively, like, some of the videos that were talking about Game Dude, they had more comments than they did views because Game Dude would just comment and then he would keep talking and keep talking and keep talking. It was that crazy.
So he was very responsive to his critics, and but you would like from maybe up until 2012, right? Most of his videos, from my recollection, were just like Game Dude. They were reviews, revisions, reviews. You know, calling out some trolls, this and that.
Well, I'd
Is
say
that
until
is that
like 2010. That's kind of when he was starting at film school for the acting stuff, and it was also when he started dating Alana, I believe. So there was a few things going on in his personal life, I think, that kind of made him branch off from that a little bit more.
so? Where was the where do you know where that is sourced? The Alana stuff, the tag stuff, and the film school stuff.
The Alana stuff where it's sourced?
Yeah, like how do people like? Well, I mean, well, how do people like? Well, first, how do people find out he was attending the film school?
Because he would post like the different things from the film school. Like he went into digital design, I believe, first, and then he refused, or he released a few animations on his channel. Then he started acting, and then he started putting some of his acting projects on his channel, and they were just like school projects.
But was there like reference to the school, or like, well, you know, maybe, like this was made for the school, or I yeah, like I just need like anything like maybe attaching
Oh yeah,
him.
I can
Yeah,
give you something. Just a second.
I know there was that one like comment about some like his alleged classmate coming out and saying like he was wasting his time. I know there was that one.
Okay, I just found like a playlist of his school projects. Let's put that.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. So yeah, the growing up infographic. I believe that has the VFS logo on it somewhere.
That is perfect. That is like literally all I need to like prove like, look, this is pretty good to like prove that he went to that school. Okay, so we have a pretty decent like source for his schooling. How did the whole like I know people can later attach him to finding Alana through tag because of his rants. But was there like any initial video like I found this girl through tagged or something? But you know, like when was that for you first revealed?
Well, it was kind of funny because even though I never personally talked to Game Dude, I had a friend who was messaging him on Facebook around the time, and he was just kind of saying like, "Yeah, I'm working on my Felix the Cat review," and then unprecedented, he's kind of been like, "Yeah, I've just been spending so much time with my new girlfriend, so I haven't been online that much. That's kind of when I first heard about it. But I think when it kind of became a little bit more public is that Alana would appear in the box art reviews that she did.
So that's when Alana appeared. When like for you, like well, I guess overall, I should say in the public's eye. Do you know when the first mention of Tagged was? Like how he found her?
Oh, that's interesting because I don't think I knew that he found her untagged at the time. I think that was kind of something that I found out a little bit later when it was revealed that Sheepman went to Alana's tagged
Ah,
and
okay.
talked to
So
her there.
it was revealed through Sheepman.
Yeah, pretty much. Or well, he had his profile. He had this tagged profile linked on his YouTube channel. So I
Oh
think some
God.
people. That's how Sheepman found it in the first place. And his only
Yeah.
friend untagged was Alana. So
Whoa, that's insane. That's so embarrassing. Oh my goodness, man. Wow.
yeah, I don't
Wow.
understand like why you would first of all put your dating profile on your YouTube channel, but also after you're still in a relationship, keep it up there. But
I don't understand it either, but then like once you put like game dude into it, I'm like, okay, I get it. You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah, I
dang.
mean there is kind of a through line there with just it being Alex, but
That makes okay, I'll look for that. Oh wow. But like so on the surface level, just looking at the whole this whole like weird conversation where Sheep Man reaches out to Alana and is like, "Hey, babe, you wanna fuck and whatever." He says like super directness. Alana's like, "Yeah, maybe." It's like, what the? This isn't real. Like, but then like of course like that's just like the initial video. Like anyone would look at that and be like, "This is just too bizarre to be real." But then of
yeah.
course Alexander later comes down and he's like, "Well, Sheep Man," and then he explains the whole situation of her confronting him. Like it's absolutely real. And
Yeah, it is. And also I think I mentioned in one of the videos that there was a police interview with Alana that was like an hour long that's no longer available. And in that interview, she confirms that she was actually talking to him.
God, okay. Another thing too is the name Sheepman. I think I found the origin for that, the inspiration.
Mhm.
It was the comment about like Alexander being like the whole situation where some guy commented like, "Hey, are you into bestiality?" And then Alexander was like, "Yeah, I love to fuck sheep." So
Yeah.
naturally, Sheepman.
Yeah, that's I think where it was coming from too.
So 2010, he starts talking about his brand new girlfriend. He's extremely proud of him, telling anyone he can, Alana. He has his tag profile, which is pretty strange. Even so, like like he's promoting that he's with a girl. Yet he is also promoting his dating site, as in to say that like he wants, you know what I mean? Like he's still open for more relationship, like more people to date him.
Actually, yeah, that might have been the reason he posted his tagged profile is when they entered that open relationship.
The thing is, I don't quite believe through Alan Alexander speaking that they were really ever boyfriend and girlfriend. He always alludes to them being kind of like because they promised to like have sex or something that they were kind of boyfriend and girlfriend, but there is never like a pure like yes, she agreed to that and I agreed to that kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that is something that a few people have actually brought up is that there was definitely some sort of romantic interest between them. It kind of sounds like maybe Alana was seeing a few other people while she was in a relationship with Alex, and maybe that wasn't totally clear to him. But I don't know.
That's how I'm seeing it. Like she was just like dating people, and then Alexander was like, okay, I'm just obsessed now. Like this is my girlfriend because she showed me something. Like it's probably like something like that. But it's like I do not believe that they were in a committed relationship. But also on that, you started off, I believe, one of your videos with Alexander in like he was attending like some kind of party, and he was singing his own theme. Do you know where that came from? Like when just like everything about it, like the upload, who was in the video, what the hell was going on, pretty much.
I believe that was his acting school buddies that were in that video with him. Because that comment that he got from that classmate that was disparaging him, that was kind of when he was in the digital design course. I think in his acting program he might have had a few more friends who were people that kind of appreciated him around him. So yeah, and I think they kind of say in one part of that video, I think one of them says it's like, "Oh, you're in film school. Get used to being in front of the camera." So I believe that's what that was.
Is that video still up? Do you think?
Oh yeah, it should be.
Because that video is just really interesting for very different, like, so many different reasons, right? First of all, he's drunk, I believe. Like, he seems
Oh yeah, he's
pretty.
like plastered.
Another thing is, well, when do you think, like, if you were to set a posting date for that, two things. Who do you think posted it, and when do you think it was uploaded?
I believe that it would have been Game Dude himself that posted it. I think that he was just this was in kind of his experimental age, and yeah, he was just kind of posting. I left both those links in the thing, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Yep, no problem. Yeah, I think that it was just a thing that he was kind of doing with his friends, and then I think it was another thing, kind of like with him going around bragging to Alana. I think this was his way of being like, "Hey, look, I'm popular amongst my film school buddies. We're all out having a good time." That's what I kind of. I mean, that seems like Alex to me.
And yeah, the last thing I want to add to that was he's singing his own theme song, and not only is he singing it right, he is kind of like trying to bring this into like some kind of karaoke session where he believes his associates understand his theme song. He's like singing, he is a game dude, and he's like, come on, sing along to this. Sing along to my theme song that you guys know very well. And that is just like the most like, whoa, this is just wow.
Yeah, that was like that was the reason I kind of started it off my documentary with that. It was kind of like this is so like funny and sad at the same time, and it's also him singing the theme song, so it's a perfect representation, I think, of the type of person he was.
And I think so too. So 2000. Oh yeah, and the whole like James Rolfe thing, that was really interesting. Some person came out to him in the con, were like, hey, you know, game dude, and he's like, no, he said Alexander 448, and obviously like that is more like it's not game dude, right? It's like like it is game dude, but like not as most people understand it. So,
Yeah, that was like his
yeah.
username, kind of like I think James Nintendo Nerd was the AVGN's username before he changed it to Cinemassacre later.
Right. So, you know, so that's why James Rolfe was initially like, no, I don't know him. And then, like, Game Dude re uploaded that with, like, emails proving that, like, they had conversations before.
Yeah.
And I think in your video, you also said, like, Game Dude donated a console to James Rolfe.
Yeah, it was the Famicom.
So, were there any other, like, any additional correspondence besides those two? Well, I mean, like, I guess just that initial video, where it just shows the emails.
Yeah, well, the initial video that he made was him writing letters, like not emails, but like physical letters that he would mail to James Rolfe, like handwritten. And yeah, he got letters back apparently that had like the AVGN signature on it and everything, kind of saying that like, yeah, I've seen James just is very kind of nice and humble usually with his fans, and he was kind of like, yeah, I've seen your videos, you know, I've watched your Barbie review, thanks for the Famicom and all that. Like, it was very cordial.
Oh.
Yeah.
So he made a video about the letters, and that was
Yeah.
before the whole. That was entirely before someone confronted him, like James Rolfe, about like, you know, asking, "Hey, do you know Alexander 448?"
Yeah, that's what I think people the reason people kind of went there to in the first place was because of those videos. They wanted to confirm whether or not Game Dude was telling the truth.
So 2000. So this is kind of like for me the height of Game Dude. You know, like James Rolfe is kind of like speaking to him. Like, you know, the trolling is kind of coming to a peak for. But like for like this is to me when Game Dude seemed more sane. He seemed just like another reviewer. Things seemed mostly normal for people that were trying to emulate what James Rolfe was doing essentially. And
Except for the constant revisions. That was the only thing that
was pretty obsessive. But I mean, like most game reviewers had their quirks. You know what I mean? So 2012. I mean, it's not just that. Like, I also noticed that there was like some kind of conflict with Irate Gamer. He seems to like really just not like Irate Gamer.
Yeah, that's true, and I kind of think that Irate Gamer was a huge inspiration for Game Dude in the sense that it showed him a lot of things that he did not want to do. in his mind, I like because everybody was jumping down Irate Gamer's throat because he was plagiarizing AVGN at the time, and so with Game Dude, he was kind of like, okay, well, it's okay to be inspired by James Rolfe, so long as I acknowledge him as often as I can. So I think that Game Dude believed in his mind that if he just did what Irate Gamer did, but with the difference being that he acknowledged James at every point of opportunity that he could, I think that he believed he could get to the same level that Irate Gamer got to in terms of popularity without reaching the same level of scrutiny that Irate Gamer had.
I saw that too. There was certainly like he had his own strategy of trying to like subvert the criticism the standard game reviewer gets, but not a complete understanding in that even trying to like emulate this thing that's being massively already emulated is always going to give you scrutiny. Like there was a massive lacking under, but then that's just like Game Dude too. But it is very interesting because he did try to have like that initial strategy, like, hey, I'll try to be like not do what he's doing. But
yeah, that and I think it even goes a little bit deeper than that with like Irate Gamer, because a lot of people, another criticism people had with Irate Gamer was that his acting was very bad. So Game Dude was like, he went to a year-long film school program for his acting so that he could improve it for his videos. And again, I think even going to film school itself, that was probably partially inspired by what James Rolfe did, because that's the route that he went down. Obviously, James Rolfe wanted to be a filmmaker, and then the nerd thing kind of happened, but I think Game Dude went to film school specifically to do the nerd thing.
I didn't know that. That's really wow. That is insane dedication.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. It's like, say what you want about the Game Dude. He put the effort in, he put the time and the money to do what he wanted to do.
I'm just remembering this now. There was one important aspect that did happen around the 2009s, 10s, and that was the games deal interview.
Yeah.
So to me, it feels. I mean, I have like no really source or like anything that confirms this directly. But this is just like from an observation. To me, it feels like Game Dude went to Game Deals for the interview, because it's like, how else would like Game Deals really find out about Game Dude, right?
It's actually kind of funny, and I think I could probably explain that a bit. Is
Yeah.
that so like I live in the Vancouver area, right? So I went to Game Deals, and this was before I even ever started working on the Game Dude documentary. I went to Game Deals, and I saw the guy who conducted the interview there, Brad. And I went up to him. I'm like, hey, about 10 years ago, I saw you do an interview with Game Dude, Alexander 4488. What was he like as a customer? And then he was like, yeah, he was a douchebag. He was exactly what you'd expect him to be. He was, and what's kind of interesting is that Brad told me that he was actually showed Game Dude some of the video software that Brad had on his computer, because Game Deals did kind of like, I don't think they did it for very long, but they did kind of like a web series that you can also find on the channel with the interview. And so if it was actually, they knew of Alexander before he ever started making videos. And I believe that if it wasn't for Game Deals, there's a good chance that Game Dude himself would not have gotten into video editing and stuff like that.
Oh. So, wait. So Game Deals had their own channel.
Yep.
And they were uploading their own series.
Yep, I believe it's still up there.
And because they were in the community, they found Game Dude, is my understanding.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. That interview was pretty. Wow, it was pretty against Game Dude, and the beauty of it is like I don't feel like Game Dude really understood what he was being treated as.
Yeah, I think it was kind of like, oh, there's somebody in public who recognizes me, and they're giving me the honor to like come in and do an interview with them. So
Thinking about it now, some of those questions were very precise in that like the whole sheep thing. It's like that's just like such a strange thing to bring up. Like that is like not service level knowledge. Like that's just like one comment that someone made and game deals found. It's like, okay, let's ask him about this. So I feel it's like prior knowledge before, like just like
Yeah.
largely of Alexander.
Yeah, and that's even with like the game deals interview, like I mentioned at one point the Bill and Ted review that he did where he didn't know it was based off of a movie. The only source I have for that is the game deals interview.
Right, yeah,
Because
it's so good, the interview.
yeah, it really is a huge piece of Alexander's history.
So that's like some crazy trolling that's going on. Okay, so moving on, 2011 keeps uploading, like the typical kind of stuff. 2012, I remember there was a video about James Rolfe, quote unquote, ripping off the irate gamer.
Yeah, it was just like the Rob the Robot video that they did, and then Game Dude showed, I guess, similar sort of clips, and he would like swap around the audios after showing the clips.
I like it was bizarre, like in the sense, like, to me, like I remember you made your own recreation of that, where like you recreated Game Dude showing off like the batteries, like, and that's just an observation. That isn't like ripping off in any sense. It's just like, look, this device takes an excessive amount of batteries, and Game Dude's like, whoa, he's ripping him off.
Yeah, that was one of them. And yeah, and a lot of the other criticisms that he was making were pretty much like if you read or like see any review of Rob the Robot, they kind of say the same thing where it's like it was, Irate Gamer would do a clip where like he's watching the robot take a long time to move, and then AVGN would do a clip doing the same thing, but it was like different. Like I think Irate Gamer used like Jeopardy music or like tick tock like music, and then James just showed or used the audio from the game. So it was just, I mean, I could see like James coming to the same conclusions that Irate Gamer did, doing just the review without even having seen it. I don't even know if he had seen it or not.
No, exactly. It just seems like very, like, I don't know, just out of nowhere, really. Also, did you know, like, there is on Blogspot, there is an entire blog dedicated to just like hating Irate Gamer, right? And I
Yeah.
noticed in 2010, Alexander was actually like a follower of that blog. Like he, like on his account, he was following it too.
Oh, yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I haven't like looked through all of the Irate Gamer Sucks blogspot stuff, but it doesn't surprise me that Game Dude was active on there.
Yeah, I guess like that kind of like for me that's where like 2012 and before kind of closes off. Like this is like okay, this is really bizarre, but like in the norm for a game reviewer, an angry game reviewer, right?
Yeah.
And then 2013, March of 2013, and things start getting really crazy. Do you know when he like first deleted his channel? Or not deleted, it was removed, I believe, right?
No, he deleted his channel, but what he did before that is he privated all of his videos and said closed forever for privacy reasons. And I can actually link to you a video that I re-uploaded because somebody in my community actually found this. But it is the real video that I didn't have at the time when I made my documentary, where it was Game Dude Official, the troll. This is what he uploaded when Alexander deleted his channel. So yeah, I just sent that.
Oh, perfect. Okay, so he privated those videos in 2013.
Mhm.
Was it? Why was that? Like, was it like the Alana stuff already, or was it like really just because he wanted people like to step away from like him?
Well, the only statement that he released, and it's in that video I just sent, is he said forever closed for privacy reasons. So it was definitely because of the Sheepman conversation.
So yeah, okay, so that's because 2013 is when the Sheepman stuff like that's when things came to a head because it feels like Alana was already like uncomfortable with Game Dude. She previously did like videos of like covering like box art, which is just pretty bizarre, but that was on his channel. What else? Well, that's like the most interaction that you remember, like with her on his channel, right? The box art reviews.
No, I remember her popping up. There's also an interview I can get where it was him. It was Game Dude being interviewed by a British guy, and then Alana's kind of in the background of that video, and she says a few things. And I never brought this up because I didn't want to share Alana's voice, but yeah, she was also in this.
Oh,
And
okay.
yeah, sent.
So 2013, that's when Sheepman contacts her. Game Dude, like Sheepman also contacts Game Dude to like I guess escalate things, and it works perfectly. The Game Dude confronts Alana and the Starbucks, and things go really sour, and Game Dude gets obsessive, right?
Mhm.
So all his videos were privated, right? And then one happened to the channel.
Well, they were only privated for a few days, and
A
then
few days.
he kind of like he reopened his channel. He kind of pretended nothing even happened. He started uploading revisions again, and that's when he started posting like the videos of like just seagulls on the beach with John Lennon's music in the background. That's when it was about a month after that kind of started to go down, I would say.
A month, and then also came the lip syncing,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, the John Lennon lip syncing.
Yeah, because it
Um,
was the Seagulls first, and then the John Lennon one, and then it was the Rick Astley one, and then I think the Never Gonna Give You Up one was the one he dedicated to Alana specifically. Like when you go into that video, the title of it at the time was For Alana. That's all it said.
for oh wow, that's insanely direct.
Yeah.
Do you remember like anything else like that was uploaded in 2013? So like as in terms of escalation, right? So music videos, and then what happened? Like what was the after like?
Well,
For the,
after the music videos were uploaded, or the Never Gonna Give You Up one was uploaded specifically, Game Dude's title card artist sent the video to Alana on Facebook, and that's why when she was like, that's the first time I think anybody ever heard that there was any real legal actions being taken, because that's when Alana said, "Yeah, I've already filed a police report. I think he's following me. I think he's stalking me. He needs to leave me alone." And so pretty much less than 24 hours after he uploaded that Rick Astley music video is when Game Dude deleted his first account.
entirely gone, just entirely gone. And you think it was one of the game dudes, like Game Dude, like 879 was. Well, it's not like Game Dude explicitly said it was his, but you believe was that the next channel that you believe was his?
Game Dude 879. I'm not sure what that is actually.
Oh no, let me see if I can find it actually. Oh, here it is. It's Game Dude 783. Let me link this.
Okay. Oh right, yeah. So after he deleted that channel, I think he made two channels. This was the one he made for his Game Dude reviews, and the other channel was the one where he started posting like the animal videos and all that weird stuff.
So the second channel is also gone. Like the
Yeah,
second channel. That one,
yeah,
okay. So the Game Dude 783, the one I linked, is just the one you believe to be him because of the revisions and just like kind of follows the timeline better because it's not really like mockery, it's like just like strange edits.
yeah. And there's also a few times if you look at the comments on some of the videos, especially the Mickey Mouse Capade one, because that started to blow up because of the Game Grumps. You can see Alex responding, and it seems like the type of way he would word his messages. So it all kind of aligns for me.
For the second channel, do you remember like what was the name of it? Do you remember?
I think it was just Alexander Badra or whatever his last name, how you pronounce that, but it was weird because he deleted his channel, and then some people I think flocked to the troll channels, and then like the channels pretending to be him, and that was the only channel. Like I looked it up because I personally was like, okay, something's going on here, and I want to see if like Game Dude actually is coming back. And Yeah, I just by searching up his name, I found him. At first, I wasn't sure if it was him or not because a lot of the videos he's not in specifically, he's just filming something. But then, as I kept watching them, I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, it is Alex behind the camera doing this.
So yeah, those real life videos. So it started off with them just like filming things, like like just no commentary. So like following the same theme of him just escalating the Alana thing, like to filming birds to Rick Astley. How did the content involved in the second channel? Like, what videos did he start like uploading, and then like how did that change?
Well, the most common thing that he would upload was just stuff that he would film outside, like birds or just animals or whatever. That was like the vast majority of his content initially. But he had that channel for maybe not a year, but maybe maybe about a year, 9 months to a year, I would say. And yeah, it started with him doing the animal videos. Then he would go back to doing like the off the cuff kind of vlog style stuff where he would rant about games, he would rant about, just a subway or whatever. And he would keep doing this thing where he would go to like a few people on the street and I guess kind of interview them or just talk to them, just kind of things going on around Vancouver. So it kind of started off with nothing content, and then as he kept doing it, some of the content got really, I don't want to say like elaborate because it was mostly kind of off the cuff stuff, but it would become more theatrical.
And that channel is the source of pretty much everything Game Dude. Like afterwards, the weird beach thing where he's like drinking a coconut. The God, what else? The cops, right?
The cop videos were a big one.
So that was everything.
Yeah, other than just the revisions that he would post on the other channel you just linked.
Yeah, so for like that channel, that's where like that was his very last channel. And like
Yeah.
that closes out like the entirety of Game Dude. So after 2000, you said for like around 9 months, so that would put the timeline maybe early 2014, maybe late 2014. After that channel, there was no Game Dude video, right?
Yeah, nothing.
That was it. So okay, that like I guess that's where like kind of the story closes for that. But yeah, to get more on that, God, it's so hard because there's so many like different things that happen in different websites, sources, like the whole manifesto thing, the blog. I mean, oh man. So
Yeah, believe me, I've been through this rabbit hole for the past 2-3 years, just shifting through all of his content. It's a lot.
yeah, that's it's just so much, and it's so a lot of it's just gone.
Yeah.
So 2014. Do you remember like the like best recollection? What was the order like between the cop stalking, the confessions, just like any maybe lost videos?
Um. Well, okay. It started with the animal videos, and then it went to the cop stalking and all the other videos he did. I think the cop stalking was kind of like near the end in like early 2014 when he started to post that stuff. Um, so yeah, I would say animal videos. Then it was like off the cuff rants and stuff like that. Then the cop videos, and then the first video where he's on the beach ranting about Alana, and then the dinosaur video comes after that, and then yeah.
So the dinosaur video was okay. That's where that fits in the timeline. And then there was a video of him on a California beach. I remember you saying.
Yeah, the last video I remember him uploading, it was another video of seagulls on the beach, but I could tell it wasn't a Vancouver beach. It was filmed when he was in California, and I think that was the last time he filmed anything.
So how do people know that he went down to the U.S.?
I first heard about that on a video that Game Dude Official released, where he was showing messages that he got from Alexander because he was reposting his content and Alexander wanted him to take it down. And yeah, in those video or in those comments, something he said was, "Yeah, I'm in the U.S. right now, and I'm going to Mexico again soon. Uh, I have no interest in returning to Canada." So that's when I first heard about it.
And are those conversations are down, right? I believe.
Yeah, they're not up anymore.
Man, because yeah, from my understanding, like that's the only thing, the only source tying Alexander to like fleeing.
Yeah, yeah, it's a shame too because Game Dude Official I think still has these videos. A lot of his old videos are privated, not deleted. But I don't know. It's kind of hard to reason with a troll who's also trying to pretend to be Alexander and doesn't really post that much anymore either. So
And there are no videos of him in Mexico, right? The closest thing is a potential California beach. You're saying the beach is different than Vancouver, but you don't like it's hard. How like
yeah,
there is
I'm
no
not
yeah.
entirely sure if it was California. I just know in kind of like it looked like California people, but yeah, because like he went down to Las Vegas and then Los Angeles and then Mexico.
And all that is from Game Dude Official, like even like the places you went through.
Yeah,
Damn, yeah, because Game Dude Official is just a hard source to trust.
yeah, it really is.
What do you think about Game Dude Official?
Game Dude Official, I don't know, like I was kind of subscribed to him back in the day. I thought it just because well what the thing is a lot of people would subscribe to the troll channels of Alexander like Game Dude Official because even Game Dude's fans didn't like the fact that he was uploading over and over again. So I think Game Dude kind of encouraged other people to seek out different ways of watching his old content and not having it constantly blow up in their face because and one of them was subscribing to YouTube channels. Game Dude Official, like he was a very dedicated troll. It's I don't even know, like in terms of people who are trying to impersonate other people, I think he was maybe one of the most effective at it that I've seen because even people back in the day and people now, some of them don't realize that that channel was a troll channel. Like he was very good at pulling like the wool over people's eyes.
Do you believe that Alexander actually fled?
Yeah, I do believe that he actually fled the country because with Game Dude Official, there were people because what Alex would do is he would talk to his fans on Skype. He would that's where a lot of people first came aware of like the Alana story and everything is he posted it to all of his contacts on Skype. People like Asalieri and other people. Like I talked to Asa a little bit about this and so that's where like it's not just Game Dude Official. There are also other people who I guess talked to Game Dude around this time who do confirm that he did leave the country for that reason. So
Okay, that's perfect. Yeah, I mean, like right now, I initially just had Game Dude Official as a source, but you're saying even you, I can use you as a source for that because you're saying other people like also could like talk to Game Dude, and he said he was fleeing. I remember you in the video, like in your video, you talked about like a homeless arc.
yeah, there was he basically what happened was that his roommate I guess attacked him with a frying pan and he ran away and became homeless and then the police thought he was running away from court and so he had to fight a breach of recognizance along with the actual just case, I guess.
How was all this discovered?
With him becoming homeless, that was in his blog, and that was in. He did another video after the dinosaur video that's no longer available. That was audio only, which was another him video of him just ranting about Alana for like 2 hours, and it was also in that.
Okay, his roommate attacked him with a frying pan.
Yeah.
Oh man, wow. Oh god. So 2014. I think we pretty much covered all of the game
Oh yeah.
videos for the most part.
Yeah, and there was one other thing I was going to say because a lot of people have asked me, and I guess I didn't make this clear in the video, is how he got the money to travel around the world.
His parents were rich, I assume.
Yeah, well, I mean, he had cut off contact from his parents at that point. But one thing that Alex does say, I think in his Longer Beach video, so it might still be available, is that he sold all of his video games to buy Alana a diamond ring, and she gave the diamond ring back to him. So what I think happened after that is he probably sold the ring and then used the money that he made off of it to travel around the world.
Oh, that okay. That makes sense. Wow.
Yeah.
That's very poetic, you know, like like erasing one obsession to for another, and then just getting it tossed in his face, just like, wow.
Yeah, and then he uses the money he got from getting that tossed in his face to start a new life.
To start to begin another obsession somewhere else. That's so
Yeah.
beautiful. uh, so the blog, you were saying it was like manifesto links in your video.
Sorry, what did you say, sir?
Oh, sorry. The lengthy blog, the truth blog, that is no longer available. So we got to go into that one.
Mm-hmm.
Your initial research on it was, I believe, through the Wayback Machine.
Yes.
And you were saying only like maybe 2 sections were available, if I'm correct.
Yeah, it was the first section, and then I believe it was the first page that was separate from that.
How long do you believe just from like glancing like through the different pages and just links and whatever? How long? It's just a rough estimate, right? How long do you think like it to be in pages, maybe words or any metric?
Oh, I mean, it was a huge undertaking. I don't know. The first 2 pages were, man, I couldn't even give you a rough estimate that would be anywhere close to accurate, but it was a lot.
Yeah, because I remember Medica's videos. He was saying like it was like Lord of the Rings length, and that seemed like kind of absurd. That seems like just a bit exaggerated.
No, it was actually like Tolkien level of like, wow.
Like 500, 1,000 pages.
Yeah, it was like, I mean, I remember seeing the full blog back in the day, and it really was that long.
What? That's insane. That is probably the most insane thing Game Dude has done. 1,000 pages.
Yeah, yeah, it was crazy, and like a lot of the blog, and there's a reason like why Medicare didn't show a lot of the blog itself, is that a lot of the blog is him taking stuff that was in the court documents and then repeating it in the blog and then saying like, that's bullshit, this is what actually happened. And like it was basically like, this is her point word for word, and then him trying to refute that. And the thing about the court documents is that the reason why nobody will let them, like, it's not just because of the case itself. It's also because on those court documents, you can actually find Alana's address, like her real address back in the day. So he also doxed her.
Ah, what a great man.
Yeah.
So a lot of it was, I guess, failed because of his responses to the court documents. It was like his own crazed rebuttal to it.
Yeah.
I guess that makes a bit more sense. He at least he had like something he was trying to like respond, like it was like formatted in some way that he could like extensively comment on it, like some fucking video makes. You know what I mean? Like, oh man.
Yeah. I mean, had this been something he done in court and it wasn't the length of Lord of the Rings, then it would have actually kind of made a little bit of sense. But
and this blog, do you think it was all written when he was in the U.S.? Because it must have taken quite a bit of time to.
No, I think a lot of like he posted that. I think at the same time he posted the videos themselves, which that implies to me that he was at least writing it while he was still in Vancouver, because I'm not sure if the video of him on the beach was posted while he was in Vancouver, because he edited that a lot. But it was definitely filmed around that same time, and I think that the blog was kind of the basis of him remembering everything and putting it into that format so that he could rant about it later.
Oh, okay. So that was like the blog and all that was all happening around the same time. So that was like the peak of the insanity. You know, like the beach videos, all this happening, and then the court case, kind of like, well, what happened with that?
It's hard to say even for sure what exactly happened. In statements that Alexander made said that he did go to court and Alana ran out of the courtroom and the case was dismissed and he was worried he would get prosecuted again. Honestly, like I think that the worst that he would have got really would be like a misdemeanor charge. I don't think it would have been that uh I don't think he would have been like thrown in jail for like I don't know, a super extended period of time. But maybe I'm wrong.
So after the court case ends, so like the blog, the video, like the beach video, court case ends, and then he flees.
Yeah.
And there is, it's just like, it's just so weird, like how his parents fit into all this, like, because he just mentions them like they're like he cuts communication. He wants his foreskin back. He just like rants obsessively.
Yeah.
Beyond that, is there any like other mention about like his relationship with him?
I mean, there was kind of like this rumor that Alex's dad was a deranged homeless man, and I don't believe that to be true because it was on Game Dude Official. He would post videos that were like, "Oh, this is my dad, Game Dude Senior," and it was like this crazy like homeless guy. But I don't think any of that's true. I think the extent of what we really know about Alexander's parents were that he was just really angry about them over the foreskin, and they were probably pretty well off financially. But
And he was probably, like if I was in their shoes and my son was really obsessive, I would not really be supportive of his stalking. So I imagine that like also like drove like a barrier between them. Because I mean it's a whole court case. Like I remember like in the dinosaur video, like I believe like he was mentioning their parents getting involved.
oh, I think you're his mom went to go find him, but he had left the apartment at that point because of his roommate assaulting him. And I believe that his mom filed a missing persons report, and that's what caused the court to believe that Alexander was trying to run away from court, which is kind
Oh,
of funny
okay.
because he was like, he says he wasn't trying to run away from court, and then that's exactly what he did. So.
Oh God, this is just so much. Wow. I'm trying to think of any other pieces that might be. I mean, like obviously, like there's just so many videos that are just like gone because Alexander deleted his videos, some were in archive. Many were taken down because of the whole. Can you speak on that actually? Like the company that was trying to scrub the internet of Lana.
Yeah, so what basically it kind of came down to is that Alana was like telling Game Dude that she wanted everything that has to do with her online off the internet. And then Game Dude's like, well, it's not actually on my channel, it's on Game Dude Official's channel. And he did, if you watch that video where he lashes out at Game Dude Official because he thought he was the troll, he did tell him to take Alana's videos down, but he didn't. And that was back when YouTube channels had like the DMs. So that's where I guess the people who were representing Alana came to Game Dude Official and a few other people. I believe Blackface Kermit might have been one of them that were hosting that content, and they told them to take it down.
And that's another reason the blog must have been taken down was the whole like I mean like the entirety of it was just responded to court documents with really sensitive information.
Yeah.
So 2004 that this pretty much all happened in 2014.
Yeah, well, I mean, other than, I guess, the initial, like, I think the stalking and stuff,
Was 2013.
yeah,
Like that's
the
what
reason
happened.
they were bringing to court wasn't from events that were happening in 2013. And Canada, I don't know, I think it's a lot slower than the US when it comes to prosecuting people. So, yeah, it took a few months for them to actually set up a court date.
Oh yeah, sorry. Are you still good on time? I don't want to be like taking too much of your time.
No, no, no,
I
that's fine.
okay. All right, good, good. I just noticed this has been going on. Like we've been having this conversation for an hour, and I didn't want to like like.
No, no, this
So,
is my pleasure. This is what I live for.
all right, thank you, sweet. So, but beyond like from 2014, besides like that Twitter account, there has been no updates from Game Dude. Am I right in saying that? There has been nothing.
Well, there was the Deal Breakers short film that got posted in 2015, I believe.
But
Or
that
six.
was I remember you saying that was like from something filmed in like 2012.
Yeah. So it wasn't actually uh, an indication that anything had happened with Game Dude coming back to Canada, but that was like the last time I think we saw him sort of in a new video.
And that's it. There is no Game Dude. That is just Alexander 448 entirely gone. Nothing more. And this is when I guess. Oh, go ahead.
According to Asa, I believe that he came back in late 2015, early 2016, and talked to a few of his friends, well, the people he knew back in the day on Skype. And then that's when he revealed that he had gone to Hong Kong. And after that brief reappearance, he has not logged into Skype, and he hasn't talked to anybody, as far as I know, since. So online, anyway.
Do you still have like Asa's contact or get like a Discord or anything? Do you think they'd be willing to speak on a Game Dude?
Yeah, he was very willing to talk to me. I talked to him on Facebook a while ago, and unfortunately, his Facebook got hacked. But I think you can still find his Twitter. I don't think he has open DMs, but he's active on there, so I can. I'll just link you his Twitter. I don't know if he has a Discord or not. I think he does, but
All right, sweet, thank you. Okay, so, oh man, that was just it's just so hard to piece this together, and I really commend you for making that video on him.
thank you. Yeah, it's I mean, there's stuff I'm even confused about, and I watched it happen back in the day, and I'm one of the very few people that did. And if I didn't make that video, I don't think that a lot of the information about Game Dude would be available to be curated even as much as it has been so far.
What do you feel like confused about?
Oh, just like the the dates that certain things happened, certain things within the timeline of events. I think I have like the overall story pretty well down, but there's a lot of the specifics that still do not entirely line up.
That's very fair, man. Like this story, I just can't like state enough how just all over the place. Like it's just so crazy. It's so
Yeah, that's kind of interesting because you make a lot of videos about a lot of different people. Is this kind of one of the more difficult, I think, tasks that you've undergone so far?
well, it is in a way. Like so, there's different aspects about it, and in a way, it is difficult in terms of accuracy,
Yeah.
right? I can't say for certain like things like like I can't give dates or exact motivations and whatever. I just kind of have to like rely on what exists kind of like right now. But also in that, it gives me a lot of freedom in saying like, well, we're not certain, but this is what we think, right? There is because of the lack of precision, it allows for like it allows for more personal interpretation, right?
Yeah.
And that allows for more like personalization of video. It's like whenever you read a book about a character, it's like I wonder what this character kind of is.
Yeah.
And you kind of build them based on what is just written. And all the information is just in that book, and there is nothing else. And people can interpret in different ways, so it can allow for in a weird way an easier video where like a lot of like the empty spaces can lead to more to just analyzing an examination that could be interesting in itself, because it's not just the video is not just kind of like a documentary kind of video where like, oh, this thing happened, this thing happened, this thing happened. It's kind of like, oh, like, oh, what happens now? Like, it can get like personally, I think I can get the audience invested in like the mystery of it all, right? Like there could be like a lot of like different ideas and things expressed through the videos, and I feel like whenever I see videos like that, like it's just like, oh, it's a mystery, what really happened. It gets me interested because everyone has their own ideas. What could
Yeah,
happen?
absolutely. And yeah, it seems like just from what the response I've gotten on the video, a lot of people, because there are kind of blanks to fill in, everybody has a different kind of reaction and opinion on Game Dude. I mean, like some people like they just laugh at him. Some people they think he's like a danger. Some people they feel sorry for him. So it's like there's a lot of like I guess sort of ways you can interpret this story and his actions.
Oh man, it's just it's all of it's just so weird. Like especially like the beach video, right? Like where it's like super chopped down, right?
Yeah.
The funny part to me is he included all the times like "shut up, bird," and like the people walking by, and even the kid like flying over. It's like, why would you include that? Like, what? What's the purpose? This is weird.
Yeah, that's like I mean it's like yeah, that's the thing is like I don't know, maybe he wanted to do it cuz he knew it was a little bit funny, but at the same time I don't think it makes him look good.
I know, right? But it's so like it's so perfect because like all of it's just so bizarre and it makes no sense. And something else I noticed, right? Like the clothing is he's wearing in that video is the exact same. Maybe not the necklace he had, but it's the exact same in his Rick Astley video.
Oh, yeah, that is true.
Yeah, man.
And that would have been the same
Yeah.
area, like Kitsilano Beach. That's also where he filmed his Rick Astley video.
Right, yeah, with the boats and all of that too.
Yeah.
I think we pretty much covered all of them. Well, I mean not all of, but like, as much as we could have, game dude.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you for being like so helpful with this too.
Yeah, no problem. Do you have like a script for this? I mean, that you, I guess, I don't know. I assume you have kind of a team of people that help you with this, or is it you kind of like a one-man show?
Oh, my process. Whenever come like so, let me think. When it comes to typically like research and all that, I typically like doing things just myself, like in terms of writing and all that, because I find it just hard to rely on others for writing specifically.
Yeah.
Right. Because like it's like, man, I am entirely responsible for their errors, and that just like stresses me out.
Yeah, I definitely feel that.
Exactly. So I do have a team of editors because it's like, you know, like I feel like people like watch this on a second screen while they do something else. It feels like more like a podcast, so I'm not too invested in the editing myself. So I give them like free reign. My editors, it's like, you know, like I want you to include this is this and that. Make sure to have this is this and that, whatever. And I really just focus on the writing and just anything that comes with like the writing and research. So I do have like that's pretty hands off for me, but
Okay.
yeah, and I do have a script for sure. I will make a script.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you wanted to like share that with me, I mean, I obviously won't share it with anybody, but yeah, I could definitely, you know, you're not actually the first person. There've been two other people who have reached out to me to look over Game Dude scripts and just see if they've gotten everything right. So
Oh, I have competition. Uh-oh. Who are these people?
well, one of them is called TV Nada, and he actually has like 300,000 subscribers like you do, but he's a Spanish language channel, so you don't have too much competition from him. But yeah, there was another person who I think works for Turkey Tom.
Fuck.
But it wasn't a Turkey Tom video. It was one of the writers that did this on his own channel, and that was a while ago. It was like a 20-minute video, though. I assume that yours is going to be a little bit longer.
Woo! What a relief. Yeah, no, like yeah, it can be very competitive in this space, but I feel like we all make our own things. It's cool. I actually know Tom. I every VidCon like we always like see each other, and like I think hopefully this time we'll also be in the same house.
Nice, yeah. Yeah, I do enjoy Tom's videos a lot. I think he was going to do like a video about like just I don't think it was Game Dude specifically. I think it was like AVGN clones or something like that.
Oh
And
yeah, yeah.
I don't think that he ever produced that video for whatever reason. But
Yeah, I feel like there's already so many videos, just like on the like general AVGN stuff. But yeah, I feel like I really want to like give you a shout out with like you this kind of video. You know, I want to promote like what you're doing with that because I most people that try their hands on those kind of videos like don't like it's just like a weird niche thing to get into, and I feel like most people don't really present things with respect or accuracy, and I feel like you have both of those things in your video, which is not a common thing I see.
I appreciate that a lot. I mean, it does mean a lot coming from you because I have been a really big fan of your content for a couple of years now. So this is I was kind of surprised. It was like I announced on my Discord, I'm like, "Hey, Joon the King's doing a new Game Dude video." I just saw on his community posts, and then people were like, "Oh, you should reach out to him." And that's when I sent you the first message. And I didn't think you'd actually come to our Discord channel and message me there. So that was awesome.
Well, thank you, man. Like, yeah, like I didn't know like Discord had like a spam category, and I
Yeah.
was like, wait, you messaged me, and I checked. I was like, oh god, you did what? Yeah, because I had no idea. I was like, oh cool, well, all right, this makes things easier.
Yeah, I was like, I didn't even know that it had spam either until you told me that it got put into spam. So
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh man. Well, yeah. Thank you. Would you be like willing for like to do more follow up interviews if you have any more questions or anything else?
absolutely, 100%.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, this could be a little bit of an undertaking. Ah, okay, this will be fun. I don't feel like I've ever done like a video with this much mystery, so it should be entertaining. Yeah, I'll try to like feature you, maybe shout you out or whatever I can do because you've been really helpful and like you are a really good source for all things game, dude.
Yeah, I appreciate that a lot. I mean, my channel is pretty small, so I mean, like, your shout out would definitely help me, but also just to be involved in the process of making one of your videos, and even in like kind of an indirect way, it's a pretty big honor for me, personally.
Oh, thank you, man. Yeah, and like I'll try to help out like wherever I can. Do you have like I feel like I've just been like tossing question after question. Do you have like questions or anything you want to say like right now? I guess.
No, I'm pretty clear, I think, on most things right now. But I'll let you know, definitely. I'll be in contact if I
All right,
do
sweet.
anything does bubble to my head. But yeah.
I think that just about like wraps everything up for like questions and everything. You painted me a pretty clear picture of how I should like format this, and yeah, again, thank you. I guess I'll just get to writing right now.
Yeah, no problem. Is this going to be your next video, or is it another Wings video that's coming out before this?
Yeah, so it's another Wings video. The way I'm doing it right now is, oh man, I'm trying to up my upload rate, which is very helpful. I've learned. Even like long form content, I didn't think that was like such a big thing, right? Like all these weird YouTube tricks and whatever you learn.
Hmm.
But yeah, like I've been before I was being like superbly lazy because you know being YouTuber is just like a kind of like an easy job in comparison to like other jobs.
Yeah.
But so what I would do before is like I write a video, I hand it off to my editor, and be like, you know what, I could just chill out and do nothing until my editor just gets back at me. And then I
Yeah.
was like, you know what, I probably should not be doing that because it's like, it's not a good idea to be super lazy on YouTube. So right now, what I do is like, you know, like I finish a video, I hand that to my editor, and my editor takes like maybe like a couple weeks to like fully like you know put everything together. And then while my editor is doing that, I also write another video. That way, I can like just consistently give him work, right? And then just things can like be like made. So right now, my editor is making the Wings video, which should come out in November, and I think this video should come out in December. I have no idea what the length's going to be because this is it feels like a very unique video, I guess.
Yeah, it'll be. I'm really excited to see it personally.
Oh yeah, I mean, me too. Like this is just, I really wonder how this is going to turn out. Well, thank you
Yeah.
again.
Yeah,
I'll
no
catch you later.
problem. Yeah, have a good one.
Boogie video. I am a criticizer of Boogie fan and his continual downfall. And I love that there's a cottage industry that where there's like quarterly documentary updates about him, and Blinky. I had a preview. Like I remembered that you did. I didn't know you did a revision to the Game Dude documentary that I watched last night. I remember the original, and then I said, "Wait, he did a revision," and then I saw you did it to take out those karaoke songs because they were pain in the ass. But
Yep.
but just yeah, I don't mean to sound like I'm geeking out, but massive fan of both of you right here.
I appreciate that a lot.
Yeah, the Boogie video was very exhausting just because of how much ground I kept having to cover. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's a Boogie. I guess you could say is sort of a legacy cow. I'd almost put him on par with someone like Gorgeous George, but George still has him by about 10 or 20 years. It feels like it feels like internet time has changed so much. It's like dog years. It's like each month can be a decade, and each year could be a century. And it's like so much happens with him, and yet so much little happens with him. But it feels like it's always too much with him.
Yeah, June, your new Boogie video was one of your best. I never said that before, but it absolutely was.
Thank you, guys. Pellswick, are you fine if I record this and like this is all on the record for the video?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, same
And
here.
also, yeah, okay, perfect. What would you like to be known? Like just Pellswick? You know, is it okay if I link your channel, like the origin of where you know who you are?
Yeah, you could just go by Pellswick these days. Like I know Asa said like, you know, like I've had a few other names on the internet. Like I used to go by 1176 and Blackface Kermit, but
yeah, that's what I was
days,
thinking. You used to be Blackface Kermit. I remember that channel, so I thought you were gone, but I guess you just changed it to Pellswick.
Yeah, because I don't know. I guess I just added an extra L because I wanted to support John Callahan's Pellswick. It's just it's become one of my favorite. It's one of my favorite tunes. But people still refer to me to BFK. Like I'm friends with some people in the sector, like you know Godwinson and Perspicacity still call me Blackface Kermit. I'm like yes, I don't know. It sticks with me, but you know I go by both, but mainly Pellswick. I usually prefer to raise awareness.
And I don't want to like trap you in like a lengthy interview because I have a lot of questions. So how much time do you think you have?
I mean, my only worry is like I'm okay if this goes for like 1 or 2 hours. Like I can't imagine going on 3, but I did.
Oh, definitely not.
Yeah, but I'm okay with it because honestly, Blinky, like watching your documentary, you covered a shit ton of points and you got it like right for the most part. Like, and I think, I think I have some of the I think I have some of the stuff. I don't think it really changes much, but I do have like one of the vids you talked about where he's like, "This is a letter to Alana McKenna," where it's like a picture of the doc.
Oh, you have that? Thank God.
I do. I have it all because like, and you know what? Like maybe. I mean, if we want to start right off the bat, I just want to come straight up. I think maybe it's time to reveal, and I have to actually log in. I'll send you a screen cap, or maybe I'll share my screen to prove. Several years ago, like you talk about Game Dude Official a lot. I created the Game Dude Official channel, and I ran it with several people for many years.
Oh.
It started initially as a channel to just because it was kind of sick and tiring that Game Dude kept revising a lot of his reviews and reposting just the George Lucas method or the Coppola or the Ridley Scott thing. It was like, oh, I'm just going to tinker, re-edit. And so I just, whenever they were new, I freshly uploaded, I'd grab them and throw them on the channel. And then it just sort of grew from there, like just playful fun and playful trolling, like no ill intent. Like meant towards Game Dude, and he kind of played along with it. Although it got really sad when 2013 rolled around, because then I'm sending like messages from Game Dude and like, you fucking asshole, like what happened, and I'm like scrambling to find out what the shit happened, and and then it got really sad, and I was in a few phone calls with Alex around that time, and he like recounted everything. It's like, dude, get a lawyer. That shit sounds it's unhinged what he did.
Yeah. Were you the one behind the Sentinel CL incident?
That was my next thought. If I haven't, that's of it. I didn't like how I handled that. It was really because even though, and I know like you say in you say in the video that like maybe I don't mean to quote you if I am, but yeah, I was like the channel was just sort of staying in character as a playful troll.
Yeah.
But that was just a shitty thing. I don't know if I ever got in touch with Sentinel CL, and if I ever happened to cross him, I would say I would apologize profusely for him because that was like really piece of shit. I just made a video egging on. It's like, oh, why did you? I was in video I guess you could argue in character as Game Dude troll emulating Game Dude, and it's just. But at the end of the day, it was like really shitty. I can imagine if even if I didn't do that, it would still be pretty shitty because I still had the videos up, and like those were like 2-3 year old videos that Alex put up on the about the DVDs. And the guy still sent over his money, and I bet Alex was like, "Oh, free money. Where does this come from?" And but thankfully the situation sort of sorted itself out. But still, I do still feel I to this day I'll always feel like a piece of shit for that. I feel like I could have handled that better, even and I like I didn't mean any malintent with that, but I just kind of I don't know. It was I guess it was the Wild West, and I thought, why not? Trolling.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't get the money, but still, I'll never not feel bad about that. I'll always feel bad about that.
Okay.
It was a shitty thing to do.
Okay,
So
thanks for clearing that up.
You're in control of the game. You said like it was a collaboration, but do you currently have access to the Game Dude official channel?
I do. Yeah, I logged into it last night because I was watching Blinky's video. I'm like, and it's I think I log into it like quarterly or bi-yearly, not knowing what like YouTube's going to do, because YouTube said like maybe just out of paranoia, but they always say like, oh, we're going to close old channels that aren't active. So I think I think that was my reason for logging into it every so often, to make sure there's movement on the account so Google doesn't delete it.
Oh, so Google with that, they said they were going to close any channels like they have videos on them. So there is really nothing to worry about that. But not only am I talking to Pellswick, but I'm also talking to Game Dude official. Is from my understanding.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I think I think enough time was passed. Like, and not to say it was an open secret. Like me and my friends, like I knew, Asa knew, Guru Larry knew, and they actually they would suggest ideas and maybe like send stuff over, and and I had a few buddies who aren't in the scene anymore. Actually, a friend of mine, his name was Irritated Gamer. He also did Irate Gamer parodies back in the day. He did several videos for the channel. And
I remember Irritated Gamer.
Yeah. I haven't talked to him in a while, but last I checked, I'm still friends with him on social media, and he's doing pretty good. He's a musician. He does good stuff. He's keeping busy, doing well for himself. And it was just, I don't know. It was a simple time. It was a funner time, and there was no better time for, I guess, just busting balls and like making fun of people that time, like Irate Gamer or Game Dude, or even eventually like AVGN come 2011, 2012, because that's when the fatigue for the angry viewer kind of set in, and it's like, I mean, Boris is no spring chicken, and he's nothing to write home about. But honestly, it's kind of getting old. Everyone else is kind of getting old. The guys we once loved, are just kind of getting old. Like AVG, they're still good, but it's glitch. He's doing it. I mean, we criticized Boris and Game Dude for doing it, but now James Rolfe's doing it. So, what are we even doing anymore?
Yeah, like long gone. But I really do appreciate like just the archival of that channel. Like there is so much, dude, so much.
Yeah, and especially to bring this up, because I've few bits about the DMs that were sent, that like threatening on the Crown Authority. So those were sent to me because when as Alex, a lot of those videos, like Al the Liar, Al the Great, and other, and I think it was the deposition video. It was the deposition video that I re-uploaded that Alex did, and I still have those messages. It was by someone called Caramel Sen, and I think it was like I think it was Alana, because the only thing I really know of Alana, aside from being in like a few calls with Alex, and Alana was like there too. This is like back during the Halcyon days when they were together and they were happy. I'm going off of memory, so like I'm not saying, dude, trust me, bro, but I'm going off of memory. I'm 99% sure Alana did go out to study law, and she may have been paralegal for a time, and I have no reason to believe that it isn't Alana who sent Game Dude official, or sent me via Game Dude official. That was like, yeah, take the videos down. And it would have been so easy, like, to do the same thing I did to Sentinel Seal. I felt it would have been justified, because I'm just like, I'm just like, what the fuck is this leaf coming here telling me whatnot? But the thing is, I'm like, I don't know if it put the fear of God in me. All I really did, I just privated the video. It's still on I think it's still on the channel to this day. If it's not, I just deleted it. And even then, I still have a mirror of it. So I have no reason to believe that isn't Alana or someone on her behalf, or she got someone at I don't know, a law center to send it up, or she just like say, hey, what's a good legal thread, and then she just like sent that to the channel. So,
And I can confirm that Alana is a lawyer now, so that does make sense.
oh, she is.
Yep.
She is.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I know a little bit more about what happened to Alana. I just didn't reveal it in any videos for obvious reasons. I don't want people going out to like harass her.
Yeah, I've always thought that too. I was just, did she just with it? So she's like pretty well versed enough to like scare people off and even be a DMCA troll if she wanted to be, but that doesn't seem like a good use of her talents and her time. And I was curious, like me and Asa a few months back, we were reminiscing about Game Dude, and one time I just typed in Alana's name on YouTube and found out she's a fantasy author in her spare time. Like she has 3 books published on Amazon. They got decent reviews, and I didn't know if like she was just an author and she just fell back on the legal thing, just in case, or just dabbled in so she could reactivate it whenever she wants. But I guess that's honestly good for her. I guess she's she's a lawyer and author.
Yep,
sometimes
she's married now. She's I think she has her own publishing company too. So
Dude,
she's
sweet,
doing really well for herself.
Good life, good honor.
Yeah,
good honor.
It really is, yeah. So the way I want to format this, I guess this conversation is, I want to go through like the timeline of Game Dude, right? Because there is pretty much nothing reliable to really go on, considering how much he raised his own history. So we're gonna like start in 2008, and then like whenever you know him, and then eventually work our way up to the later Insanity. It is,
Sure, sounds good. And I went through like I've had a Game Dude folder for a better part of 10, 11, or 12 years. So this weekend I spent time taking it and it had a lot of duplicates of stuff in it, which honestly was fine by me, because I think even back then adding so much to it, I'm just like, oh, I'll sort it out later. And I guess this weekend was the time when I sorted it all out. And so I could upload the folder, I could throw it on GoFile or something. It's about 7 point something. It's almost 8 gigabytes. But what I did is I went through every file and I checked the properties to see date modified, and whatever month and year those were in, I just allocated that to a year. So it may still be cumbersome and clustery, but like those videos were posted that year. And if there's it kind of say Blinky, you probably have the most definitive like timeline. Like when at the beginning of your video, when I do remember that like you've seen Irate Gamer, you've seen AVGN, now see Game Dude, and he would plug that not only on other people's videos, but he would plug that on forums as well. And that was sort of YouTube actually encouraged people. YouTube back then says like, promote your work as a creator, go out places, maybe put it on other places. It's like going out on it, like with like, if you're going out and you're wearing like boards, like, and you're like, flipping over, you're flipping over signs like, come see Game Dude, and this is my web zone right here. He would actually go to that was an annoying thing. I remember back then. I understand what YouTube was going for, but it was kind of a little naive to say like, let's just go out, promote yourself on other sites. And I don't think they realized how annoying that would get. Absolutely. And and then I saw that screen cap, like that's something I don't even have. I remember he used to do that, but I forgot that he actually went to actual forums and he would share. The only other forums I remember him going to, of course, was the TLC Tugger forum, but that didn't come till sometime later. Pardon me.
So when did you become like aware of Game Dude? If you can like make maybe a year, a month, any time, like.
Well, I think it was like, because I remember like 2007, 2008 was like, I guess was the point I remember for when AVGN would come onto the scene and Irate Gamer would come on. Like basically what I would call generation one of all the YouTube video game reviewers. You didn't only have AVGN. You had Armake21, you had Urinating Tree, you had Abito, you had Play It Bogard, you had people like Silent Rob, the Awesome Archfiend. And it was sort of a melting pot. And it sort of grew from there. It was just all experimental, and just how YouTube it kind of was like YouTube was an online version, I guess you could say, of like a cable access channel or public access channel. It was almost like how like, I want to say Weird Al Yankovic. It almost has like a Weird Al Yankovic UHV, like, humble beginnings. And how people were experimenting. Oh, well, and also Mark from Classic Game Room. Shout outs to Mark. And of course, like everyone loved the angry reviewer thing because, maybe like game reviewing back then was okay. You had some good ones, you had some bad ones, and you had some people who just didn't know what the heck you could do. And you had like people like Greg Gustasian, like talking about Ikaruga. like it was the greatest it was the greatest gift to gaming because he'd never played stuff like that before. And then you had this other side. You had the user generated content going. So I remember it was Game Dude rolled around probably, I want to say 2000, I'm going off of memory here, 2009, 2010ish. Probably I think 2009, at least that's what I've compiled in my would-be dossier or timeline folder. 2009 as early as when he started.
Oh no, he started in that's well.
I believe it was 2008
yeah,
because
2000.
the Digipress forum, it says 2008, and he says, I've been making videos for a few months. So I think it was around summer 2008.
Yeah. I stand corrected. Yeah, because for me, like, it's like going through and assembling this folder and putting stuff, like some years just kind of like blur and together, regardless of one year. But yeah, around 2008, and of course the stuff like the irate gamer hate bandwagon was in full swing. So I guess a lot of people thought like, what's worse than the irate gamer? And it seems like Alex unintentionally stepped up. It's like, like, hold my beer, Mario. I'm going to show them whatnot. Look out, world, here I come. And so Alex pops onto the scene. He's like, with a selling point. You've seen these guys, now see me. And it was just, everyone says like, oh, he's at this point a blend of seriously, and if anyone took it seriously, the outrage and reaction with that was kind of entertaining because you can only get like pissed off at so much for so long. And here comes this guy, and he's like, just or more or less a carbon copy or parody. I don't know. I feel like looking back, I don't know if Alex was intentionally doing a wink, but who knows? I think it was the jumping off point. It was sort of a jumping off point that he didn't really, they say imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. And I guess maybe for like 1 year or if like your first months, if you want to like use someone else as a jumping off point, if you're emulating it a bit, but at least grow it a bit. I think, Happy Video Game Nerd did that for a time. At first it was like sort of like a tribute, sort of soft parody to AVGN, but then he branched out and he just like, he kind of hunkered down and found his own style. Whereas Game Dude was just doing it for, he was just doing it to have fun and doing it just for himself. And he was in a film school program at Vancouver Film School for a time. And I do have a story about that. I can't find the original one anymore, but I do have the reason to explain why it says it's from Vancouver Film School. So, let me consult my folder. Apologies.
I was going to ask, are you the person who got that message from the VFS attendant?
I was, but it wasn't VFS. It was sent to me by someone. I can't find the original anymore. I don't know where I put it, but I think his name was like Ozail74 or something. It had no avatar. Someone claiming to be in his film class, and at this time, Alex was doing commentaries on people. He would either do or he would do the text commentaries way later. But at that time he did something called the Logic Boy commentaries. Like he did like commentary replies to me. So someone sent me a DM with that exact message saying, yeah, like the program's this is like prepare you for industry jobs. And like he's got some good compositing skills and he's good with green screen. And I'll give him that, even though these days his videos are like there's a blur effect to them because they're so damn old. And he was like it seemed like he was recording on a potato at the time, which was the like the effect is still really good. But all he was doing was wasting it on all these video game reviews. So what I did is I went to so I asked Irritated Gamer, can you Photoshop the guy's name out and put in Vancouver? That's why that says Vancouver Film School. It's ultimately proved that because, and I told him, I sent, he sent like, oh, the Ozail 749 sent it to you? And that's kind of where I guess that's kind of where that correspondence on the subject ended. But it even if it is a fake, it's not a bad fake. It's pretty good. Because when he would do the Logic Boy commentaries, he was either doing that at his house or wherever he was live on his computer, which I don't think he was, because I think he did it all in the media lab or in the studio at Vancouver Film School. Because during one of the commentaries, someone walked in, and then like you could see him, like, you know, he's holding he's in crude fashion, old school fashion, in the way of Kino Dogme 2007. He's holding it to the computer monitor, and then someone just, oh yeah, I'm just recording. You know, like someone came in the room, so it's clear he definitely was in the program.
So he was filming those commentaries at the school?
I think that's my only that or at a computer lab at the library, if I had to guess, because I don't know because if I had, or maybe his apartment where he like he had like a and that was one of his roommates. I think he was in the computer lab.
So to summarize, you knew him you heard of him around 2009, and you really set him apart because of his aggressive advertising, right?
Yeah, it was hard to find it. Like it was all over the just it seemed like YouTube was really smaller back then. It's such a huge like expanded universe scape now, but yeah, it was everywhere, and everyone was getting in on it because you know, Alex rolls up with the game dude, and everyone collectively, I think, went, "Oh Lord, another one! Dear God," you know, like,
right.
And yeah,
and the whole film school. So what I understand is he went to 2 different courses, I guess, like, you know, expanded courses. First was at film school you're talking about with the computer lab, and then there was an acting school, if I'm correct.
I think they were both VFS. It was the digital design and then the acting programs. They're both one-year programs.
So he jumped from one program to the other, if that's correct.
I think so. Yeah, if he jumped from one to the other, or maybe he was taking them at the same time. I don't know too much. If I had to guess.
Yeah. So my source for that is like do you know about, like, have you scoured the DigiPress, his excessive advertising there?
I haven't. No, I forgot about that one. Honestly, I don't know if I don't think I knew that existed. So like there was like back then, I don't think very few people thought to look out, or at least I didn't think to look outside of YouTube that much for Alexander 4, or just to Google Alexander 4488 into YouTube and to see what would come up. And the first thing that comes up was the foreskin restoration forum.
Oh, right, yeah.
But beyond that, and that wasn't until maybe a year or two later.
But yeah, so on that forum, whenever he stated that he was going to start a 16-month film school program, and we're going to get into this later, in the Game Deals interview, like in 2009, about like 10 months into the set program, he says he was going to start an acting school program. So that's like where I separate like his weird, like he had like a lot of, like, I guess, experimental videos, and that's where I separate the one where he gets attacked by some kind of orb and falls to the ground to maybe like one where he starts recording birds and just like gets into more, I guess, live action things.
Yeah, every now and then he would post something from what looked like his acting course or a project that he was doing for class. Yeah, like he gets hit by the orb and he sees like a 2-dimensional bush or tree in like real space, and he's just like he's going insane. He's running from it, and and there's the thing with the snow globe with, I think he was just like. Yeah.
Oh, the UV light one. Yeah.
That's the one.
I remember you clipped that a bunch on Game Dude Official. It was really funny.
I clipped it a ton of times. I think there was one where Alex is like looking at something and it's just porn, or it's just cropped porn. He's like, no, and then he runs away from it.
So if you remember early on, like, do you remember like what like videos became memes back then? Because I know there was like the Donkey Kong face where with like the bongos. I know that was one. I know there was the whole Diddy Kong like bothering Mario. Do you remember any like other instances where people, like, I guess, make fun of Game Dude early on?
I do remember. I mean, I of course the bothering Mario. I guess he likes super bulky balls, and of course like the sheep meme. That was like a big one. Like I guess that was posted on his Dramatica page, and that just because like, oh, he's smart. People had a fascination making sheep jokes, and the thing is, he wasn't even like British or anything. I don't know where that came from. Horses and sheep and Sheplins. But the horse one, at least off the top of my head, that's the only other one I could think of.
Right, and I remember like there's so much about Alex to go through. Like, man, his existence online is almost like mythical because even like the dinosaur video, I would not have believed if you didn't archive it. It's just so insane.
Yeah, I to this day, I remember that came out the same week I saw Amazing Spider-Man 2, and I think I left a comment on the mirror that I uploaded. It was like, I said something like, for reference, I got home from Amazing Spider-Man 2, which was 2.5 hours. It was just a meh in itself. Like had I known this video was up, I would not have gone to the theater. I just would have stayed and watched this instead. You know,
it is more entertaining than Amazing Spider-Man 2.
It really is.
And you must have gotten into like contact with Alex through Skype or some other ways, if I'm correct.
I do have a few calls here and there that I'm still looking for. And what I remember, I would I think it was like as early as what I could remember off the top of my head. In some of those calls, it would be me and a few other people, a few friends, and Game Dude, and like there was one like me and another buddy of mine at like 4:30 in the morning, and I don't know, I guess we were burning the midnight oil, or it was just we were night owls, and then and we were like Alex, I don't know, like we were trying to get back to sleep, but like I don't know if you like, because you live in like weird backwards time on the West Coast, but over here it's like we adhere to real hours, but I guess it was midnight where he was, and he was talking about he wasn't having problems with Alana as much back then. I remember something where their relationship is just like, they're like, oh, you know, there's just like, you couldn't think of a more casual couple, but I think as we were going to see in a few years down the line, they didn't really know how to communicate, especially more. And he was talking about how we went to the swimming pool, and, you know, I think we were just like, I didn't want to go in the water, like, even though like wouldn't have met, because even though I was wearing my denim shorts and stuff, but I didn't want to get my clothes wet. And it was just like, you know, these were the couple grievances, or just the first world problem he had to deal with. I mean, like that guy had a
Before we get
life.
into the Alana, I want to go for like the 2009 and close that out. So you're talking about like, you know, you talked to like Skype when, well, first, how did you even like get his information? Like, how did you even start speaking to him? Like, was he aggressive? Because I know you came more off as like initially as a troll, right? So how did you guys form that relationship?
I mean, I may have came off as a troll, but I don't think I really hated him. I think it was like sort of I think for everyone, most people, it was just like, oh God, I hate this guy. But the thing is, like, you know, it's like, well, why do you still watch him? It's almost like the Howard Stern effect. Okay, but why do you still? It's like, I guess to see what he'll do next. You know, it's a constant cycle. He does something, and then you forget about it, and then he goes away. Maybe like he comes back shortly, or maybe later rather than sooner. But he wound up giving up his Skype to a few people. I think he just wanted to be talked to people. And I remember, and it's like 2010, 2011, or maybe earlier, where a few years earlier, he just gave his Skype out. And he was cool that he was down to chat with anyone. He was always seeking advice and just to chill and talk and, you know, shoot the breeze. Whether or not he actually took any advice is anyone's guess. But I guess, but from what we see, not really. And actually, fuck, I don't know. Like, there's another dig if true, like it could be fake. I was going through my folders last night, and I found something when I think I was browsing the TV board on 4chan, and I think it was from reviewers, and there was someone posted a picture of Game Dude, and someone said, "Here, actually, let me post it." I think I just found it. I was like, "Oh God, I'm gonna look like a fucking jerk off if I have to say I'm going off of memory again," but. This could be true or it may not be true. Yeah, someone claims to have known him in high school, and basically in that cap, yeah, like Sis says, I went to the same school as this guy. He was a Jehovah's Witness, and nobody wanted to hang out with him. There were the two most noteworthy aspects about him. He always talked in a loud robotic tone, had crazy eyes, and moved around like Kramer from Seinfeld. He fought a manlet in the 5th grade and lost. I remember that much. They were both on the wrestling team.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, whether there's any truth to that, like again, it's again like the guy who messaged me or sent me that DM from Vancouver Film School. If that's fake information, you know what, it could be real to me. Or if there were a Lifetime original narrative nonfiction account of events about Game Dude's life, I'd believe, you know, just didn't happen, but it did happen. You know, like no, like doesn't encapsulate one specific incident, but it's like it's a myriad and like the summation of like a relationship between two people. So you know, it's real without being actually happened. It's symbolic metaphor of it.
There's so much information that is pretty much impossible to verify, because Alex is just not present on. But so you started talking to him around 2010, 9, somewhere around there, because he was just freely giving out his Skype, and you just decided to call one day. Do you remember how that initial call was with him?
Yeah, it was very cordial. We were just sitting around shooting the shit, and it wasn't like, you know, ragging on him. I remember it being just very cordial and very chill. You know, he was ridiculously nice. He was like you couldn't, yeah, it was just a very gentle soul. Like, and he I think I want to say he knew it. He was getting like he could roll with the best of them. I mean, I think he had seen about as much as everyone else had seen who had watched AVGN or like the Generation 1 YouTube video game reviewer scene. So like, you know, he had like seen an experience. He was watching experience them all, like taking them all in. Like he drew everything from AVGN, of course, and like just sort of, I guess, spoof, parody, nerd-spired, of course.
Nerd-spired, like, right, yeah.
Nerd-spired. But like AVGN was the main one. But he back in those days, I wouldn't say he was unreasonable. Maybe there were definitely times when he's like, I think maybe like the occasional comment here, there's like, oh dude, fuck you. You're just like, you know, he like every once in a while, I think you would be able to catch a comment from him. He was like, dude, fuck you. It's like, oh God, I just, you know.
Where he was going off the rails a bit, yeah.
Yeah, and you know, like sometimes he would just break character. Like if he was getting trolled, he'd be like, "Oh, I guess I am a plagiarist, ha ha ha," and then he would just break character like, it was just like even to him, he would go, "Oh, some days this stuff is just annoying," you know. He had to, he couldn't keep up he couldn't stay in character all the time.
No. I also noticed, like, on the topic of inspirations, there's also the irate gamer, and I saw that relationship over the course of like maybe 3 years quickly deteriorate, right? So in 2009, he seemed to be like a fan of Chris Boers, right?
Yeah, I think he was. Everyone was definitely aware of Chris Boers and kind of bitter. I do remember, for as much as like AVGN was like super popular, he didn't completely get his like, you know, real due until 2012, 2013. At least because not to like sidetrack a little bit, but James Rolfe, he still had like a deal with Screw Attack, and he was on Game Trip when they were assigned. People irate because he was like the most popular gamer on YouTube, and everyone just did like a lot of Gen 1s did not like him because the fact that it's like this guy's just kind of sort of simple, kind of goofy, but in a way that's sort of his charm. It's sort of kitschy in a way, and of course, and today's a different scene. But yeah, like Alex was definitely aware of irate. Everyone was, and I think he started. Yeah, like I think he started he took in a fair share of irate gamer, and a few times, like I guess he would maybe troll people. Like I think I have an annotation somewhere. Let me see if I can find it where he says like, I guess I'm an irate gamer ripoff now. I mean, this guy was like so flexible.
Oh, I remember that one. Yeah, you posted that on one of the Game Dude official things.
Where is it? 2012. Where the hell is it? Or maybe it's 2009. Oh, here we go. Okay, I think it was.
Yeah, I was like, I now call this channel an irate gamer parody. Now you can't complain about it, or something like that.
Yeah, that's it. That's. Guess you can't complain now, huh?
I can't recall, but did you upload the Facebook conversation that he had with Chris Boers?
I think I did. I do. I was looking through the videos last night, and they were and I think they were on private. I think I have that here. If it's which one? Okay, it would have been
2010, I think.
2010. All right, let's see. 2010. Oh, there's so much in the 2010 folder.
Yeah, but so, from my understanding, like, just looking at how it progressed, he seemed to be, like, kind of a fan of the irate gamer, and then, like, something happened, and then, like, he's just like, oh, man, the irate gamer's the worst, he's such a piece of shit, and he hated him over the course of, like, the...
He did, yeah. He really, I don't know what happened, and I should note for the record that Facebook, it might have been a fake because I did have a friend who ran a fake Chris Boars Facebook. That's back when on Facebook you could run it. It's the same Facebook that when Justin Carmichael took his own life, he said on the Facebook account, he says like, I didn't know him too well, but I was aware of his work, and it's like I don't know about him taking his own life because like I'm very spiritual, and there's something against taking your life before like your maker calls something like your maker calls you home to heaven or something like that.
Oh, that wasn't actually Irate Gamer?
That wasn't. No, it was a friend of mine. His name was Bjarni. He
okay.
I forgot his name. He also made videos too. He was based out of Europe. He also worked for Troma for a little bit, for a few years, and it was fun. And I forget what he did. Like at one point, he said something that apparently like made it like the would-be Irate Gamer Facebook group or his followers or people that friended him just like it pissed him it pissed them off and made him made them think like, oh, this guy has to be a fake because Chris Boars would never say. It's like, who's to say? Who the hell's to say?
So really uncertain if that was the real Chris Boars.
I think I knew. I think I knew in 2010. I don't know now. I forgot. Let's see. Chris Boars. Not to stir the trolls. I don't know. It's up in the air. I can't tell from the. I think I remember because the fake Chris Boars that my friend ran, it had that picture of it had an avatar of Chris Boars where he's like sitting with crossed legs with games around him croaking but the avatar for in the video like I talked to Chris Boars, OMFG, watch this, that avatar doesn't, I can't really see it clearly because Game Dude and diminished that.
Something else about that video is, like, for the first 2 minutes, it's just a repeat audio of him. I think it's him saying Chris Boars. Was that in the original? Where he's like, Boars and Boars and Boars.
Oh, yeah, Zapata. Yeah, like that's in my video, too. I don't know why he did that, but it's...
So that was all him.
Yeah, I thought that was something that Game Dude Official made, but he actually put that in his video?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Wow.
On the topic of, like, fake accounts... I personally, I don't have strong evidence, but I personally do believe that Twitter is his. Do you know, like, that Game Dude Twitter that I'm talking about?
The Alexander 4488?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a hard one to say. It could be, or I'm not sure, or it could be a troll account. I'm not sure, or it could be in one where they capitalized an I, so it's really Alexander 248, which a lot of people used to do on YouTube for to make phony username accounts to make it look like people were responding to stuff if people wanted to post as Irate Gamer, they would say the L capital or lowercase L Rate Gamer to make it look like it was an uppercase I, or no, uppercase I, and. I don't know. That's when I can't really. I don't know. I never thought to, because this was around Twitter was starting to take off, but I don't think too many people people were it was in its infancy still. It was barely out of its cradle and out of its diapers when that happened. So I can't speak to Twitter stuff mostly. So
I'll tell you what I think might make it not his. It's so 3 major things, right? It's that image. It's that image of him in the Donkey Kong video where he looks strange, right? He does, and I remember he had a conversation Asalieri, right? And he was telling him how much he hated that face. So it seems maybe unlikely he could have been maybe tongue-in-cheek about it and actually posted that face. Another element was the parents' rec room, which just seems insulting. Hey, it's like mom's basement kind of thing, right? The location was parents' rec room on his Twitter.
It is technically true, though. Like I said, it is. He was making videos out of his parents' rec room, but yeah, it is kind of a weird thing to advertise.
It does seem like a bit. Yeah. The last thing was it was made in December of 2009, and that was maybe a few months after trolls started getting in on trolling him. That's because a lot of the trolls and not they started coming in mid 2009, so that also seems like someone could have made that account.
It's possible. It's very possible because, that's 2009. And while Twitter was around back then, they hadn't. I think that was the same year they got the boost. I guess My Twitter history might be off, but they got a huge boost or a huge pivot after I want to say a South by Southwest presentation, and that's when it was yeah, it was still relatively unknown, but yeah, they were around back then. So it could have been a troll, it could have been him, who knows?
Right? Yeah, it's really hard because early 2009, it's easier to like verify what's real and what's not, but like with the whole Chris Boers and the Facebook, it gets a lot harder to find out what is and isn't like real, I guess. But it really helps that you guys are here to verify this, though. So for the theme songs, it was the first version of his theme songs was like he is the game cat, right? And then it became the slower like 70s theme one where it's wondering like what order of theme songs came out.
Like the first one, game dude like played on a band. The truncated one that was more like synthesized and like electronic,
Right.
to my knowledge.
Those were go ahead.
No, I was just saying from what I can remember. Yeah, the he's a dude on a mission. Yeah. That's the I think that was the second one.
And those were the only two ones, if I'm correct.
To my knowledge, yeah, I can't recall him doing a third one.
Did that cat ever like play any significant role? The one with the banjo, besides being in the music video.
I think it was just there. I think he just commissioned someone, or maybe he did it himself. Or if I had to guess, I'm sorry, I find myself saying that long. If I had to guess,
No, it's perfect.
That's something I do a lot too.
That's fine. That's completely fine because Game Dude is so mysterious. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And something I can say about the theme song is I have found the LinkedIn for the guy who did the first theme song. His name was Alan Wong Moon, and I'll post that. If you have a LinkedIn, you could maybe get in contact with him.
That.
Yeah.
Yeah, that name rings a bell. I definitely.
So yeah, still in 2009. Wow, there's just so much to cover. Like, because like the early Alexander was just setting up like who he was going to be later, because he just was not really changing in the kind of person he was. Like a big example of that would be the re-uploads, right? And Ian, I remember in your video you talked about how people like hated that. They were just upset that he kept uploading new versions of videos.
Yeah, like literally every time he would upload one, he would get criticized like multiple times from multiple people in the comments. And just, he would never stop listening. He just kept posting it over and over and over again. It was crazy.
And that was part of the inspiration for the Game Dude official channel, right?
That was my impetus for creating it. I just as a gag. That was me wanting to get in on, I guess, like the gold rush, the troll gold rush. So I yanked whatever on his channel at the time, which I think are probably like the closest to the originals. I went through my folder last night, which had not as many duplicates as I thought there were. There's a separate folder within the folder of all his reviews, and there's like one with. I had a revision folder with like 3 different variants in it, I think, for Sonic Riders. And Blinky, when I was going through your video, I'm like, I forgot about like the whole thing of the Brawl video. I'm like, oh, that's right. He did, and then he like Smash Kart or Mario review, and he just like bunches them all together. I'm like, Alex, that's not good. I know what you're trying to do. Just and then there was one. I forget which video it was. There was one that was like 4.5, maybe 5 minutes long, and then the edited version of that, or at least the one that I got, was like 1.5 minutes long. Like, trimming it, like, what's that gonna do? And then there's the ones where he would trim them down, re-upload them, and re-record stuff for it. It's like this guy. I mean, even George Lucas would tell him, "Dude, dial it the hell back." I think you're just. I think you're. I don't think you're even burning the fucking land.
Yeah, there's more cuts of every single Game Dude review than there is of Blade Runner.
So do you remember like the community reaction, like the comments? I know Ian was talking about how they were mass downvoted to discourage that, but he kept on doing it anyways. So how was everyone reacting to the continuous re-uploads, if you remember like any specific cases?
It's hard to remember specifically. I only like my general impression, which I think everyone's general impression was, it's like this guy just doesn't. This guy's just doing it. It's like, oh, do right or perfecting it. For a guy who's like using his jumping off point as AVGN and being nerd-spired and a parody. He just this is never a guy that was gonna get it right. I mean, it just just make the best you can and then be fine with it, And I think his genuine fans are like, this is just, any genuine fans that he had were probably just annoyed. And of course I was a fan by way of for the spectacle of it. It's like, what it makes no excuses for what he was and what he was doing. And so and that was part of the fun, I guess. I would just I would rip any new video as soon as he had it and put it on the channel, and I think I can't find them anymore, but I do remember Alex asking, I can't put enough quotes around don't quote, but where he probably asked me a few times, hey, do you have the original of this and that? And I can't help but think that maybe I just said just go pluck it off the channel, that's when I ripped it, and when you uploaded it, or I don't know, maybe I was in character mode. I'm like, yes, but I won't give it to you. It's media. I'm hoarding it, putting it in a vault or something I don't know. But even then, it's a bit hazy. If I had to imagine, it's just, I don't know. Yeah, it's just, I think it was starting to wear thin on people. And I think there were weeks on end or months on end sometimes where he would disappear, come back. Maybe he was doing real life. So as well as we would later find out, yeah, there was real life stuff, and he would, I guess, take breaks, and he probably, maybe at one point, I can't really determine the gaps in uploading or remember specifically, but yeah, he would be gone for maybe weeks, months on end, and then he would come back, and you think he would learn stuff oh no, maybe he was off kayaking, focusing on his studies or working. I do know his dad was a pharmacist who worked at No Frills, and he worked there, I think, time, and then I think he worked for a time. I remember me in 2013 in a call when he told me and a bunch of people about what had happened, the Alana stuff, and we asked and it might have been 2010, 2011, 2012, because we asked about construction. He's like, oh, I'm not really doing that anymore, that was just a thing, work same day, get paid same day, and yeah, it's hard to pinpoint his offline time.
Okay, so his dad was a therapist, or he worked at No Frills?
A pharmacist.
Pharmacist, yeah. I don't know why I said therapist, but because I got a few comments being like, oh, I saw videos of Alexander's dad being this crazy homeless guy. I'm like, I think that was a troll thing that Game Dude Official made, but
yeah. About that, I'm glad you brought that up. Around, just looking around, I don't know how I found this guy, but there's a channel on YouTube called Ted Is, and the story is actually really kind of next to the Sentinel CL stuff. I kind of wish maybe just hindsight is 2020, and maybe at the time I was just in character. And Ted Is God actually got in contact with me and then asked me stop mirroring his. He had some mental issues going on. He would record videos of him from a library. It's he was very religious, but I think he didn't have all his faculties. He's and for them and everything to try and nuke Ted. And Ted has been nuked. So he would be doing videos from libraries, or it looked like he was in, I want to say, a rented storage facility, but they weren't storage containers because they actually looked they had better insulated walls, and there was no reverberation and echo. And there was also times, I guess, he was out and about, and he was confronted by police because he was loitering on property, and the police were nice to him, but he was no, I've stayed my and what made it even more sadder is he would upload videos from, I guess, his wedding day, which had to predate the YouTube channel by about 10, maybe 15, 20 years. And just right away, I was able to put together just the story in my head, he's probably not married anymore. He's probably homeless half the time. And oh God, it makes my heart sink thinking about it. So I uploaded a few videos. And I love when you brought that up in the documentary. It's that wouldn't make sense because it's I'm American. It's well, I don't know if Game Dude Official, if he was still character day, it's what are you talking about? Canada is in North America. Do you not know geography or something like that? But,
fair point.
And he's police are harassing my dad, and I gave him the name Albert Nagelbatter. I don't know where I got that from, but Yeah, but I think some of his stuff is still online. I remember I mirrored some of Ted's videos, but it is like a soul crushing, depressing story. There's no real narrative to it apart from the one I just like sort of put together, connecting just being that like this homeless and in a bad way, and he's seen better days, and he might be off his medication, and I don't know where he is now. I hope he's not in a bad place. I hope he's okay. But that's another thing. Yeah, it's just like the Sentinel CL thing. That's God. When running that channel, that's something that hurts to think about. I'm like, oh, okay. Like, what the fuck was I thinking? You know, I know why I did it then, just to fuck around. And like Ted messaged me, just like remove those videos, and like, and I didn't say. I forgot what I said. I wasn't too disparaging. I think I think it was like, no, Dad, you need help, or something. Or, at least I hope I didn't say those in the DMs. I think I said those in the comments on the videos. But if I said those in the DMs, I just, my heart would sink. Is gonna sink again. But yeah. And I remember I had a conversation with Asa a while back where he was under the impression that I think that Game Dude's dad was a lawyer or something. And I'm like, really? Like did he tell you that? Because like he told me he worked at No Frills. His dad was a pharmacist and got him a gig there over summers or in between schools. And I think 2011, 12, he wants nothing to do with his parents given skin restoration. But he was like in the calls, oh, they robbed me. That's the same thing what he said. The Mai Tai can. Oh, that
spoke to you about that. Like, oh, he was talking about his foreskin. Like,
I remember I think 2009, 2010, one of the call. I do remember in a Skype call because I had discovered ED also discovered not long after where it's like, Alex, is that you posting the forum? He's like, no, that's not me. Oh, I guess he easily could have fell back on. It's like, no, that's just a troll. That's just a troll. And I love how everyone when we all discovered that there's like, oh, and like editing the comments to make sure. But as you know, when people quote comments and reply, the original comments is intact because it doesn't get edited in the quoted. And then eventually, I think it was 2013 or one of the 2013 2014 calls. I remember pressing him on it again. He's like, yeah, that was me. He owned up to it eventually, and it made sense with the stuff with the videos he was posting. But it's like, no, they robbed me. Like he was I think he read up on how there's maybe a little more like sensitivity in the glands in your genitals, like if you have a foreskin. And he's just like, I was robbed of something so much more. It's like, well, dude, if you have a functioning penis and Alana fucking like, drained you so many times in bed, what do you got to worry about? You got laid. You got pussy, bud. She fucked you. Maybe there was love at one point, but she did. Yeah, she chipped your bones.
Oh, I thought they never even went that far.
Honestly, I was under the impression. Maybe he mentioned again. I hate that I'm saying I'm going off memory. I was under the impression they banged a handful of times, maybe less than a handful of times. I'm willing to round up just for the sake of like cutting him a break and saying, you know what, they banged a dozen times probably. And of course there's the. I mean,
I'm willing to bet they did based on the sheepman conversation.
Probably, yeah. And of course there's the story that he was floating around. She said, yeah, I think she slept with me just to shut me up, which now like I'm rethinking that entire thing because I thought that was like Alex was referring to the first time that Alana and him like were going steady, hanging out and hooked up. It's like, no, all these years, like, but now with like Blinky, you could probably correct me on this. I feel like after watching your video, and like I never even considered that might have been she slept with him like in 2011 or 2012 or just to shut him up, because now like I hadn't even considered that. I'm like, and now I don't know if it hooked up at all. Like,
I think that he said that he agreed to sleep with her so that she would stop asking him about it, and then they didn't go that far because Alana's mom came into the room or something.
Right,
that's right. Oh yes, that's right. I forgot about that. Man, God. Oh Jesus, God, poor Alex. God, he never fucking like talk about Saved by the Bell. Mom coming in to save the day.
So before we get into the Alana, I kind of want to just like close out like the reviewer arc, because I understand that he really just like made a drastic change in his content whenever he really met Alana. So looking at the Wayback Machine, right? I noticed that Alex would sometimes wipe his entire catalog of videos, save for like a Sonic 2006 review.
Yes.
If that's
Yes.
correct.
Yeah. He would either delete, private. I don't know if he ever unlisted anything. I don't even know if unlisted was a function back then. But yeah, he would wipe a lot of his channel, and then of course because he's always re-uploading, I guess he didn't care if about the views or not. It's just like all the kids like about revising and perfection. So that was practically a tradition of his practice of his that he would always wipe, and then he just would wipe en masse into the entire thing except for I don't know Sonic 06. Maybe he saw the Sonic 06 Gold Rush. Everyone like a few years after it came out, it's like it's horrible. So it's hard to say, hard to know.
So like pretty much everything, but like maybe one video, but like he would just go on a spree. It wasn't like I guess sporadic. Like this video was just like okay, everything gone, re-upload everything gone, because you were talking about moments where he would be offline, then he will come back on and just like okay, refresh.
Yeah. It's a fresh start. Like in his mind, it seems like he demonstrated in the past. He just, I don't know. It's hard. It's just I feel like if we were to put him under an X-ray or something, or something to monitor his brainwave activity, it lights up like a Christmas tree. Like it goes from one area to the other, like refresh, lather, rinse, repeat, perfect, revise. I don't know. It was in a continuous loop, like rarely stopping.
Yeah. So like mid 2009, trolls. I mean, like I guess trolls has a different definition today because people are really aggressive with these kind of creators nowadays. But back then, it was just more for jest, from my understanding. Did you ever know, like, I guess, speak to a Paul Van Hindenburg, the person who made those animations?
Oh yeah. I'm actually. It was run by like 2 or 3 people. I'm actually friends with them to this day. Like the. And I found a few of what was it called? Extra something it was just the animations where you just have dude. I love the little mustache that he always had, and then he would just do a little dance. But yeah, like one interview, I think it's on the Game Dude channel. It's from a long time from one of the guy, Paul von Hindenburg. His name is Callus. His name was Cal. Like the, pardon me, the British guy, and I actually used part of that in like sort of a condensed, a condensed quote in the Vanishing of the Game Dude trailer. And everyone was going. It's like I don't think you're hard pressed to find someone who genuinely wanted to who hated or wanted to hurt Game Dude or Alex. Like most of it, just like just sort of like poking him or just going not touching you, or just like maybe like sort of putting like the equivalent of putting a piece of tape with a piece of tape on his back, like, kick me, or instead of it saying troll me.
That's how people were fans of Alex, pretty much.
Yeah, that was one of the ways to enjoy it. And at that point, around 2009, there had been people in the scene trying to make a name for themselves, like that would sort of break under the pressure, or just like have a good head on their shoulders about it. I mean, that wanted to be game review, but just could not handle trolls, and it would just who is it? SC17 handled some of it pretty well. I mean, that guy was like, I would have to go. I can't remember if that guy ever lashed out at trolls. That guy was just riding high. The guy had like 500 subscribers, 5 years, and like he had 50,000 subscribers. And there was another one comes. I mean, Spax 3. Talk about like a guy who tried to make stuff, but he was a cult. Of course, he was a cult personality in himself. So he probably. I would, like by comparison to someone like Spax, like Alex handled a little better than someone like Spax 3 will. There, of course, is in 2012, 2013 when the shit would start to hit the fan. Like there was really fucking went for it. Really like, fuck it, I'm gonna cross. I'm gonna fucking go there. But until then, like Alex would get skeeved. Like I said, sometimes characters like, oh, these freaking idiots. It just was. He would abandon like because I'm a clone parent. I'm like, oh, and like it really doesn't pay to do this. I don't know why sometimes, but then that subsides and then he's just back to normal.
So that makes a lot more sense. Like the Game Deals interview was really framed in like kind of being against Alex, but also view is kind of being framed in not a not so serious way and more focusing on his infamy. There's so much around Game Deals I do want to talk about. If you remember that video.
I do remember the video. I thought that video was pretty okay. I mean, it was just conversation. It was a conversation with him as a as a regular guy, and like it wasn't like trying to, it wasn't like some sort of TMZ thing where it was just a genuine conversation with the guy, and I think that affirmed in like many people's eyes, like, dude, he's like pretty down to earth, and he's just fooling around online, and he doesn't mean any ill will. Maybe he goes off the rails in comments sometimes, but don't we all? Who hasn't?
Well, in that video, they were also talking about like him fucking the sheep, and at the end, they also said, "You don't mind if we frame this video in a way that makes you look like really bad." So there was a lot of the interviewer seemingly being against Alex, but like kind of like to troll him, like it didn't really come off as too mutual in respect, I guess.
Oh, that. Well,
I mean, I have talked to that guy, and
oh yeah,
he was kind of prodding Alex a little bit. He did kind of say he was a douchebag, but like he said that like he came in before as a customer before he even started doing the game reviewing thing, and he was like a nice guy. It's just that it was kind of just all in good fun, kind of prodding a little bit.
Right.
Yeah,
oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, even then, like I don't think I was aware. I mean, I did see that in your video, Blinky. Even then, like handled himself pretty well. No signs of like him. I think like Buck. No, like the he's not the hyper super energy nerds like all the time. Then that just means he's just I don't know. It's like it was pretty interesting. It was like Game Dude in the wild, essentially. That's when that video came out, and even if it was framed to maybe poke fun at him, I mean, he kind of did as well.
You did.
Yeah, I gotta give him. I give him credit for that.
So also, I spoke to Asa, right? That's the name, right?
Yeah.
And he told me that he well, Game Dude potentially met Alana in Game Deals, and you might know more about that.
Oh, that's maybe, possibly. I feel like because I forgot. I know they met on a. What was it called? Tag in Game Dude, because I don't know how Alana would be into something like games. I mean, like from what you said, she's a lawyer. She has her degree. She looks like the kind of person who DS and played Brain Age or something, or Puppies or Kittens or those kinds of games.
Well, based on her box art reviews, it didn't seem like she knew a whole lot about what she was talking about.
do.
God of War. Do.
Oh, one brief story about the box art. It won't take long. I don't want to. I'll try not to derail it. But back when YouTube used to do open annotations on stuff,
I remember this video. I know what you're about to talk about.
Yeah, there was a feature where you can fan created annotations, and who suggested it to me? It was running GDO with, and said it's like, yeah, let's do it. Let's open it so people could submit, and it's just literally so much. I don't know if that still works anymore, but and I remember. Like that was an interesting little interactivity thing people did. Like there was some of my favorites were the Bible Man, which was a show about a who lost his way, but he becomes a superhero. His name's Bible Man, and he fights this green goblin hobgoblin. And he's like, no, and people would just put annotations all over the place. And so we had the idea to put that on the video, and it was. Oh God, the one I remember right off the top of the video, someone said like, oh Alana, is either Game Dude Alana, I'm gonna beat that soft A, that N word. It was wild. It was so nuts.
Okay, so now we can, I guess, start like transition to the Alana. I guess to close out the game, like the reviewer section. when did you notice that transition from reviewing games to more Alana or like just experimental videos? If you can like maybe a year or something.
Um, hmm. I would have to say probably, well, 2000, I think, if 2008, 2008, 2009, maybe, possibly 2010, because like I always upload, or as I'm looking through the folders here, they're at least in the 20 folder, I'm seeing more videos where he's just recording himself with a hoodie on, like he did a rant like on the Ira game, or do you like this better? There's a few commentary vids, there's a few revisions and response, but I think it's 2010. It seemed like I start to notice the shadows of something, like maybe something happening or change slowly starting. Maybe I can't really put on my finger on it too much. Oh, actually, is this it? Yeah, Blake, I have mentioned because I comment on your video last night. When your documentary, when Alex made the comment,
Right.
like, you're too pretty, stop doing it. Here's the screen caps.
Oh yeah.
Because when I saw you mention those in quotes, I'm like, wait a minute, I might have those, and I ran to my folder, and I'm like, sure enough, there they were.
You cracked my computer screen with your gorgeousness. I love it.
Oh man, well, what a flirt.
Wow, I quoted those perfectly. Wow.
Yeah, you had photographic memory on that one, and the one that you mentioned, that the screen cap that I put in my trailer for Vanishing of Game. Yeah, you summed it up to a T. You had like it was like maybe a few lines longer, but yeah, you got it. You got it, dude.
So this is a question for like both you and Ian. I noticed like to just preface this, I noticed in 2008 in the DigiPress forums, he had a catalog of 29 episodes. But as the years went on, he rarely introduced any new episodes. Was Game Dude just like constantly revising like videos and then like maybe every couple of months releasing something new, or what was like the flow of that?
In 2010, I'm looking in my folder for it. I see a Blinks revision, which came out, or I downloaded in January 2010. So, and there was a version of the Bill and Ted video, which also in January 20 actually was downloaded same day within a few minutes of each other. So, but from the looks of it, there was like many responses to Alana box art videos. There was a Bubsy revision. That's 3. There's Sonic Heroes that he cut so many of those. So yeah, he did the one on the Donkey Kong Country Returns, and he did Don't Fuck with Jack and Daxter, me kicking ass at Mario 2. And yeah, it seems like there were fewer revisions, or there were more revisions than there were new videos. I don't even know if he did one this year, but then again, I have a folder. Oh, where the hell did I pull it? Game Dude. Oh, Game Dude mostly unrevised. So
Yeah, for me, on the Game Dude official account, you have the the Ratchet and Clank review up. Do you know how long it was after he made that you posted it? Because that's like my best indication of when he stopped posting in like late 2012.
Let's see. Ratchet and Clank Size Matter. Where did I put it? Okay, so for some reason, I put all of the reviews like just to have them consolidated. And oh wait, no, that's the Donkey Kong 15. Oh, I'm starting to experience shell shock or flashback at the madness that was cataloging all this stuff.
Yeah.
So because I didn't know whether to just put all of the reviews in one folder just to have them there, but it probably would have made sense for me to put them in the yearly folders. But Al the cheating, don't tug my heart. Just okay. Game Dude, okay, so I have it in the 2012 folder. I downloaded it Sunday, December 16th, 2012. Actually, you know what?
Okay, that's when it says it's posted on Game Dude official, because I'm looking at it right now.
Okay, all right. So if I had to guess, if not same day, same month, or mid-December, if the dates are different between Game Dude official and I'm looking at the properties, it says modified at. Oh god damn! I have this. I downloaded this at 3:33 a.m. on December 16th, 2012. God damn! You know, I used to jokingly say to my friends, it's like when I told them I was Game Dude official, it was like, dude, like, how do you have all this stuff? And I'm like, you know that thing called a life? Have the exact opposite of that, and that's how Game Dude Official was born.
Okay, yeah, that helps my understanding. And so the way I kind of like see like the earlier versions, the earlier iterations, is they had like the Nerd Spired, right? That was like the first versions of them, if that's correct.
Yeah, Oh, the very first one, yeah, in the Barbie, it said I'm looking at it, it says inspired by the nerd, and then he just shortened it to nerd spired.
And then he deleted that altogether in the later iterations.
Yeah, I think he realized it just didn't.
People,
I
like,
guess it.
yeah, me put him still.
Yeah, I think he. Forgive me, I'm through like the first reviews I have of him. It said nerd, and yeah, he just did away with. It was kind of poor to guess as to just that because he was trying to think, but like the nerd spire, it was gone, and he just kept about like recutting, making, inserting, removing, add, subtracting, and it was just yeah, like still did that. He did because around that time, it just seemed like he was moving on to more stuff. Like, every now and then, like I said, he would post stuff, or stuff would turn up that he starred in from Vancouver Film School. Or I assume from Vancouver Film School, or his friend, and he had a group of friends. I think were probably doing the same thing. It's like, hey, let's make movies or do projects. I think I want to believe, or at least if there was a biopic of Game Dude, just write a scene where some to do this. You're not like there's a teacher says like, I understand you want to do like these videos, but I don't really think they contribute anything. I mean, they demonstrate your editing skills and what you're passionate about, but this isn't like you have to do a project that we assign to you, like a subject, and then go and do it. You can't just keep submitting these. I feel like he tried to submit these numerous times. If the DM that one guy sent me was in his class is to be believed. Yeah.
And yeah, like besides the additional channel that could be his, right? Of the continued revisions went up until 2012, where like to that.
I forgot about until I do remember time, and yeah, that seemed like I feel like he set up another channel, and he just, if he's willing to delete entire channels now based on that. I just I don't know why. Maybe he was gonna maybe he thought about turning the channel into something else later, or just have a channel stuff, but he just store stuff on private or unlisted.
And so whenever like I was speaking to Asa, right, he brought forward the idea, like, because you guys actually spoke to him, that it was more of just like a bigger aspect of Alexander. Maybe he was paranoid or something, right? Like, and always wanted like this kind of perfection where he would take any criticism that anyone was levying towards any video and he would apply that to a revision, right? So if anyone was like, I hated this segment, he would just scrape that off, and eventually like it became his revisions, from my understanding, became bastardized versions of the original, where a 15-minute video would be like a minute 47 seconds.
That he did what I would used to call where he would play like a 1/1 trillionth of a second and then pause, and then like a minute and a half of stuff, and then another half a second pause, and it went on forever and ever and ever. Eventually down the line, like I want to say 2011, 2012, sometimes I guess there would be sometimes he couldn't be arsed to sit through a whole video and pause and play, so he would just do text commentaries. People who would say stuff. It's like, oh, it's ripped off from the nerd, or ripped off, quote unquote, word for word from the nerd, or any other reviewers. It's like, okay, that is identical. I may fix that. And then other times he says like, oh, not identical enough. There's no need to. He's like, no, it's a very, like, there was no metric to it. He was very fast and loose with like just the criticism. And I feel like half the time it was just like troll videos, and the other half was genuinely serious video, and like any criticism. I mean, I want to say he took some well, but I don't know if he really applied it. I think it was just a temporary, a moment of temporary lasting that he just, I don't know. It's weird. I want to say he was like drifting other thing, or it seems like he would have moved on at this point, but he's like, no, I'll just like still do them, still revise, do commentaries for fun. But then he was doing the face cam commentaries sometime, face commentaries and rants, and I don't know. It's he was still hung up on it. He still couldn't fully leave it behind.
Right, and I this is just like purely your opinion from here. Like this question is, what do you think it says about Alexander or anyone who takes that much criticism to mind? Right, that obsession. Like, what do you feel that says about Alexander?
I feel he's just a hyper, just kind of some of the time he gets it, and he's just maybe not an aggressive personality, but just a hyper personality about it. It's like, dude, are you okay? It's like da da da. He just disregards and maybe he listens some of the time, but as the day, it seems that sometimes they're just go in one ear, out the other. You know, and it's a bounce between when real moments of clarity, actually listen and do something, to just not being able to or move on, or just like, or apply this. It's actually like, if A equals C this, then maybe try like move some of the letters or move numbers around. But it's just old habits die hard. You a slave to those. It's like it's safe to play it safe and do it. Just revert back. It's like a cook nightmares where it's like to change something further, and they're like the opening night, everything good, but still somewhat of a stubborn bastard. He just immediately starts putting stuff to heat up microwave. Right? I was like, Alex, what the hell are you doing? Like, come on, man. It's like, no, it's just no. Absolutely not. Bus cadets all the Mario must be in one video.
Well, what that like? Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I'm sorry. I feel like I'm going around, and it's just, it doesn't hurt my brain, but it becomes so much of a blur trying to deconstruct. Like, I feel like there's dozens and dozens, hundreds of answers to like why Alex is the way he is, and even though all those answers are true, I always feel the need to like, is it just one or the other? It's like the game dude, like his condition, like just osmoses itself onto you. And it's like, is it this one or this? It's the game dude method.
I was going to say, like, Alex's method is very much hyperfixating and going around in circles and everything. Like, if you watch his like beach rants or anything, he says the same thing like 50 million times. And so, yeah, I mean, it helps to have that type of analysis when I guess you're talking about him.
Well, I mean, yeah, on that topic, like, it could be through Skype or whatever. Would you find him like obsessing about things in the same way, like in the revisions about himself? Would you ask you like, man, should I fix this? And not even just like relating to Alana, but just like anything and like relating to his life or advice.
Not that I remember. Maybe a few times. I don't think he was. He always like percent. He was never all about talking shop. So whenever Skype, those are most, as you could say, chill, or the closest to chill that he could possibly have. And like, he talking shop, and he wasn't too. I don't know. It's almost like the Alex of Two Worlds. I'm not saying he's like schizophrenic, but I don't know. He could be a scanner dark. Like both two sides of his brain can be for each other, or there's another soul inside of his mind, like trying to. It's always there, waiting to take over, like a Tyler, but for.
Yeah, it's like Alex and Game Dude is the Tyler Durden, and then Edward Norton. But
okay,
we're the all-seeing pussy wuss of the world.
All right, perfect. And now we can just like talk about Lana. I think we covered everything about like Game Dude, really, like his revisions, his uploads, his process. Oh man, now like the really crazy stuff. So, when was the first time he mentioned Alana to you?
I don't know if he ever mentioned Alana about it. My mind's blurring on this one. I think he just for. I want to say he started with those videos, BioShock and the God of War 2. Our reviews like, yeah, like I if there was some grand announcement, but at some point came in that so I have a girlfriend, her name's Alana. It's like, oh, would it be, and I think wouldn't it be fun to include you in the videos? And she's silly, off the cuff cover art. That's disgusting. I'd say culturally insensitive gargoyle in the Kratos wore a skirt. It's not a skirt. It's not a skirt. It's a kilt. Get out of you.
So something I noticed about the whole like inclusion of Alana is, I mean, like in various videos, he just used his channel like as a way to really like anchor his personality and to feel like he had something. Whether it was that drunk video, singing his theme song, including Alana, he was like, "Yes, I'm a YouTuber," kind of thing.
No, yeah, I agree. I would say, like what guy wouldn't like who has I wouldn't know who had a modicum of e-fame said like modicum of e-fame. What YouTuber would not like? Yeah, like here's and she does, like she's a okay, like review these bucks, baby, I guess you could say in a dissection, maybe in a true Hollywood where he's like got a going a girl, or coming up game.
Hold up, I think you're breaking up quite a bit. I think your internet's.
Yeah, I see my. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry about. I don't know why, but it's like I keep seeing seeing it dropped around. I'm sorry about that. I don't know how to. Let me see. Let me see if I can close some stuff.
No worries, no worries.
But this is drive me up the wall. I don't know why. I guess it was just if I had to guess for him to show off, just to show off that girl, and why not, and but not really in a casual way.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. I mean, it was early, and I guess he seemed like the kind of guy that really wanted to have that for himself, right?
Yeah, definitely, and don't we all? Doesn't everybody?
Oh yeah, I mean, I can relate to that, honestly.
Yeah, they're Alex is relatable in like in many ways. You know what I mean? Like I can't say I would make the dinosaur video or the beach vlogs, but I feel like we've all been lost in some way like that in our lives. So.
Oh yeah, I do have a lot of empathy for him. I mean, I also can't defend a lot of his actions, but at the same time, like I don't like hate the guy or anything like that.
I can understand the we've all been there. Teens in our the dinosaur video, like maybe, but like at some point, like that, and it was like all this shit from about wolves and 15 rolls around, everything gone. Like kind of, it could have been worse. Like internet. It doesn't when it comes to breakups, but he I'm just it's everything happened the way they did, but I'm glad it wasn't that worse,
I actually do have a bit of a question about the dinosaur video. So I remember him commenting that his roommate told him to do that or something back when he first posted it, and then later on his roommate like attacked him with a frying pan and he ran away and became homeless. And I heard that like he couldn't like film while he was at home around that time because of his roommates or something. So whenever he would talk to people on Skype or whatever, he'd go to like a place with free Wi-Fi, like Starbucks or a coffee shop or something like that.
I remember this, yes. And he said he would pitch a tent outside.
Yeah, it's safe to assume like the videos that were outside might have been like half the time at some place, and he might have been like half homeless time, which is just really kind of sober, and just had nothing to do. And I remember that is detailed in the blog. I need to get that to you guys. Let me see where is it? 2014. Yeah, 2014, March to May. Actually, there was only okay, how much it has this? So what I'll do is I'll post 6 to 7. Okay, so I'll now these images, they look really tiny, but they're taking forever. Now they look really tiny, so when you open these, rather when I was first capping them, I doing like like screen grab, but it was so just got an extend, it captured the entire page. So they look, you really got to zoom in like all the way, like crystal clear, like so they won't become blurry when you zoom in on them.
Okay.
So, okay, this is the first. It's taking its sweet ass time to for what I remember, and I believe he details it in these blogs. I haven't read these blogs long time, but from what I remember, his roommates were just fed up, just whatever the hell was going. Like, why are cops coming to the house? What is this shit? Like, Alex, maybe he. If I had to like add another guest to that, he would like record videos like super quiet, but even like the whole house, and that's probably if I did. That's why he probably went out mooch off of Wi-Fi to do all those videos and talk online.
Well, on that topic, how often do you think you would talk to Alex on Skype and such?
Honestly, I think my yearly thing. It wasn't. I think I have I have a dozen calls with him recorded somewhere, but I don't know. It might be half that. Honestly, had I known, I would have hit him up more often. And like the last one I remember having, I think it was in 2014. What he did is he took everyone on his Skype and added one giant call. There must have been like 30 to 50 people, maybe more. It was a lot. Everyone was in, it's game, dude. He's off his goddamn rocker. And there were people who were pathetic saying, like, I think they were more or less up to date on what was happening, or just then catching up. And it was just a sad thing to see. Like, and I was saying to people in there, it's like, I would say the same, but like me and I told him last year, don't do this shit to, don't contact her. Just, throw yourself at the mercy of the court and you'll probably get a reduced sentence. Like if the charges go through or just not do. And here are, all right. And here's the remaining. I don't know. I feel bad about this too. I don't know why I didn't put these years ago. I always meant to. And for the longest time, I assumed someone else had to have capped them. And it turns out I felt like at least me or 5 other people probably had them. Other people, if people did cap them, they were just sitting on a hard drive somewhere waiting to be seen again, like 20 years. So I guess better than ever. But your documentary, you mentioned there's like sort of three or 4 narrative frames. There's the Mai Tai confessions. There is the video where it's the picture of the pier, and it's like which I believe last I said, or it was uploaded like right after the trial and the case was thrown out. And this blog I think like helps like sort of like it helps. It just kind of goes on and on. It's War and Peace length tech.
Yeah,
and
I remember reading this back in the day. It was crazy.
Yeah, it's more or less the stuff, but if anything, it's it's a peek into his soul and his madness, and like to take a police blotter or a cork board together, like it helps clarify because he does some stuff with the roommate. Mentions how like his Lana like shared, they were kind of in a group. And all that came crashing down. A lot of them just sympathize with the law, and I don't blame them because Alex just fucking crazy, would not take advice. And I'm sorry to that, but I'll back. I'm rambling. I don't mean to ramble, but there's blog posterity.
Just thank you so much.
This is all very good.
Thanks so much for the blog. I've been looking for this for a while.
Yeah, it's so lengthy. Yeah, but you're saying War and Peace, like, man, so you can definitely testify to this being obscenely long without exaggeration.
Yeah, and he it's like we were about his mind is just like, well, it's a pattern. It's almost like how he did like his process. The Game Dude met his videos, lather, repeat, but it's not really lather, rinse. It is sort of, honestly, it's the same here. Lather, repeat, like drive these point home. You have to believe me. And I would tell him in these calls, like, and it's like, will not care about that. Do not mention any of, and on the off chance this went to trial, like if it trial, which is never going to go to trial. You would 12 jurors to see past that, if at all. And it's just it's just not going to. Honestly, for like, it could have been a hell of a lot worse. But maybe it's best that this whole thing and he claimed that like Alana take the stand and she just like ran out of the court and ran out of the courtroom and the case was, and Alex was really bitter about that because he didn't get to tell his side of the story. And like, you know what? That's
Oh
a
my.
blessing. That's not even silver. I don't know if there's such thing as a platinum lining. I'd say that's a platinum lining. That's the bill you're gonna get. And who knows where he went, because all over the place during like in between 2012 to 2015, because like he mentioned going to Mexico and like 14, like, oh, I don't know, he thought of going off or like being like after it was like that charges would be filed, because like he thought about going to South Africa for some reason. It's like okay, I mean, if you just need some time, just go. Like, you think? Don't do that. And going to Egypt, this was back where there was still relative rest in Egypt. I remember 2012, 2013, there was a war back in Egypt. And I remember saying, you want to go to Egypt? The bloodshed at this time of year. And he do like, and apparently he said he went to Mexico, as seen it. He says he went to Mexico. Lada, baby, I went in California in Disneyland. And I remember and him on there saying, he's like, oh, Mexico. Oh, if he doesn't fucking, if he doesn't get, the Zeta cartel will probably get him at the time, because they were up. And then the time he said he wanted to go to China, and I think, I don't know why, but at the time there were like student protests going on in China, and I don't know if factor in it, like, Alex, to these places where or you want to go to places where there's going on. I don't think there was anything going on in South Africa. He expressed interest in it, but it was just weird. I guess the further the better of starting a new life.
Yeah.
Okay. So through you spoke to him like bi-yearly through Skype. How did Alex change during the courses of those conversations to you?
Well, he was, I don't know. Well, for me, 2014 was he got in contact with a few friends, and he was just like we thought things were hunky dory. Like, I'm just I was under the assumption like in a hefty while, all them uploaded by that time, or no, 2013. I'm sorry, 2014 is when it all went wrong again. But 2013, kind of a blind spot. He would upload stuff, but there wasn't much movement going, and I don't think I uploaded all that much on Game Dude Official. Like, just like I think I on stuff. And I'm like, he might be gone. Maybe I felt like they do, or kind of fucked off from the internet. He's probably, I don't know, maybe he got caught like he found doing. It's like, and he got out. He got one ending where he went through. He was on. There were a few skirmishes, but you know what? Other personnel. He got out. He is like ribbon and stuff. Rolls around and he hops up and he's telling shit like him and Alana. I don't know, like his man. I question how he said the open relationship is narrow. I always saw it down. Him and Alana didn't know how to communicate with each other. More so, and Alana actually said in the deposition video, it's like, I've been autistic or have Asperger's on the spindra. He probably probably hyperdose of ADD, but it was just, it's really easy, the story. It's like, no, but like, yeah, how he would hang out around her place. He's like, go talk to me. Why didn't you tell me you were hooking up with this guy? It's like, oh boy, this turned into Berg's Fear Fast, or just some like just thriller obsessive lover who can't get over stuff. And it was fucking wild. Up until that point, I had no evidence. I just thought generally it's like living the best life. He got out. YouTube, I did nothing. And he productive life. Turns out he's still hung up on a lawn, and he's coming to us saying stuff, and it's a severe case, like, you know, first sight, love, like first impression, everlasting impression. She took my or it's just like, Alex, like, what's going on? You know, she thinks I'm a stalker, and it's like, thanks, which is like, or you exhibit you have all the markings of a stalker. So that's some legal counsel. Pretty rough. He sold a lot of Blinky in your video that he or what was that he had a video showing off his action. I have that video. It's like about 5 minutes long.
Oh,
I don't.
awesome.
Yeah. Of his collection, he sold a lot to try and win Alana back. Like, he bought her a dying and claimed to have given it to her. It's like, here, take the ring, take this. Like, oh, you doing? What are you doing? It was so hard to sit. Well, it wasn't. It was just, oh my god, this is.
It was I was talking to Joon on the last call about that. My theory was that after he got the ring back, he probably sold it and used that money to travel around the world. Do you know if that's true at all?
It's possible. He sold more or less, I think, everything he owned. He sold his entire. He had a truck, $1,000 way back when, which he apparently for $1,000 said, I got a deal. So who knows where the money went? And at that point, like, his roommates were getting pretty pissed off because, like, the cops came one time and they're trying to figure out, like, what the hell? What the fuck is this? What the hell is going on, Alex? It's like, oh, this is like everyone, his roommates, his friends, like he was spiraling without, like, he had like a reality distortion field, oblivious to the reactions of everyone around him. And all of his friends collectively decided that he needed to go because, like, what the hell is this? Why is this a regular thing? Why are there police reports? Why is stuff like, he's waiting outside. Like, he likes to claim that, well, Alana and I don't live too far apart, and we're at, like, intersections where we used to travel and go to school and to work.
Yeah.
So of course I'm going to see her, as you'll see demonstrated with I want to say, did he use Cinema 4D for that one, for like the little, I don't know. Oh my god, it's a weird forensics thing, and
Yeah.
it was just so crazy and rambling. He wants to believe so desperately that he's right. I believe that he believes it, but no one else. That doesn't mean everyone else should believe it.
I remember a specific instance. Sorry to interrupt you. In the dinosaur video, right? He said, and it just sticks out to me so much. He was like, "I wasn't stalking her. I was following her. Big difference." A big disconnect through the entire thing.
It's like, oh yeah, and it's this mission. He must have thought he was Harrison Ford in The Fugitive. He was a man on a mission out to prove the truth, and he's like, you know, I did not stalk her, and everyone else going, I don't care.
One of my favorite quotes from the dinosaur video is, "She called me a psychopath, but she didn't tell me to go away."
Oh yes. On that topic, right? Is he kept referencing, like, she told me through her body language, but she didn't say it, right? And then later in the video, be like, she's telling me to go away, but I had to just confront her. Like, you know what I mean? There was no understanding any way. There was no line that she could have, like, you know, told him to go away that he would fully understand. It was just excuses, and he would just keep pushing the bar. It's like, well, she didn't physically push me away. She just told me. And then, like, oh, well, she pushed me, but, she wasn't serious about it because she really loves me. Like, the insanity just kept on pressing on.
Yeah, it's just, he would never take no for an answer, and if not that, no means yes, or no is just an antonym or a synonym for yes.
Hate is love. That's something else that stands out.
Yeah, hate is inverted love. I remember that quote too.
Hate is inverted love, you know.
Did you ever, like, speak to Sheepman? Do you know who that was?
I did not. That's to me, that's where the whole thing came out of nowhere. 2013, 2014, when all this shit started to come to light. Alex sent me, I think. Let me find the video. I did a compilation. What was it? June 7th. Oh god, music I put on this video. Good. It's from 82 megs. Goddamn. So. Yeah, out of nowhere, Alex sends me these messages like, "You motherfucker!" I think he thought I was Sheepman. I'm like, what is going on? What the hell is going on? So I do some digging around. I guess it's not that hard to find because I feel like while this stuff was coming out, this wasn't like, like everyone didn't like drop everything to say like, yo, game dude, shit happening. Oh man, a big one. Everyone like we're going to war. And so he sends me all these, or he's like, what the fuck? Why did you do that? Like, dude, that's not me. That's not like, what the hell is going on?
I re-uploaded that video that you posted. Let's see if I can find it, and I'll just link it in the chat. But yeah, it's the one where he accuses you of doing that.
Is the same one where at the end the images of Alana like send it to official? Because
no, this is a different one. This is the one where I think it was called Game Dude accuses me of ruining his relationship.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just linked that in the chat.
All right, God, I forgot about it too. That's how I forgot about it.
Okay, so now we're getting... Oh, go ahead.
Just gonna say, yeah. So yeah, these are the same ones. I think I just did one. I'm talking. I'll throw in here. It's more or less the same. It's just a montage of stuff that I think of just set to like some somber music. And
is that the messages between you and Alex?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, okay. That's what I was looking for. That one. That's the one where I first heard about him going to Mexico because he said it in those messages.
Well, he said in the blog, like there's one of the where he details all of his email, and so circulating. He's like, hey, Alana, hey, Alana, doing. I hope you're doing good as this stuff. It's like, I hope, and then like, a month will go by, and it's like, well, you have to realize the reason why I did that is because you were being cold to me, and I don't know. It's like, you were being with your illogical logic, like Asalieri used to do, and he just was like, okay, well, I got that out of my system. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I won't do it anymore. And then more time passes, like, even though you have to admit, you did kind of do it. And Alana was just getting all this stuff, probably sent to her spam folder. She probably marked him to go all the fucking spam. It just did not help him. And he was sending this to her when like I think the whole process was starting to take shape of her, like, calling the cops. Like she filed reports that he kept emailing and phone calling her, everything, just would not fuck off. And it's just, yeah, again, it's the game dude method, like, lather, rinse, repeat. You keep going, you keep going, you keep going. Like he's on a quest. Like this was a quest to be proven right, and
pure obsession. Pure obsession.
It's just fanatical.
So this is going to be a question for both you and Ian, right? And just by the contents of it, just by what it is, what are your thoughts about the dinosaur video? What does that tell you about just a person making that? And Pellswick.
Do you want to go first, Blinky?
I just remember when it first came out. I think it came out after the first video, and my mind was just like his mind just must have snapped. That was my first like initial gut reaction. Like, this guy is like far gone. Yeah, like I think it just it has kind of like, I guess, a Christian quality to it, in the sense that, like, Christian kind of does that thing where he'll explain things through toys or something. Like it's sort of a sign of, I think, developmental kind of issues, and combined with just pure obsession and insanity.
Yeah, it just having somewhat of like a front row seat, or like having talked to, like, in 2013, 2014, like I want to say I had a 2 or 3 calls with Alex, like over those 2 years, and then just seeing this shit unfold and him posting the stuff online, and it's just, I'm not surprised, but at the same time, I think the only words that would come to my mind are he is lost. He like his muscle. I mean, I'm not surprised, but at the same time, I'm like, God damn, like, what existence is this? This is not a world. This is not an existence. But this is where he wound. It's such a sadness, and he needs to prove it. I mean, I think a question that probably couldn't be answered. Like a rhetorical question that Alex could probably answer when he shouldn't. It's like, Alex, who are you trying to convince, dude? He's trying to convince everyone, but like he may seem already convinced, but he's trying to he wants to convince himself. He wants the whole world to know. But it's like, that's not going to happen, dude. Once the world's convinced, you're convinced, and you want validation. But that's a dangerous thing to have, because if he were to have, like, just say hypothetically, if the whole world validated it, that means he's validated on everything because his instincts were true and he fought through hell, Richard Kimball style from The Fugitive, to make sure. It's just like, and that's a dangerous path, and it's good. I think whatever he's doing now, I hope he's okay. It's good. It's if this happened today, it would be a nightmare horror. It was a nightmare for back then. I mean, 10 years, 2013, it's like nearly 10 years ago. That's when this whole showboat kicked off, and the snowball and the boulder like rolled down the hill, and it just kept more snow, and there's no way of saying that it's good that it happened, but if it had to happen, I'm glad it happened back then, and there was it didn't get worse than it did.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
We're almost done. I just have a few more questions. But like, to expand on your point, there is definitely something bigger about Alex and validation. I think that is strong throughout his entire time on YouTube. From the revisions, from the constant asking of questions, from the Skype calls, everything from Alana, right? There is just some need to be validated in any way. Like it's just present everywhere.
Absolutely. He just, I guess, on some level he wanted to be accepted, and you'd think at some point he would just realize, like, if a part of this, you're doing this to be accepted, then like maybe you're kind of missing the point. I mean, it's like, it's a nice compliment. It's a good motivation boost. It's like, like if someone says, "Oh, I love your work," like, you're doing good. But I don't know. I think maybe at some point he loved doing it for himself, just to do it, and but I think in the end, all the validation he really got was his own. It was a continuous feedback loop, and I guess he got some praise. He got some praise from Rolf. I remember folders, which I'll upload my entire thing to GoFile for you both to look. But in one of the years, I document after like a back and forth with Mike Matei. I really didn't like Mike Matei reason, because Mike was a pretty shady guy and kind of an asshole. He's the one who more or less kicked off the rivalry.
Sorry to interrupt you, but
no.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, I was talking to Joon the other day, and on those Digitpress forums, I saw Game Dude was getting trolled by someone called Elvis 8 Atari, and I think Cinemassacre Truth outed that as Mike, because he was like trying to do that incognito and go on Cinemassacre Truth, and they found like an email linking Mike to that name. So I think that I mean, he was both incognito and just as himself trolling Game Dude.
Yeah, a lot of people did that back then for shits and giggles. And Mike was kind of like, I guess he was playful about it sometimes, but he was a malicious motherfucker. I mean, as per his namesake.
Yeah.
And like he was the original one when there was the outcry that between like for Boris plagiarizing Rolf. What happened was he sent Chris Boris sent an email to the Cinemassacre account talking to James, meant to like addressing it to James.
Yeah.
But Matei also had access to that as well. So what he did is he copied and screen capped the email and posted on the Screw Attack forums just to sort of like sort of stir a pot and stuff. I mean, maybe I'd have to find that somewhere. He's like, like Boris did admit to unintentionally plagiarizing. It's like, which, that's fine. But Mike was just like.
Well, from my understanding, what Mike said, the reason he posted that is because Boris sent that email, and then he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna stop copying you." And then after that, he posted the TMNT review, and so then Mike posted that to just be like, "Hey, look, this guy lied to us," like something like that. From what I'm
okay, all right. You know what? Honestly, that makes sense. Like I didn't know that, or if I did, I forgot it. But I guess that makes sense. It was a Wild West back then,
It certainly was.
Cowboys and bandits on all fucking sides for that.
So, Pellswick, besides the Digipress Elvis Atari, what direct conflict were you talking about with that Game Dude was having with McBatey?
I think Game Dude just wanted to like talk to Rolf, and Rolf, like, of course, like has a busy schedule like as is, and like if Rolf could, he would respond to like like he would pull a full like cram sesh like Ringo Starr on his cameo on The Simpsons. He's going to reply to every last person he can. But like if you send a lot of stuff to like Mike managed a lot of Cinemasker accounts, and so if I had to imagine a scenario of how that probably went about, Alex probably demanded, it's like, no, I want to talk. I need to talk to Rolf. I just want, I think he was looking for validation, but more like, what do you think? What do you think? And James Rolfe got like plenty of that over the years. So there's only so much he could like, because he would have to take his time, like what would it be a first glance? Would it be one video or multiple videos? But eventually, as we saw, Game Dude posted, he's like, he got, he eventually got in touch with Rolf. He managed to buy. I think I would like to say for the made-for-TV movie, the narrative nonfiction, I would like to think that Alex just browbeat Mike Matei. It's like, oh my god, here's James. James, can you just please? I need a break. I kept this guy at bay, and then it just turns out Rolf and Alex just had like a delightful conversation, and then those were the 2-part videos where Alex he read off letters. His correspondence with James is like, because I think there were some people like, I wonder what James thinks, and then there was the thing at Screw Attack convention where someone was like, were in a roundabout way mentions like Alexander 448 Game Dude, so of course didn't know who the hell he was talking about. Yeah, so I mean at the very least he got Alex eventually got to talk to one of his heroes, and I guess I forget if he got any any suggestions, but it was just a good correspondence. And you know what, that's good. And if that's all he was really striving for this whole time, then then good on him, I guess.
I mean, the beauty of that, like the whole convention, is whenever they brought up Alexander 4048, some like audience members actually like knew who he was, and then like whenever James Rolfe was like, well, who is that? And then someone like shouted, "Oh, a stalker, a weirdo!" Like, and that was definitely foreshadowing the Alana situation.
Oh, Jesus! Yeah,
yeah. I remember he's like, he's crazy. Ooh,
yeah, he's crazy. He's crazy.
So, like, two big like last things to like really touch on is, well, they're pretty lengthy, but the whole going crazy, right? The whole dinosaur video and the do you know like what the original like versions of the beach vlog was, the Mai Tai Confessions, were they called that?
No, those were, I think those were the titles I gave them when I put them up on GDO.
I think they were called the Alana story when they first came out.
Oh yeah, it's like Al the Great. There like so many videos in 2013, 2014 called Al the Great.
Yeah,
Al the Great Liar.
Al the Great Cop Stalker, Al the Great, and then it was just like his animal videos.
Yeah, Al the Great Cheating Girlfriend's interview, Al the Great Cheating Girlfriend's 911 call.
Yeah, so I think he was trying to like label his stuff that was not game related as Al the Great, and then he was relabeling his game stuff as Game Dude, which I don't know.
Yeah, the original 4 videos were Al the Great, Alana Story 1, 2, 3, and 4, all in caps.
Okay. And something interesting is like, if it was just like the dinosaur video or the My Take, you rename them, I wouldn't really believe much of his story as he tells it, right? Like, because there is like something you can follow on, right? Because it starts with like, these stories start with him at a club, and then she's dancing with someone else, and then he gets mad and gets kicked out and starts crying. And then he rushes to Alana's place of residence, knocks on the door, and that's when they almost have sex. And then his mom catches him. There is like something to follow through, right? Did he tell you that story?
He did tell the story about the dancing, and it's like, and the reason that story is so clouded every time he tells it, because he's like, so there I am in the club, and like it's all in his mind. We're seeing it from his mind, so there's so much brain fog about like
and he admits that he's drunk when he's in this story, so there's also that.
Oh, fucking joy, Alex. So there's so many layers to it. So we're getting because like the human brain processes so many thoughts per second, and we can only like we'd have to like speed speech up to YouTube like 5%, like how it speeds up videos. So we're getting every single microscopic thought that's like going through his neurons and receptors in his brain. Well, here's what happened. Here's the like. It's almost like he's doing a commentary, like a real life commentary, like he used to do with the detractor videos. You would pause and play. This new level. This is in the level of fucking text commentary. Fuck video games, just real life text commentary, brain fog commentary.
Yeah, because I remember that's what he did in the blog too. And I mean, I guess we have the blogs now, so I can verify that. But it would be like he would quote word for word what was in the court document, and he's like, "That's bullshit. This is what actually happened." And then that's like, a huge part of the blog.
We refer to my commentaries where I recount my testimony to the free public to know. And actually, I sort of wanted to ask you guys. I haven't seen this video anywhere else. I need to check GDO. I think I privated it, but there's this either 25 megs. But there was one where Alex is like standing in a stairwell that I don't know if it's commonly known. He was assaulted, like he was with a friend, and I think he was like getting into it with someone. And yeah, it's called Game Dude Douchebag. And how long is this video? Douchebag and Cops. And basically it is what the fuck is it?
I'm not sure I know about this actually.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw it up on. Yeah, I'm gonna throw it up on GoFile real quick for you. It's gonna be in the folder because after we concluded, I'm gonna put like my entire, I guess, dossier you call it, up on GoFile or somewhere, and I'll link it here for you guys to sort through. Like I said, it's organized year by year.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah, because it's. Yeah, like I should have done this years ago. I don't know why it took me this goddamn long, but it just, and one of my that was one of my, because around it was like 2016, 2017, and I said previously, or I said it on Skid's video. I pitched the idea of Jim Mediker's Internet Insanity video to him because I had all these files lying around, and I noticed I didn't want to feel like cocky, but I felt like, am I the only? I asked myself, am I the one that has all this stuff? So I talked to Jim, and we go through all the files, and this stuff, and and then there's a lot of the originally, like, if in the perfect world we would have Jim would have uploaded the court documents, but I told him, this like chick, someone messaged me, Caramel Sand messaged me, and like, even though this is a few years and everyone's forgotten about, who knows, she might be able to flag it down. Who knows if like the documents, I don't know if I don't think they're illegal to post because it's been a while.
Well, the thing about the court documents is that they actually had Alana's address on there, and I'm not sure if she still lives there anymore, but her mom might. So that's the one thing about posting those that I'm kind of, I guess, wary about.
I actually that brings to mind. I remember one time several years ago, me and Asa, we were chilling, we were doing a stream together, and we actually brought those up. It was like, yeah, let's bring those up, and we accidentally like halfway read a lot of docs on there, and we like pulled it down, like, oh fuck, because it had been a while since I checked them out. So, but I think that one's lost to time. It was just it was, I mean, some people might argue. I think there were maybe a few people. It's like, oh, so sources do trust me. It's like, nah, there's a reason. I mean, I think it'd probably be okay to I don't know. I think like probably the best effort, like if any of you like or if Ian, if you want to do like another addendum vid with the
I'm definitely going to be doing more after today.
I'm looking forward to both of these because I went through like because I watched like I think 5 of yours last night, and I'm like, you know what, like I noticed there was like you pretty much covered everything. I think there's a few vids that maybe you don't have, but at the same time, like you kind of covered it all, even if you didn't have the vids. But I think this I think I want to say like I don't think the stuff I have is the missing link, but I think it's like it's somewhat of closure to the
I kind of feel a level of closure I haven't felt since I started doing these Game Dude videos. But I mean, this is a huge day in Game Dude history. Yeah,
and like one of my hopes, like since Jim had like a large platform, had a large following, that if he put the video, one of my hopes is that a Game Dude would sort of come out of like retirement, or he would like come out and like say, hey, how's it going? I don't know what, somewhere to let us know how he's doing. But I guess it's okay if he's staying offline, or if he's somewhere else online, but he hasn't made his presence known. And good on him too. I just
do you still have Jim's contact? Because I know he's pretty close to passing on at this point based on his last live stream.
I do, but like the last time I talked to him was I think a year and a half ago. Like he's been like not to put it lightly, like he's been. I mean, on top of like the treatment stuff, he's just like he's offline, like dealing with real life stuff. Because like while you, because like even if you're going through treatment, like fucking Comcast, they still send the fucking bills. They're gonna throttle your shit and they're gonna bilk you more for what you should pay. So someone's gotta hold their feet to the fire and say, hey, do you know who I am? I'm Mr. Medicare.
Also,
Internet aristocrat.
I do have like just like one last, I guess, series of questions. You can like, it's pretty much just recounting his story, and you can basically say like, I don't remember anything like this if you don't really remember it well, just so we can get like these questions out of the way at a faster rate. But I'm just gonna pretty much like throw a bunch of questions at you as he retells it.
Okay.
Like kind of build a timeline if anything's correct or if you have anything to add. So the club situation. From my recollection, she was with another guy. Did she have like a boyfriend at the time of the stalking?
That I never thought about. I would not be surprised if maybe she had, I don't know, what would you call a suitor or potential suitors or
Right.
that hit her up. Most of that is just like we have Alex's point of view. I mean, outside of if she's at the club, up in the club, and she's with a few guys, yeah, she was probably looking for something. I can't be 100% certain for that, but I guess through Alex's eyes, which are very extremely not reliable.
Yeah.
Maybe not. It's hard to say. I honestly, if she's just going about her life and then like the whole shit with Alex is building up, it would her out. I think she was just tight with her mom at that time. I don't know if she would have had time for dating while dealing with that shit, like balancing a job and school maybe, and having a boyfriend on top of that, and then having to deal with a crazy fucking ex. Like who knows if she did have a boyfriend, who knows if the boyfriend would have stood by her? Is like, man, like what's with it? Or he just got out because he couldn't do with the crazy ex stuff.
Because I remember with Alana, she was, according to Game Dude, I should say, whenever he like confronted her at the Starbucks about the tagged conversation, he later called her that same day, and a guy answered their phone. He was like, "I'm gonna fuck her tonight, buddy," and then he just kept like calling her. So it sounds like he might have been like sleeping around a little bit, if not a committed boyfriend.
And also, you stated that they were lovers of 4 years. Did he ever like actually state to you that they were in an actual relationship, or was it just like all up in the air?
It only went off of just from what we've seen. Like he did videos of her, and I guess they were friended on Facebook, and so like everyone knew, but I don't think everyone knew like intimately unless you were in the immediate circle. And so when 2012 or when 2013 rolled around, and he's like saying, and then he's mentioning like, oh, we had an open relationship, and I think I want to say Alana said this in the deposition video too, but I don't know. It's hard to say. Just by rampant idle speculation, I think it was just these were two people who just Alana. I mean, Alex did not know how to communicate with people. This was his first girlfriend, his first love, and I think Alana was just like a regular. Not to call her a normie, but just like she didn't know the baggage that she was dragging that would eventually just explode on her. So I guess she didn't really know how to deal with that. I don't know how many.
But Alex was just a person, very unique.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure like Alana might have fallen for him because she thought he was him. It's like, I bet his dad is like a trillionaire in Dubai. He gets advanced Marvel movie screenings. We fly over there. It's like, oh no, honey, you're in it for an entirely different adventure that's going to explode on you in the worst way down the line.
And it very much did. So, recounting, like, I'm still just going through Alex's perspective. I can't really verify this. So after like the bouncer situation, he went to her house and allegedly knocked on her door. He went in, they almost had sex. Mom interrupted him. And from there, they're still like, I guess, talking, they're still kind of like mostly fine. Let's see where I'm getting to here. And then the whole sheep man thing happened, right? And then he flips out more. It gets a bit crazy. He blames you because he thinks you're sheep man, you know, like game dude official. Confronts her. Let's see. What's next? Oh yeah. And after that, the police intervene. Did he speak on the police to you?
Uh, I think he might have, or I think he did mention that he would buy her, like he would buy her the ring, or like he would like give it to her and then like, or just ask for the ring. Yeah, I think there was like sort of, oh, like forgive me, like I'm just not. There was so like in between like 2012 and 2013 that just see like, it was a slow, like there were portions where he said, where he like, yo, he would be waiting for me. So there'd be times that he claimed on his blog that they were very cordial. There was the one time where he says like, oh, I've got a girlfriend. So yeah,
alleged name.
Honestly, I didn't. I remember, Ian, I watched your doc yesterday, or like when he mentioned, it's like, well, it's like, oh, we should double date, and then I guess that sort of got pushed back because like, what was it? Alex said that he had a cold, but he maybe he faked
she said it. Yeah, Alana said she had a cold.
Yeah, or maybe if I had to speculate again, because maybe like Alana asked her, it's like it came up in conversation because they shared a bunch of friends who ultimately just cut ties with Alex. I'm thinking, what if they were talking? It's like, you know, apparently Alex has a new girlfriend, and the friends are like, what? If he has a girlfriend, we don't know, and we haven't seen her. You know, it's like something out of a bad romantic comedy movie. If I had to get, that's my take on it, and I wouldn't be surprised if Alana's like, just I accidentally swallowed a booger. I'm sick now, Alex. You know, maybe the rain check.
So from there, right, the whole Sam thing, the whole, you know, who knows if he really had this girlfriend informs Alana. The cops are already called, and this is becoming a bigger issue. So what happens next in Alex's story is he confronts her on campus. And the funny thing is like he twice, right? He pretty much follows this same like story, but only in this part he says his memory is foggy because he doesn't remember if he was hiding behind a tree, as to say that, you know, like he wasn't being creepy. He doesn't remember him being creepy. But this is where the that one picture in his blog comes up, the rendered one, and he confronts her on campus. He holds her crying, right, and she is just kind of frozen in place. Yeah.
It was like he like approached her, gave her a hug, like please or something. Like I do. It's coming back to me in little bits, but yeah, and like he would hang around at Bill. Like one time, it's back to me. He one time, like I think there was like a fence to Alana's building, kind of, or a gate that he like drunkenly tried. He jumped it and tried to climb over. It was just like that, and just so much fucking like camping outside, waiting. Like, you know, when she would approach, he was just standing like, "Oh hey, Lana, what's up? Oh hey." It's like, just he was doing that thing, you know.
Oh, and they're like, so how this escalates, right, is after he meets her on campus, which he was saying like, oh, I don't know, like he knows her schedule. He states that, right? But he says it was just like you were saying. It's just like, oh, well, she was just there. I wasn't stalking her. I was just following her. But after that, he confronts her at her house again, and she is freaked out. So she threatens to call the police, and Alex snatches the phone out of her hands. And then Alana says, I won't call the cops. You know, just please give me my phone back, Alex. And she's just trying to get him to calm down. She gets the phone back and just calls her mom because, you know, it's outside of their house. Her mom comes out and just like shoos Alex away, which is when the cops get involved again.
Right. Yeah. That was I forgot about that too. It's all coming back to me. That was goddamn holy shit. That there's so many ways that could have gone. He's snatching phones now. God damn it, Alex. Man, he doesn't know how lucky he is.
Not to mention like posting her address online on the blog. Like that's
and her phone number. It's like, here, call. He was giving that out to people.
Yeah, I remember him saying that.
Yes.
Yeah, he was like saying that. He's like, oh well, she's giving it out to anybody anyway, based on the conversation I saw.
Fucking psycho.
The beauty of this is he still has his YouTube channel up. This is at this point, right? He makes a video about where he lip syncs Rick Astley and John Lennon. That's when that happened.
Yeah, around that time. And I remember his explanation was, I thought, you know, maybe that would impress or win her back. And I'm like, What? Lip sync karaoke? Why? How? I don't know. I don't know. I still don't.
He said contradicting things about the reason why he made that video. Sometimes it's to, win her back. In the dinosaur video, he's like, "Oh, I was just Rick rolling her. It was kind of like a troll type of thing." So it's like, it's very contradictory, the reasons he gave.
Well, the title was for Alana, I believe.
Yeah, for the Rick Astley one.
And people, and there was a screen cap, like someone sent Alana the video on Facebook. It's like, what the fuck is he doing?
Thumbnail artist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And after that, it continues to escalate. So, from my recollection, she asked him to take that video down afterwards. Right? And that's when his channel just disappeared. That channel was just gone.
Yeah.
Right? But as for the story, like, because for his second channel where he does the dinosaur video and such, he talks about another confrontation, and this time with a bus, because he knew her bus routes.
Right. Yeah. He detailed that in the blog plenty, and like all possible. It was it's like a weird.
His like argument was like, oh, I know her like schedule, so I went here specifically because I didn't think she would be there. It's like, how bad that makes you look.
And he says this like, well, I'm not taking the 7 bus. I'm taking the 41 bus. I'm sorry that our bus is at the same stop and we live close by, and I move close. Like maybe I could sort of believe that, but it's just
as someone who lives in Vancouver, and like I've been on that street many times, like the next bus stop is like 2 stops away. Like it wouldn't have been that big of a deal for him to like go to the next bus stop.
Right, yeah.
Right. And this confrontation is extremely important because this time and the diamond ring. So that builds up the timeline of him selling his games.
It does. Him selling his game collection, and I think even his truck. Like he told me that he got it for his truck that he sold for $1,000. And like he was more or less broke at that point in 2013, and he was like, I don't know. And they're just saying like, well, like Alex, what are you doing? And it's like, oh, it's just I don't know. I'm not motivated. It's like, dude, this shit sounds like this could reach critical, like it's just not in your favor. It seems like if she presses charges that like, just get a public defender, get a lawyer, because you've got no money coming in, and if you're just couch crashing for the time being, you're kind of fucked.
He also apparently cut off contact with his family, so it's not like he could have fell back on that. I mean, I guess he maybe could have, but I mean,
yeah, he's still bitter. Yeah, it's like it was the same thing. He's like, they stole it from me. They stole it from me. And like, dude, you may not like it, but like they're there for you. They love you. And during this time, Alana was talking back and forth with Alex's mom, and Alex's mom like tried to reach out to him, and he just wouldn't have it, wouldn't fucking hear it. But she's trying, and she's like, yeah, and he. Oh, sorry, brain fog setting in again.
No, it's all good. So leading into that makes perfect sense because you say you sold his truck, he sold his video game collection for the diamond ring, and what happens right after is he doesn't have money, right? He's not talking to his parents, so this is possibly where the homelessness comes in. He's hanging out in Starbucks for free internet. He has a tent outside, but before he becomes homeless, he took 10 Advil to quote unquote end the nightmare.
Right, and the dose was like
it wasn't extreme.
Yeah, it wasn't extreme, and it wouldn't have mattered if he did an entire bottle, because I'm pretty sure Pharma does the math to make sure that wouldn't happen. If anything, it's gonna fuck up. It might have fucked up his liver. I don't know, but like you're not gonna OD on fucking Tylenol unless you were one of the people in the 1980s that got poisoned by the asbestos that was put in there.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I take 4 Advil tablets when I get a headache, so it's like it's not gonna like fuck you up that badly to take like twice that.
And go ahead.
I was just gonna say it might bloat his liver up a bit, or like scar his liver. So like Alex, enjoy that down the line.
Yeah, so things are getting to an extreme. Alex is homeless. He is still trying to find different ways to contact Alana, and something like different happens in the sense that Alana's mom is taking her route to see if Alex is there, and she finds Alex waiting for one Alana stops at the time she would be there and confronts him. And then, yeah.
God, I again, that's another one I forgot. I don't know why. For as much as I remember about a lot of this, God, I've forgotten a lot of. But yeah, I that from what I remember, yeah, it's Alana's mom was like, or maybe or maybe she's always lived there. She always lived with Alana, or maybe it was part
Yeah,
time.
she lives with Alana.
Yeah, so she had a good support base around that time. That might be in the blog. Again, I've forgotten a lot of this, and I would have to just defer to the vlog, but yeah, it was always that sounds correct. It sounds like a standby thing.
After that happens, the police talked to him again after he was waiting at that stop. Then the next day, again, the police talked to him. So that's like 2 days in a row, and no Alana yet. After that last, he confronts and gets mad, and from there he is arrested. He spends his time in jail where he meets a Chinese man and gives him an apple, as he states. And now he has a court date.
Yeah, and that thereafter is when he hopped on Skype. I remember, and I was in like 2-3 calls with him that month for a year, and then 2014 rolls around, and a lot could happen in that. Videos where he's by the cops. I do have one of those where he's asking for badge numbers of one of the officers.
Oh,
So,
Yeah, that one.
So he's hating the cops more and more around here, and this is where I believe you remember. Game Dude's mom comes into play because with the court date thing happening, Alana contacts the Game Dude's mom as well. Let's see. And then he... Okay. Oh, yeah, and then he tells this weird story about, where in 2012, right? Alana followed him on the train, and she was crying over him. There's some issue going on mid-relationship, and then she was trying to patch things up way back then. And he constantly uses this as an example of her stalking him. If you remember any of that.
Oh yeah, that rings a bell a little bit. That's it doesn't surprise me that if that's something that he cites, and it's like, oh well, if he tries to say if he tries to say she was an evil woman or tried to get her hooks back in him for sympathy, but he just mistakes it, or maybe there's a part of him that thinks that part of Alana, the passionate side, that comes to him to be able to come to him, and oh, you're Alex, please, I'm just going through something, but no, but in his reality distortion field mixes that up, and he gets it twisted. I forgot about so much, but it makes sense, at least in Alex's mind, that would stick out. He says there's part of Alana that still loves me. She came to me in a dark time.
Even though I think that was happening not that was before they hit the bumpy road in their relationship, which is not the same thing.
And at this point in the dinosaur video, he starts to lose a bit of I guess traction to the story. He starts rambling, hate is love. He starts screaming at the crows. He mentions getting pierced by a giant Final Fantasy sword in his heart. And then he talks about how Alana was his first love and kiss. And Alex wants to cry every day. Also, let's see. Oh, Alana told Game Dude to tell Game Dude official to take everything down.
Oh, okay, yeah. He those are some of the. Yeah, those are something the one I linked, and the one from that video. Game Dude accuses me of ruining his life, and the one I uploaded on GoFile half an hour ago, the June 7th and June 8th. Those are I think those probably line up. Those are probably the messages that where he's take those videos down, take those videos down. That was probably the action too.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And now we're getting to the end of that video. Right now it's 1 minute 47 seconds in. Oh no, I'm sorry, 1 hour 47 minutes. And he says his friends were leaving him, and he was living in a hell that is the end. He was talking to people through Skype and his story and the trolls. And he was also talking about Alana, and he is glad let's see. Oh, no, okay. You might have been in this call. He says that during one of these calls, he got a visit from the police, and that's when they returned that ring. It was the police that returned that ring.
I would have remembered that. I probably quarter on it. If I was in that call, I would have remembered that more than anything. I would have marked it. It's like, absolute keep this, like, in parentheses, holy shit, he gets arrested in this one or something like that. I would have marked it differently, but I don't know. Unless it was the call where he added like everyone on his Skype contacts list to one big call and everyone was in there because he wanted to like gather Ithacans, lend me your ears and let me tell you about Al the Great.
And something that is just bizarre beyond like even for Game Dude that I do not understand is he says he sent Justin Bieber over to serenade her. Like, I have no idea what that means.
That's in the blog. I was looking through the blog last night and I saw a mention of Justin Bieber. I'm like, what the fuck what the fuck does this mean? I don't know.
I think Alana was a fan of Justin Bieber or something, because I do remember him bringing this up, and he's just like, "Hey, Justin Bieber's my best friend, baby," and it's like, I think even that was something that he was trying to say to impress Alana. I don't know why he thought it would work.
Or that it would garner another audience with her.
No, but he states that he sent Justin Bieber to serenade like in person. It wasn't like he states that's something that like she actually met him. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's weird. That's fucking weird.
Which was when she tells, through Game Dude saying this, Justin Bieber to tell Alex to leave him alone.
Did he maybe find like a YouTube account that was pretending to be Justin Bieber and he thought it was the real thing?
Oh my, that's fucking what? Oh man, I would love to. Like, that's the thing. I never really had a lot of co-action. Like I never interacted or I never edited Alex's encyclopedia page. I just stuck to Game Dude Official, and I didn't really. I know a few people from who I'm still friends with to this day. They ran like the Alex some like troll channels, and it wasn't until like 3 or 5 years later, still friends with them today. It's like, wait, you're Game Dude Official? I'm like, yeah. It's like, yo, me and and me on the original Medicare forum from way back when. Yeah, we used to mess with Game Dude a lot. I'm like, yo, no way. I would have fucking hit you guys up, but we could have made headlines with this guy.
I guess you are now. It's like all retrospective, but it's happening.
For the beach video, can I get your confirmation that confirmation that you didn't edit those?
I didn't edit those. No, like the 4 videos that I have that you'll see in like the 7 or 8 gig folder that I'll upload for you guys. Those were just like edited. I don't know if it was it was like 4 separate videos. So the only thing I did was retitle them, My Thai Confessions parts 1 through 4. So
and I can confirm when they were on Alex's channel, they were the exact same. So yeah,
he purposely kept all those people like passing by, the shouting at crows, the throwing of the coconut, his can getting stolen by a stranger because he probably thought it was trash. There was just so much happening that Alex kept in there for like God knows why.
Yeah, it's very telling of his character. And one thing I noticed last night, and especially now, the crows. This like all the It's just I don't know. It just seems like an omen. There's always crows where the fuck he is. He's telling the crows to shut up. He's filming them that they're like through a fence. I guess at a train station, was it?
Yeah.
He takes a crow to the vet to hope it.
Yeah, you have that vet video where he takes it to the vet?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's so fucking weird. I mean, is Randall Flagg gonna pop out and Captain Tripp's gonna kill the entire fucking world? What is it with the crows in Game Dude? This is just.
If there's something I don't know, very Alfred Hitchcocky about that, and it's like,
yeah, maybe it's Odin and his crows. Who knows? Yeah. Right? Also interested in Game Dude. But yeah, like I guess like to close, this is just from your experience because this is where it just trails off, and the whole is about like Game Dude and going to Mexico. It was just a 2-week vacation.
I think it was a 2-week vacation. He mentioned it in the blog and the emails that he copied and that he showed that he sent to lines like, I went to Mexico, baby. So we do know he went to Vegas, he went to Mexico, he went to California, he went to Disneyland. And the other places that he mentioned, which also mentioned like I came up with that crude MS Paint drawing, like where in the world is Game Dude in Medicare's Internet Insanity and video on him. And and just the potential mention, like there's a reason why like there's the cork board, it goes like straight to China, because that's only why I put it there. He's like, because there were so many potentials he wanted to go to. Who knows if he actually went? Like he said, he wanted to go to Egypt. There's unrest happening. He wanted to go to China, where there were the civil protest or the student protests going on. And then and of course there was the one where he said like, what if we go to South Africa? It's like, don't go there because Alana's got charges are impending. So if you fucking flee, you're fucked, dude. You don't want to do that. So, but from what we know, yeah, he kind of just kept it to the North American continent. And
Right, and there was no reason to flee because, as you were saying, Alana ran out screaming during the court case before he got to give his piece, which was the case.
Yeah, like you couldn't ask for less better closure to the situation, for as fucked as the things that came before it and led up to it. I mean, it's honestly he got it's a raw deal. I hope he's good where he's at now, because it could have gone so goddamn wrong. I mean, there were a few times where it seems like, like there was always one part egging at his brain, like, well, what if I do like want to go to trial jury? If you go to a trial, if you plead not guilty and go to a jury trial, they will freaking, I don't know if maybe he'll get thrown in jail or maybe down to community service, but for better or for worse or for all involved, it's best to, like, I guess, end it the way he did. And I don't think maybe he realizes how much of a raw deal he got. I mean, he made that video supposedly. He was like, "This is a story to a lad of a kids," and he was just like so sad because he couldn't defend himself. I'm like, dude, take this win, take this would-be win,
Yeah. So, was his last video the game dude is leaving Skype, the text one?
I don't think that. I don't know if
was that something that was just something you made, because at the end there's like a screen cap of Alana, and it says like 10 reasons why you should dump your boyfriend or something like that.
That one I put together myself. That was
yours.
that was a pair. The song I think I used for that was the theme Lucky Louie back when, and I didn't know, like, that shower is like 10 reasons you want to dump your boyfriend. I don't know if that was, I thought that was real. I was like before 2012, or from what I recall.
I remember I used to have Alex on Facebook, and I can confirm a lot of this stuff like actually did happen on Alana's Facebook and everything. So I would see her activity through him.
Yeah.
What was his video?
Oh. Honestly,
the last one I remember him uploading was like him on a beach again filming seagulls, and that looked like it was probably California. Because it was not Vancouver.
Al the Great in California, maybe? It's actually pretty last, because he's looking, just a few people surfing, just a few people boogie boarding, and fitting end,
Yeah, I assume he's with his parents now. He's got the diamond ring back, probably pawned it off for money, and just something to get away, just something to like reset himself from Lana.
And oh my god, all these videos! I'm looking at I downloaded these all on the Al the Great video final, which also include like the GameSpot sucks and Subway sucks.
Oh yes, you have Subway sucks. I love that one.
The Kongs, like all these actually, they all say modified May 24th. So I probably downloaded them all the same day. So May 24th was probably the last we ever heard of them. Which order they came in, I don't know. You know what? I'll do some further look. I'll get into Game Dude Official, and I'll see if I have those, because I remember privating a lot of the upgrades. So. And I would re-upload them as soon as I download it. So that might narrow it down, maybe a few days earlier or later.
Great, yeah, thank you. Also, when was the last time you spoke to him? If you remember, like, you don't have to give me a specific date, but just like, how was the conversation, like, like in the timeline?
Well, I think the very last time I guess I remotely spoke to him was that one call I keep mentioning, where he added so many people, everyone on his Skype, into one big call. That was technically the last time, but the one before that was probably way earlier in 2014, where it was just like all was said and done. Like, I want to say the trial had just finished, but I can't be sure. I'd have to do some more diving for that to see if I could find it.
I can only imagine what Alex would do now that streaming is a thing on YouTube. He'd probably just be doing that instead of going on Skype. So.
Probably. It would be way worse. And you know what? Yeah. Thank God this all happened to him when it did, because like it's seeing the nightmare horrorscape that this could befall today's generation of aspiring content creators. It's worse now. I couldn't imagine a worser hell. But you know, like if you thought like, I used to think like '90s tabloid stuff in Hollywood and fame were terrible. Oh, it got so much worse. And the same could be said for internet content creators. You know, some people got out while the getting is good, for better or for worse.
And yeah, just like one last question is, what's the last you heard of him? Right.
I don't think I have. I think, and maybe that's a good thing. Maybe the last we heard, he's off and gone. There was a, like every now and then I would type in Alexander 448 somewhere, and I remember I was brought to like I think a DeviantArt profile that I later was like, wait, it's like, what if the game dude came back? But then above it said, it's like, oh, it's hypothetical. I'm just assuming a character. I'm like, God, wouldn't that be something if like Alex like was actually like, you know, penning massive blog entries for years now, but no one noticed. And then I was wondering what Alana was up to, and I look and I saw the video, and there she is. Like, you know, she's a fantasy author, right? Fantasy author now, and so
I bought 2 of her books. I still haven't read them.
Yeah, I did a cursory glance of all the reviews. Like, they're mostly good. You know, who knows?
So yeah, that's it. That's where the story, pretty much as far as we can confirm it, is just done. You know, Alex goes on vacation, and whenever he potentially comes back, there is nothing, just mystery. And probably, like as you were saying, that's like the best way to close it, is just being offline.
Yeah, there was nothing for him to come back to online, so he leaves it all behind.
Which, I guess that means he like learned something from all this.
I think that pretty much just covers everything. That was quite lengthy. Thank you for your time. Wow.
Yeah.
Thank
you so much. I'm glad I got to share this with both of you, and I apologize. Like I do have a tendency to babble, so I'm sorry if I babbled. Because I know you laid out like the timeline, and I was my way through it, and normally like I just like, but later on something will pop up in memory, like, oh yeah, this happened there too. But I hope I kept it to a minimum. So.
Oh no, I prefer like when, because I mean like the way like I tell stories, or at least think about them, like I am the same way too. Like, you know, suddenly like a thought will hit me, and I want to explain it before it goes away. So I understand that completely. I prefer it to be that way instead of you just ignoring that thought.
Also, considering so much of what happened with Alex, I think you probably still condensed it within these 2.5 hours.
Yeah, like, and even then, I feel like there's like even as unabridged as we've been in this deep dive, I feel like there's still always goddamn more. I mean, like I hope you guys have fun reading through that blog, because I feel like, because Ian, it's like you said in like your in one of the videos, there's like three different perspectives that he comes out, and I feel like the blog is even though it's just retreading territory, him telling it all, it does sort of paint a time. I really wish he had the ability to list dates when every single little thing fucking happened, because that would help like profile better. But I guess it works better without
between the blog and the message to Alana video. I think that pretty much covers everything we need to. I mean, I think there was like, people did interview him, maybe if people have the Skype calls recorded, but I don't know. I think we still have about as complete of a picture as we need on that.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Thank you again. Like, this is just such a tremendous help, especially with the archives. You know what I mean? And definitely surprising to know that like you are also Game Dude official, because I was like, man, I want to track the person down because they must know so much.
Yeah, I had no idea you were Game Dude official. I was so.
Yeah, I like the fact that like only like a dozen people really knew, and like would just, you know what, it's like tell the tale of Game Dude once again to remind, and like, you know what, maybe it's time for me to just be to you know, I'm Game Dude official, and this is like what I know and don't, and like my part of the story in this, and I crafted it, I guess, in sort of a minor slight way. I'm glad that I got to be a part of Game Dude history, if not like as just being a dopey troll.
Oh yeah, so the video is slated to come out in December. It's much lengthier than I really imagined it would be, just because there's just so much to uncover, like you were saying, right? That's when I'm hoping to release it, and I'm planning to add like segments of these calls, because you know it's really helpful that you had conversations and an understanding of Alexander as he was progressing into his, like, I guess, more stocky phases.
Right, yeah.
But Yeah, if there's anything else, if you have any questions or anything right now before we close out.
And I think that's about it. If I can think of anything else or anything comes up, I'll let you know, and I'll shoot you a link to anything I may have missed if I find anything else.
All right, that sounds good. I think I'm gonna go eat something, and wow, this was a very productive call. Thank you.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
thank you.
Again, I'm a big fan. I love both your guys' stuff, and I can't wait to see the video. To see, yeah, it's a Game Dude Christmas miracle, you know?
Yeah, it really
for
is.
sure. I'll send you guys a link whenever I have it up.
Yeah, for sure.
Sweet. Absolutely.
All right.
I'll be front and center, first row. Thank you so much, guys.
I'll catch you guys later.
All right,
Have
take
a
it
good
easy.
one.
Earliest shit I have is 2012, and the only clip I have from Game Dude is the one where he's drunkenly asking people to sing his theme song with him. And I'm pretty sure that one's a very common clip at this point.
Oh yeah, Asa. So, are you fine if I record this, on the record? And
Oh, of course,
also-
yeah.
Well,
I'm an open book. Go ahead.
What would you like me or us to call you to? Just Asa?
Yeah, you can call me Asa, you can call me Eric, you can call me whatever you want.
I'm used to calling you
Perfect.
Asa, so I'll probably do that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what most people online call me, so.
By the way, I'm a big fan. Just geek out a little bit.
Oh. It's nice to know anybody still remembers me.
Oh yeah, reviewing a reviewer and then like all the shit you did with Rob, that stuff was lit.
Yeah, believe it or not, without me, you guys wouldn't be here.
Oh yeah, I do believe
Oh
it.
no, I believe it. Yeah,
I was
believe it.
I was quite possibly the very first person to hence the reviewing a reviewer. Now that now it's gone beyond reviewing reviewers. Now we just review YouTubers in general. But
Yeah.
so I'm glad you guys took the torch and made it better than what we did. Our shit was cringier anyway.
And ours would be too, I'm sure, looking back. I know I'm already not proud of some videos.
June, one of these days you'll look back 10 years ahead from now and you'll be like, wow, I can't believe I did that in this video or this. It'll be a surreal experience for you.
That's already happened for like videos a year old on my channel. Like it's
Wow.
yeah, it's great though.
Yeah, it's funny because yesterday I was talking with Andrew because he had just gotten off the interview with you and I was like, how'd it go, buddy? And he's like, yeah, they had a lot of fun with him. And I suddenly started going through my external hard drives here, and I have my folders dated by year, and the earliest folder is 2012. And I was looking at some of my videos, and those are already 11 years old, and I can't believe some of the shit I did even back then.
No, I definitely feel that. So yesterday's interview did run a little long, so I don't want to take too much of your time. How much time would you say you have?
Oh, take as much as you need. Although I am waiting for one phone call, so I might put you guys on mute for like 10 minutes while I deal with that. And
Oh yeah, no, that's no problem. It's no problem. So how we did it yesterday, and it seemed to work pretty well, is we just kind of went through the timeline of Game Dude, you know what I mean? And then you can just comment on what you remember and all your thoughts, pretty much.
Yeah, after talking with Andrew again, I was like, oh yeah, he did have a rich dad, but he wasn't a lawyer. He was a pharmacist. Owned his own pharmacy.
Oh, he owned it. I didn't know that. Okay, so we started.
That's how he was able to employ his son at his pharmacy, and then it all came back to me. I'm like, oh yeah, he was rich, but it wasn't because he was a lawyer.
So Game Dude worked at his dad's pharmacy?
Correct.
Oh.
Oh, the pharmacy's a No Frills, which is like a grocery store. So it might have not worked in the pharmacy department, but I don't know.
Cashier or something.
From what I understood, it was a pharmacy. But okay, yeah. I mean, you know better than I do there.
Yeah, I mean that's they're all over Vancouver, and they do have pharmacies in them. But yeah, I'm not sure which part of it.
So maybe what it was is that he worked specifically at the pharmacy in it.
Yeah,
Okay.
who knows?
So
But
maybe his dad was the head pharmacist or something. All I know is they had money.
How do you guys come across that information?
That was just from talking with him on Skype, among many conversations that we had with the guy. I mean, we were very good at just getting the guy to talk, and he was very good at volunteering info.
So yeah, how did that?
He was super low. He was a nerd, sweetie. I mean,
How did that come about? Because I know that you did your video on him, and then he did his like commentary on you, and then
man, I wish I could see those because he made like 6 or 7 videos.
they're up on Game Dude Official again, so you can go check them out. I was watching them yesterday.
Kidding. You're kidding. You mean the ones where he went after me?
Yeah, Ass Celery. That's what he called you. Like,
Asalieri. Oh my goodness, yes.
Ass celery. Yeah, he is the first to call me ass celery.
yeah. I was watching those last night. They're hilarious.
Oh, I can't wait to see those. I remember laughing my ass off when I first saw those.
It's like 9 parts. It's insane.
Yeah. Oh, so it's more than 6 parts. See, I see. That's how bad memory gets. I was like, it was like 6 or 7 videos you made. There was a whole 9 videos. Yeah, yeah, I know. Game Dude doesn't even know that I ended up having a 3rd kid.
All right, so starting mid 2008. Well, no, actually, this will help better. When did you first hear about Game Dude? If you could just like maybe a year.
I first heard about him probably around the same time that I heard of. I mean, it's not like you hear about him. It's one of those, much like you hear about any, let me ask you, how did you hear about the SSS sniper thing, for example? Right, like it just right. You just kind of get it, It's not like you hear it from one specific. I don't think anybody can. I certainly can't tell you where I heard from about SSS snipers being. All I know is that I know about it somehow through social media, and much like that, it's just the same principle. I can't tell you when I first heard about Game Dude. All I know is that my first video on him was way early in 2009. I want to say. April, May 2009, probably.
Jade, and you were
except prior
discovering Irate Gamer, and I think
no, I wasn't just discovering Irate Gamer. Remember, I knew him for a good year before I started making my videos. But it's good that you bring up JD's pregnancy because right, but here's a fun fact, sweetie. Up until you were hospitalized, I had only done RARs on the boars. It was right after you had Jade that I started like diversifying and doing like Game Dude. So that yeah, so we're talking May or June then of 2000. Yeah, she was a preemie. She was in the hospital for a month, so I'm going to say. Best guess, June, sweetie. You got out of the hospital in April, and and back then those videos took me a good month to make. So I was gonna say June of 2009. Final answer.
That's really precise, actually.
Really against the Irate Gamer around.
Well, that's the reason I'm positive on that is because I know how long it took me to make a video. And I know that my first Game Dude video came right after I had my daughter, so.
Did you know about his his advertising on DigiPress?
That I don't know any of that. Andrew could probably answer that better than me. DigiPress.
But do you remember him advertising on Irate Gamer and AVGN's videos? Like you've seen AVGN.
Yeah, that I do because back in the day you were able to respond to people's videos with a video, and you were able to link them to them. Man, I wish they'd bring that feature back. YouTube would be so much more fun if they brought that back. Man, it's crazy. Instead of giving us features, YouTube's been just slowly deleting features. We used to have, private messages, for example. We don't have that anymore.
We used to have a friends list too.
Yeah, we used to have friends lists. You used to be able to vote on a scale of 1 to 5. Then they simplified it to thumbs up, thumbs down, and then they took that away from us. It's like,
well, they took half of it away.
and now they took so much away from us. You can't even say words like cannabis. Like I'm starting to see words like cannabis. You can't say sex. You can't say pedo. You can't say cannabis. You can't say weed.
first two advertisers.
Yeah, so yeah, right. But now it's like every other video, it's all like, and the man was very, and then he went to the, and he unalived himself. Yes.
Oh yeah, I have to do that. That's a pain in the ass.
Fuck YouTube, like.
Yeah.
People in real life talking like that.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Because I hear people talk on YouTube. It's insane. Here, baby.
I'm a victim of harassment.
Well, speaking of like removed features, right? I assume you guys met through messages first because I remember seeing some of those archived messages, and he came across like really aggressive.
Well, to be fair, I probably came off as aggressive to him too. But my first interaction with him was after he commented on my very first video on him, and then I asked him to take it to PMs, and in PMs we kind of just wailed on each other.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. He said he was going to edit your ED article, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, which is funny because it turns out that it wasn't Game Dude at all.
It wasn't Game Dude messaging you?
No. It wasn't Game Dude that messed with my ED article.
Oh, okay. He just threatened that.
He just threatened that. Turned out in the long run that it was Larry Bundy who had messed with my article all along.
Oh, that makes sense, actually.
Yeah, I have a screenshot of Larry Bundy admitting to it. I have a screenshot. It was in my thing. Oh, I know. He's an asshole. He's always been a. He
realized how bad of a person. He
Oh, dude,
was.
Larry Bundy's a sociopath. He's a total sociopath. Because Sam is a nice guy. That's why. Sam's friends with everybody. That's why.
Dang, what did Larry not do on ED? Because he also did that guy with the glasses stuff. And like,
Oh yeah, half of the that guy with the glasses stuff was written by Larry. But Larry's.
Just makes me
It's crazy because back in the day, I remember saving Larry's ass. Like when Screw Attack got dissolved and they threatened to take down Screw Attack Europe, I was among the first people he asked to help bring his new channel up, and I did that. I actually networked for the guy. I'm like, yeah, no problem. And he paid me back. And he paid me back by getting my as much personal shit that he could dig up on me and just wrote it up on ED. That's what he did with.
Well, on the topic of ED, what did I know the Game Dude didn't like it, but what did he tell you if he ever said anything at all about his ED article?
He really hated his ED article, and it's funny because ED used to separate the people who got less than 5,000 subs from the people who got more, and they're like these are lesser reviewers, and his name used to be on the lesser reviewers side. When he got moved to the 5,000 or more side and got his own page, oh no, he hated it. Like he's like, oh, all these people are writing about me and they don't know anything, and like
it's kind of funny because in the Game Deals interview, he's like, "Oh, I find it funny," and then like 5 seconds later, he's like, "Oh, I tried to take everything down multiple times." It's like, well, which one is it?
He's very bipolar. Like we're talking, he'd be laughing all fun and games one moment, and then you'd like trigger him somehow, like. And guys like Jim, me, Andrew, I mean, we were really good at pressing his buttons, so we'd get him to hang up so many times. And it's funny because sometimes he'd hang up on us, and then he'd like call us an hour later, and he'd be back in our chat again. So I think he just couldn't not be. He really liked the attention in a weird way.
Yeah, I can imagine him coming back an hour later and he's just like, "Let me clarify a few things." And...
Exactly. No, you have it all wrong. That's not what I meant to say.
I like your impersonation.
Yeah, I perfected it.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's the one from the reviewing a reviewer.
Yeah. Give me a second. I gotta come back.
Oh yeah, no problem.
I am back.
Welcome back.
All right, perfect.
All right.
So you were saying before that you knew how to push his buttons.
Oh yeah.
So how did you do that?
Did. All of us in Big Chat pressed his button. Oh, Ashton, really? I get back on the phone, you start crying, little guy. Yeah, all of us at Big Chat, like we had this a steady stream of guys we invited into our chat specifically so that we could just rip on them.
But what would get him like the most angry?
What would get him the most angry is literally me doing the imitation of him.
That's it. Wow.
There are times he would say something like well, I tried to kiss Selena today, and I'm like, oh, and then I beat her and I slapped her a couple of times. He's like, no, I didn't do that.
So, how did you like? I know. Okay, so you guys started off. Well, you made a video on him. You guys messaged back and forth. How did that progress into Skype and becoming, like, I guess, more so friends?
Yeah, that was like later on. Like we're talking by 2011, he stopped being like the in thing to talk about, I guess. And his after a while, obviously a topic just dies down, and Game Dude died down pretty quickly. I'd say by 2010, nobody was like actively making videos on him anymore. They were just kind of a video here and there. Whereas in 2009, he was like a very popular guy to talk about. But yeah, I'd like to say by end of 2010. Oh yeah, it would be somewhere in 2010 because it was right around the time I was doing the RAR on this one guy who doesn't exist anymore, who hated fighting games. And I got a bunch of YouTubers from the time to say fighting games kick ass. And I remember through our conversations that I had his Skype info, obviously, because he was in our big chats. And yeah, and I just called him and say, hey, can you record a line for me? And he's like, what's this for? Blah, blah, blah. And I guess from there we kind of turned it into a more cordial relationship rather than one of troll and lolcow, you know?
Yeah, it was kind of like after the whole like conflict, you guys.
Yeah, after the whole conflict. Yeah, it was definitely by 2010. So 1 year after.
I know Pellswick talked to him bi-yearly. How often did you speak to Game Dude on Skype?
About the same as Andrew did, yeah.
Okay. Did Game Dude ever mention his film school or acting school?
We didn't talk a lot about that, but yeah, it was part of his dream, so yeah.
His dream. So did he speak about like becoming an actor like personally to you?
Oh no, he was strictly about wanting to be a director, kind of behind the camera, that kind of thing. He wasn't really so much into being in front of the camera. He wanted to learn the art of making movies rather than being them in them, if that makes any sense.
That's interesting because like the character of Game Dude is just him in front of the camera. So
yeah.
Him, like yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't act. That's literally just him being as silly as he can be. Yeah. But if you see him act, he really did kind of act like that. I mean, just look at some of those clips. You can hardly tell the character from the person because they're almost indistinguishable from one another. He's just an awkward, nerdy guy.
That's interesting because, like, in his mind, at least through another interview that he did, he said that the character of Game Dude is so much different from Alexander.
It's not. And you can pretty much see that it's not. I mean, just there's this one video where he's playing with dinosaurs, and I swear to God, that's him. That's what you see is what you get. like maybe Andrew could. I don't know if Andrew still has the video.
Oh no, I've seen the entire 2 hours. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Oh, so you know what I'm talking about?
I know.
He's like sitting there, like role playing his relationship, playing with dinosaurs. Now you compare that to his Game Dude videos and tell me you see a big difference there. You don't.
No, not really.
It's the same guy. That's him.
It's also the vlogs and everything he would just like film when he was like walking around. It's like, yeah it's very, I guess the more that you kind of, I don't know if he had a good sort of like line that he drew between the character and himself. I think he tried to draw one, but I don't think it was a very strong line.
Right. I mean, he would tell people that he's playing a character, but if you really evaluate that and just look at it and compare it to what we know is his normal self, you're like, yeah, there's no difference, guy. You're not playing a character. You're just playing yourself with weird lines. That's it.
Yeah. So on the
Which is
top,
funny because the lines that he's speaking aren't that much different from the way he talked. I mean, he didn't say he didn't. I mean, in our conversations, he never said like, Asa, this is a big plate of donkey dicks. No, I mean, he didn't say that kind of shit, but that was just his impression of.
But if you like look at like the video where he's chasing the cop car, he's just like, "Come on, you little fuck nugget." It's like, okay, you're just doing like
right,
AVGN-isms.
Yeah, exactly. He talks like that. Like that's. So for him to say that he's playing a character, I beg to differ.
So, do you know if that Twitter was actually his? The only like the game dude Twitter account? Because no one seems to know if like how legit that is.
The Alexander 4488 stuff was his. Game Dude official is actually Andrew. So,
oh no, I mean the Twitter account.
The Twitter account. The specific the one that's. Give me a screenshot or something.
Yeah, I'll give you a link. I'll go to Twitter and get it.
Yeah. I want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing here. Hal the Great, last message.
I got it right here.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, that one. As far as I know, that was him. Yeah, the Alexander 4488.
Okay. Wow.
I'm not featured at Control Freaks.
Did he mention this Twitter to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this one, as far as I know, was legit him. Replies, posts. Yeah, he hasn't touched this Twitter in a long time, though. Wow.
He has the likes, but yeah, he hasn't really said too much. I think the most recent activity was in 2021 or something.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, he liked a tweet from someone. The last thing he ever posted, I think, is in replies, and it's to LeBron James about Hong Kong or something.
Yeah, best of luck, my guy. Oh, wow. Wow, he's really good at he's really good at staying under the radar. Then again, look, he went from March 9, 2010 to October 17, 2019. So he's really good at staying under the radar then.
Yeah, it's surprisingly.
Yeah, if anything, it proves that some people can learn from. Even I haven't learned the lessons he learned. Then, if he's so zen that he's able to limit his online presence, then more power to him.
Yeah, it's the best way to, like, I guess, end the Game Dude saga.
Yeah,
but
that means he got the happy ending. I mean, shit.
Yeah.
How many of us can really say that? He got the good ending.
So now I'm gonna go into like his relationships with other creators, and first we're starting with the Irate Gamer.
Yeah, he saw the Irate Gamer as pretty much the same way everybody else did, as a AVGN plagiarist. But it's funny because Game Dude had no self-awareness, and he didn't realize that he was doing the same exact shit.
I remember like there was a video of him talking to Chris Boers allegedly on Facebook. Do you know like how legitimate that was?
As far as I know, it was a one comment and go thing. They never really like. I mean, I'm friends with Boers, so I mean.
Oh really?
Oh yeah.
They reached out to me.
Yeah, Chris Boers even reached out to you.
I'm gonna have to get into contact with him too.
Yeah, I mean, I can get you into contact with him if you need.
Oh yeah, sure. That'd be very helpful. Just like understand their relationship better.
You know, for all the shit we gave him back in the day, he's a great guy.
That's what I
Oh yeah. A lot of these creators are.
I never thought, back in 2009 when I made fun of him and made videos against him, that I would eventually be fast friends with the guy and realize that I actually like this guy.
He seems to have mended most of his relationships, even with like James and stuff like that. So.
he even ended up making a video with James. I mean, I don't know of anyone more peace-minded than Irate Gamer.
It's funny because like I feel like a lot of creators are like that, but there's always one that stands out, and that's Mike Matei. He always seems to be.
He's a douchebag.
Yeah.
Mike Matei was a douche from the. I mean, he threatened to take my channel down when I decided to start making videos against AVGN.
Really? Was it the AVGN account, or was it just like Mike?
Yeah, through he emailed me as Mike Matei. That's why I knew it was him and it wasn't James. But yeah, he's like he gave me his own version of a cease and desist, like stop using AVGN's content or else. The or else never came. I think it's just I dropped off the map and I stopped being, I stopped being a threat to anybody. So
Did the game dude in your conversations ever talk about Mike Matei?
not that I remember.
What about James Rolfe?
All the time. He was
Really?
if you wanted to know a fanboy of AVGN, fucking Alex was a super fanboy of the AVGN. He couldn't get enough of his shit, but I guess that's why he wanted to emulate him. That's
So
why
even- yeah.
in one video I made fun of him. I was like, something to the tune of I have his autographed DVD set, and I don't even remember the jokes I did, but.
So even in your private conversations, he would talk about the AVGN to you.
Man, he was a huge fucking fanboy.
I mean, like also around like this time, like 2010, so like still in conflict, right? He's still getting a little bit trolled, but things are kind of dying down, right?
Right. Yeah. Even then, he was a diehard fan to the end. I mean, as far as I remember, I think he. Now I'm not sure here, but I'm pretty sure that he got something autographed from the nerd, and it was like, heaven to him.
Yeah, he did. I watched that video yesterday. He posted him like reading all the letters that he got from James, and then James signed something for him.
So I am remembering it correctly then. Yeah. So, but yeah, he was. Yeah.
Now for something like a bit more, well, it must have been quite shocking to see that one forum post where he was using the TLC Tugger, if you recall that.
Oh, we trolled him mercilessly on Big Chat about that. Yeah.
So Andrew said that at first, like Alex denied that entirely.
Yep, he denied it entirely, and then I don't remember which one of us was it that went out of our way to prove that was him, and then we caught him in the lie, and then he's like, "Okay, yes, that's me," but doing I couldn't even remember which one of us caught him in the lie. All I know is it wasn't me.
Did he ever like talk about that randomly, like anything relating to that randomly? Even with the
Oh no! That's a topic he would never bring up. We would bring that up, and then he'd try to like weasel his way out of it. Yeah, that was a very sensitive topip to him.
Well, apparently, he got more open to talking about it since he put it in like a bunch of his videos later on. So.
Oh yeah, but at first, he was very self-conscious about that.
What about that Burger King commercial with the fursuit?
Okay, I don't know anything about that. All I know is when I saw that video, I laughed my ass off.
And so like you being in the community, you must have like known a lot of more people like making videos on Game Dude. Did you ever speak to Paul Van Hindenburg?
Paul Van Hindenburg.
He's the one who made like a 36-part animation on Game Dude.
Oh shit, that rings a bell, but I can't recall anything right now. But the name rings a huge bell, and I don't know why.
I can link you to his channel. Let me just go ahead and find that.
That sounds like one of the people I would know through Big Chat.
He did have an interview with Alexander at one point, and Alana was in the background in that interview.
Oh. Andrew and I went to Elena's because she became a writer or something, and we found something weird in one of her video comments that was like, "I'm gonna get you, you bitch," and we're like, is that Alex? Did Alex type that, or is that a troll passing himself off as
Oh,
Alex?
I actually might be. I think I know what you're talking about. Is that on
Yeah.
the interview that came out recently? With
Yeah, and there's like one comment that looks that it looks either him or like he tried to.
yeah, that's a troll. Like that's a guy who comments on a bunch of my videos pretending to be Alex.
Oh, okay, so it's not really. Yeah, I was
Yeah,
like,
it's like Bowser
like,
Bomb 36.
he never gave us the impression that that after that this many years later he'd be writing that shit.
Yeah, that's just a guy who's been messing, or he's been trying to mess with me. But
Okay, so never mind then.
So there's still like trolls active to till this day.
It's not even like I wouldn't even classify them as trolls. I think it's just people trying to see, hey, will anybody remember this? And if they will, are they going to try to?
Oh, like a reference.
if anything, I think this guy's my troll, not necessarily Alex's troll.
Yeah, because you became the foremost expert on
Yeah.
game.
Yeah, that
Yeah, I'm
guy's
sorry
popped
I
up in a
couldn't
bunch
do
of my
that,
streams.
I'm sorry I couldn't dig that out for you. I'm so yeah. Paul this guy appeared in my Punch Dickia video.
All right.
Yeah, he's in my Punch Dickia video. I remember him now. I just couldn't remember. I knew the name rang a bell. Yeah, he was a cameo in Punch Dickia.
Really?
Yeah, you'll see at the very end of my Punch Dickia video. You'll see.
Have you seen Punch Dickia, June?
I have not.
Okay, I'll put that in the
That's part of my cringe history.
Game Dude's
Well,
in that
I-
video for a second too. I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's the Punch Dickia is the only proof left that I ever hanged out with Alexander, mainly because of that one cameo he did for me, where he goes, what was the line? I believe in Easter Beavis. I remember Easter Beavis. Yeah,
Yes.
it was,
oh, go ahead.
yeah, it was just that Punch Dickia is the only video left where you would know I ever had an interaction with Game Dude.
Whatever happened to the
check that one
Game
out.
Boob? Because he was in this video and he parodied Alex, and then I remember Alex
Oh,
made a
he,
video about him.
Yeah, Game Boob ended up getting married, divorced, and and much like Game Dude, he got offline practically. He has a Twitter over there. We've spoken recently. Matter of fact, oh shit, my old Twitter, unfortunately. Yeah, my Twitter account got yeeted not too long ago, like a month ago. So fuck. All my messages with Game Boo would have been there. Fuck. Thanks, Twitter.
The website formerly known as Twitter.
It's still Twitter. You can call it X all you want, but nobody calls it X.
Yeah, I still call it Twitter.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, see?
So that definitely became a pattern, right? So Paul Van Hindenburg also
He
became
made all
friends.
these I even helped him make some of these animations. Fuck, one of these I'm pretty sure has my voice in them. One of these because he made these in there was this website oh god. There's this website that did like little shitty cartoons, and all you had to
Oh,
do is
right, no, it links to it at the end. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
yeah. But that website on one of these we erased the voices, and I voiced some of the characters in one of these. I'd have to go through them though.
So from
Yeah.
there, like I like besides the trolls, I want to go into like we're like in our private conversation we were talking about his constant re-uploads and why he could possibly be doing that, right?
Yeah, well, it's simple. Anytime someone pointed out a mistake or something that he said that was funny, funny in a way he didn't intend, of course, or any mistake he made, anything that he got wrong, any fact that he might have stepped on. If he found out about it and watched the video that had the critique on it, suddenly a few days later that critique would be gone from his original video, and thus the net effect of that was that his videos started getting shorter and shorter and shorter, till what used to be 15-minute videos ended up being like little 1-minute blurbs.
Did he ever like talk about like the criteria or like him actually picking up comments?
What do you mean?
As in, like people
Like
people's like pointing things out, and then him like being okay, yeah, this comment like has no traction behind it, but I'll remove it anyways. Like,
oh no, it was literally he just you would know what part that, like, if you were in 2009, if you were an avid watcher of his videos, like so many of us were, because obviously to make fun of him you have to know his content. It was one of those, you knew what the video looked like before, and you would notice the change, and then you'd put 2 and 2 together when you saw X person's review, and you're like, oh, he pointed this out. Oh, that part got taken out of his video. How convenient.
oh, okay, so it was like the critics, the video, like people making fun of him like through video forms, and then he would react to it by just changing it immediately. And I'm sure
or
that
deleting it all together so that he could have plausible deniability, I guess. Which doesn't work if someone is literally using your clip in their video to make fun of you. So you can't say you never made it, because the clip is there. All you did was delete that clip.
Yeah, like he like a few people has a severe, like he has a terrible reaction to anyone making fun of him in like ways unintended.
Oh yeah, and that was part of what made more people do more shit on him. It's the Streisand effect, you know what I mean? It's like,
it's a feedback loop.
Yeah, the more you want people to not do it, and the more you let them know that you don't want them to do it, obviously the more they'll do it. So
over the course of you knowing him, did that get better for him? Like, as in, did he improve as a person, or was it getting worse?
I would say he stayed the same. It's just he stopped making videos.
Right.
I would say that during the course of our speaking with him that he got better as a person. If anything, and Andrew probably would agree with me here, is we saw kind of a dark side of him arise somewhere circa late 2012, early 2013, back when his breakup started affecting him really hard. That he started becoming like a little bit more like angry and more like jittery, violent, and such.
How would he would he shout, or what are some specific?
Yeah, like just outbursts. Shit. You'd have to ask Andrew more on that, because he shit. I mean, Andrew even has like his. I think he still has like the arrest papers and all that shit. Like,
oh yeah, we got that from him.
Yeah, he like I said, he's a treasure trove of info. But
that he is.
I distinctly remember we started noticing like if anything, a little bit of darkness there, and then he just kind of disappeared off the map after a while, and then we couldn't even contact him on Skype anymore. I would say by 2015 he was just nowhere to be found, gone.
Yeah.
Just completely gone.
Yeah, with what Andrew said is that like when he talked to Game Dude, like sometimes he'd talk about his videos and sometimes he'd just like shoot the breeze and stuff like that. But I'm assuming as like, the breakup started happening, I'm assuming that's all he ever wanted to talk about on Skype. If I'm Yep.
And it would get pretty dark sometimes. Like maybe I should go up to her house. Like, she's spreading all these lies, and
wow.
And yeah, and we literally like legit. We tried to, because at first, obviously, hey, it's funny. Let's rib him a little bit, But after a while, we just got uncomfortable with that, because when we saw that it was no longer lulzy and it was more kind of creepy, we're like, hey, dude, don't stalk her, dude. Don't go to her house, dude. Don't do that. Whatever you're thinking, just don't do that, man.
Yeah,
dude, You're gonna get in trouble. No, it doesn't matter because I'm gonna go to Mexico soon. And I'm like, no, dude. Seriously, you don't want to do that. Like, do not want to go bother her, because I think she got with like another dude, and he was a super jealous guy, and she was obviously his first. So yeah, I really hope that he. Yeah, and like I said, he was an awkward, nerdy guy. So I mean, the breakup was not easy on him. There's a reason she ended up getting a restraining order on him. Oh yeah. Matter of fact, I don't even know if he presented himself in court. I think maybe he didn't even show up.
So in one of the videos, he says, like they did go to court, but allegedly Alana ran out crying, so the court case was thrown out. And the thing that made it like much more like insane was he was frustrated that it was thrown out because he couldn't give his part of the story.
Yeah. I mean, think about it logically, right? Like you're in a courtroom setting. Do you really think the court's just gonna adjourn? I don't know. I mean, I wasn't there, obviously. This was in Canada, so
Right.
but I just can't imagine that the judge would. First of all, just like, I mean, they'd probably ask the guards at the door to bring. Please, can you bring her back in? We need to finish this. I don't think if she just runs out of court crying that suddenly, okay, well, everybody, court adjourned, we're done. So
Yeah. That was through Alexander, so
yeah, that doesn't make sense to me. That seems like kind of sus, you know. I don't know a court in the world where where a plaintiff runs out of court and they're like, well, the plaintiff ran, so we're gonna. Yeah, no, they'd most likely ask a guard to bring her back in, end the proceedings, and yeah, I don't think it went down the way Game Dude said it went down. But what do I know?
Yeah, he does tell quite a lot of stories. I mean, a lot of like this is just through his eyes because I mean,
yeah,
we don't really have much to go on.
But again, we're talking about a very nerdy, awkward, possibly autistic. I mean,
possibly paranoid too. I remember
talking with Game Dude that I think you yourself were the ones that told me that you thought he might have had a little bit of autism. Yeah, it was you that pointed that out. I mean, I'm not going to diagnose him, but being the father of 2 autistic children, I know what to look for, and believe you me, his awkwardness definitely fits the bill.
I mean, I believe it. There's something definitely different about Alexander.
Oh yeah, he is quite the character.
Could you expand, because we also talked about him on Skype and how he didn't want to join your larger group chats, even though you promised not to record.
Yeah. Even when because I mean, let's face it, we had a bad reputation after a while. Many people at the time knew that we recorded our calls because we had literally like put full calls on our channels, you know, for everybody to listen to. So it's not like it was. It's not like it was unlikely that we would record him, but we tried giving him as many assurances as possible. But as soon as there were more than like 5 or 6 people in a call, you'd suddenly start seeing him stop talking as much, and then he just removed himself entirely. And sometimes, yeah, he would private message me or Andrew. We were the 2 he talked to the most, and he'd be like, "Can we talk? I want to talk about this." You know?
Was he aware that Andrew was the one behind Game Dude Official?
No, he never knew.
Oh wow.
I think even Andrew tried to tell him, "Hey, I am GDO," and I think he tried to be serious with him, and he didn't believe him or some shit like that. But Andrew was probably a better, more reliable source for that. But I think he could actually tell him that he was GDO, and he wouldn't believe him. God, now I want to see those videos again. That'll bring a tear to my eye.
Yeah.
You also mentioned that Alexander personally was ravenous for advice, but he would never take it.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing. He'd always be like, "Hey, I'm having problems with Elena. Can you like what do I do? Should I send her flowers or should I go get her some chocolates or like that's how he thought, like, you know. Right. That's in his mind how he felt, you know. Hey, I soothe things by getting girls like chocolate and flowers, don't. Yeah, because every movie tells me to give a girl chocolate and flowers, right? No, he didn't get to know her. No. I mean, you're talking about
doing a bad job.
yeah.
Did he ever like talk about the early days of him and Alana?
Well, that's the thing is, as far as I remember, it wasn't even a long courtship. It was like they were together for maybe a year at best, and then she just got tired of him.
What about the early issues? Because I know like he talks about like a lot of like the later stuff, but like rarely about like.
If you heard him talk, you could tell that he was jealous and possessive, and she probably got sick of that.
Yeah, I mean, who wouldn't, right? I mean, he was a lot to deal with.
Oh yeah, I mean, can you imagine you're dating the guy and he's not only a jealous and possessive guy, but he's also this awkward guy who has very few social graces, and you're in like a fancy restaurant and he's acting up or some shit. Like I can imagine something must have happened that made her go, shit, this is a bad idea. I need to get it. I need to get with someone else.
So was that like, I guess, sudden? Because you're talking about him like going into like a bit more of a like darkness. So was it just like one call where he was like Alana this, Alana that, and they're like, whoa, this is much different?
Yeah, I mean that's when we knew that he was having like breakup issues, because he started bringing her up way more in calls. Because at first it used to be about him and about his stuff, and hey, dude, this is something lulzy you said. You know, what did you mean by this? Hey, and... well, that's why he would ask me, because I was married to you. So he's like, well, if anybody knows is this married guy, how do I get back? How do I win back Elena's heart?
If we broke up,
Yeah.
we would have been broken up forever.
Right.
Like, once you break up, that's it, dude.
Yeah. But yeah, once he made every single conversation about his relationship with Elena, we knew things were going really south for the guy.
So whenever you give him a piece of advice, right? Like I know he didn't take it, but how would he react? Like how would he just deflect it?
Well, it depends on the advice, because at first it was benign shit, right? Like, hey, you should say nice things to her. You should take her to a nice restaurant and just chill, or just dumb everyday shit. But then when it turned to how do I win her back, right? And how do I, how do I tell her I'm sorry? Hey, I accidentally shoved her. What do I do? She's angry at me. And like, what do you mean? You shoved her? What? And that kind of shit,
And to me, it seems like he just wanted someone to agree with him. He wasn't really seeking the advice.
Correct. Yeah, because as soon as it was something like, hey, like during the breakup, when we're like, dude, you should just let her go and just let her be with the other guy, and if she loves you, she'll come back to you. That kind of generic advice. And then he'd be like, no, I need to get back with her. That sort of thing. Like, he was desperate to get back with her. And we're like, dude, she's just your first love, man. There's plenty of fish in the sea, all that shit. And none of that. In one ear, out the other. He was going to have her, or he was going to have nothing.
So with another guy, would she talk about, like, would he talk about Alana's new boyfriend at all? Besides that?
No. Surprisingly not. The only thing he'd talk about was her and the fact that she was with a different guy. But he never really like, yeah, that guy's like an asshole, or nothing like that. He was really hyper fixated on her specifically.
And what about Sam, his alleged new girlfriend that no one can really verify?
Yeah. The fact that he had yeah, the fact that he couldn't really describe her all that well tells you everything you need to know right there.
I'm assuming he probably like went on a date, but that was about it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I mean, if we're being generous, maybe he went on Tinder or something, found found a one night stand, but I doubt it.
Yeah, that's about as much credit as I can really give.
Yeah, because he could never describe her. He could never tell us, specifics about her. Like, nah, dude, there's no way. Because with Elena, like, he could, if you asked him to describe Elena, right? He could give you a photographic description of every single, like, where every mole is on her fucking body. Now ask him about Samantha. Yeah, I call bullshit, but I mean, this is many years ago, so who knows? I really hope he got the happy ending. Matter of fact, I'm hoping that you dug up something and found out that you had a happy ending. That'll be the best thing to hear.
Yeah, so sadly, there's been nothing. There's been no breadcrumbs.
Like I said, the guy's really good at staying offline, so he became super zen about the internet, I guess.
Well, on the topic
maybe he got a therapist. I mean, I don't know.
So, still in like the peak of the insanity, what was your initial reaction, right, to seeing that 2-hour long dinosaur video?
Oh, yeah, are you kidding me? That fucking video. I think our first reaction was, just that jaw dropping. Holy shit!
That was exactly my reaction too. By the way,
yeah, exactly. I think that's always going to be the initial reaction, and then after you see it a couple times, you're like, dude, look at this thing he said here. Look at this. Holy shit, the dinosaurs, dude. Dude, he lost his shit.
Yeah, like, I don't know. My whenever I saw that, like, what I see, right, is I see, like, what a child would do.
Yeah, but you see a desperate guy there. My guess is he just must have had an awkward childhood, you know what I mean? Like, he never quite grew up until, who knows, probably until he saw a therapist, I guess. This is now just conjecture at this point, but
no, it's fine. I like these sort of things because you talked to him personally. So if there's anyone that can like speak about how Alexander was, it'd be you. Really.
Yeah, I mean, he was an awkward guy, and there's no ands, ifs, or buts about it. And if you compared the way he talked to us to his videos, you'd barely see a difference. So I mean, he's just super awkward, and I think he thought in his mind that was, cool or some shit, like, hey, this is definitely going down with the guys. I'm cool, right?
It's kind of funny though, because I heard that his roommate was the one that suggested he made the dinosaur video. So it's like, here you are giving him advice like, oh, there's plenty of fish in the sea, move on. That doesn't register with him. But hey, why don't you make a dinosaur video reenacting your relationship? That resonates with him.
If it was a roommate that asked them, then I would suggest to you that the roommate was a dick.
Apparently he was, because apparently he ran away because his roommate assaulted him after that. So
okay, his roommate was probably just fucking with him.
Yeah.
His roommate probably literally just wanted to see exactly what we saw.
Yeah, he got what he wanted.
Yeah, he got what he wanted. I think, like I said, it was so easy to convince him to do lulzy, stupid shit, but you couldn't convince him to just be normal with Elena. Like, how can you convince him to do, what we would call cringe shit, but you can't convince him to do something normal? It's because that's all he knows. I think YouTube is legitimately fucked some people in the head to where they think normal is cringe and cringe is normal.
Absolutely. I mean, Chris Chan's an example.
A big fan. He was like seeing how he was so obsessed about being a reviewer, right? Getting that status and not understanding like the tongue in cheek of it all. Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, there's no way he understood subtext. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, like, so go ahead.
Yeah. That's it.
So right now I'm gonna go through Alexander's recounting of the events, right? And you can comment on it, like maybe what you remember. But essentially, I'm gonna go through his story of him with Lana, and I'm gonna pretty much like this is all cited through the dinosaur video.
What a great video to cite too.
Right.
It's one of the 4 options he left.
Yeah.
And the reason I find it somewhat accurate, at least through his recollection, is because he also recounts it the same way, like the story the same way in his Mai Tai confession video. He tells like as it progresses as well, same way.
Yeah, only he sounds more normal in one of them and more unhinged in the other.
Right. So starting off, they were in an open relationship, as he stated, and they were in a club where he spots Alana dancing with another guy. He gets a bit angry, goes up to her and asks, like, hey, what are you doing? I thought we were going to dance. And at some point, he starts crying and gets kicked out, like, by the bouncers.
Yeah, that sounds like something that would happen.
Right. And
Although
there,
it probably didn't happen the way he said it.
likely not, no. And,
Well, yeah, I would just want to say in the court documents, Alana has her own side of that story too. So you
Yep,
can kind of-
and yeah, I'm pretty sure that it didn't go down quite the way he says. He's an unreliable narrator of his own. So this is like when you ask the game dude to describe his story, you always got to think like Joaquin Phoenix in The Joker. You know, like you don't know exactly how much of this is reliable narrative and how much is just the Joker talking about the Joker. You know.
yeah.
Oh no, definitely not. I still have to like cross-reference the court documents to get like an accurate retelling. But this is just like what he might have told you.
Yeah, yeah. As far as what he told us, that's pretty much the same version I know. That, yep.
And from there, he is really flustered. He's angry. He's mad. He's not happy. So a
Easy
few
for
hours,
him.
yeah. And a few hours pass, and so he goes to Alana's place of residence. He jumps her, like, I think, backyard gate or something, and knocks on her door until she comes out. She allegedly apologizes, where they go to their room, and they're about to have like sex until her mom interrupts him, which he is very displeased about, and then he leaves.
Does that sound like it happened like
No.
that?
No, it doesn't.
I mean, just hearing it, you're going, oh, there's something weird about this story.
Oh yeah, entirely.
I mean, mistake number one is just going to her house in general. I mean, you literally just shoved her at a party or at a dance or something, because that's pretty much what I imagine happened. He saw this other guy and yeah, he's the type to shove her instead of shove the guy, right? Like, what are you doing? Why are you dancing with him?
And from here, well, what happens afterwards is it intensifies in a really weird way, and that's a Sheepman conversation.
Yeah.
Did you ever like talk to Sheepman by chance, or knew who he was?
No, Heatman does that one. I don't recall there. Sorry.
Oh, do you remember what Sheepman did though?
I'm not. You're gonna have to refresh my mind, but I'll probably be like, oh, that. Yeah.
So Alexander linked his tag profile on his YouTube, which was the way, like it was like the Tinder of the time, right?
Yeah.
And because I guess he was having issues with Alana, so he wanted to be like, oh, look, I'm looking for options. So he thought it was a good idea to link his profile.
Yeah, and be like, hey, look how cool of a swinger I am.
Exactly. So he links that, some like a troll finds it, clicks on it, finds that Alana is his only friend, because I guess you can have friends on that website. And he reaches out to her through Facebook and starts a conversation, being like, hey, like it's literally like this. It's like, hey, babe, I want to get coffee, and she's like, oh, I don't know you really, but maybe. It's like, we can have sex afterwards, and she responds like, maybe if you're a nice guy. It's like,
yeah, it's very
much like that. Yeah, it's very strange.
Yikes! Yeah, that's the kind of shit that Game Dude would probably be like, no, what are you doing?
That's exactly how he reacted, because Sheepman sent those messages to the Game Dude, right? And he freaked out because they planned to date
out of
already.
their way to fuck with him. I mean, now I'm starting to realize just the extent. Because some people just knew how to fuck with him. Because I doubt I doubt someone's that horny that they're going to start the conversation like that. But they know that if they write that, the Game Dude's definitely going to react. So, Jesus Christ.
And he did. And he did.
React he did.
It was very easy to rile him up. That's all I'm going to say. There's no way that was real.
Well, I think it was in her testament that it was, right?
Really?
It was also, yeah.
Well, I mean, like the guy was a troll, but like they
Did she
didn't.
actually go to have the coffee with
She
Sheepman?
did.
though?
No, but Sheepman didn't show up though, because he was a troll.
So she didn't show up.
No,
is what
she did. Sheepman
did.
did not.
But
Oh,
yeah, what Sheepman did
okay.
is that he
There you
messaged
go.
him.
See, I'm telling you, some people would go to great lengths to troll people back in the. I mean, you're talking about an era, right, where Anonymous managed to get, and I was, I was online when this shit happened, where they got freaking Oprah Winfrey to say 9,000 penises. That's how far fucking trolls went back in the day. We would do anything and everything. I remember this one event on 4chan. I don't know, like a business convention or some shit. I don't even remember, like 2012 or 2013 or something. But they had these screens, and they had this hashtag going, was like the name of the business convention, and some dude at that convention posted the hey guys, there's these screens at this convention. Send me all the fucking Hitler porn and Rule 34 you can, and we're gonna flood the screens with it. That's the kind of shit we did back in the day.
Oh yeah, no, that still happens now. That's like still a very common occurrence.
That's what I'm saying. So I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that someone was fucked up enough to try to get Game Dude. Yeah.
But he was very successful in what he did, because he sent that conversation to Game Dude, right, and with the location included. So Game Dude confronted Alana at that Starbucks where they
even though there was no guy in sight. Oh,
there was no, yeah, she was just sitting alone waiting for that guy, and then he really
who are you waiting for? Elena, who are you waiting for?
Exactly. No, he printed out the conversation. He printed it out.
Yeah. I'm just imagining him confronting her like, "What are you doing here?"
Exactly.
Apparently what happened is he dropped the conversation. He's like, this ends our friendship, and then he walked away, and then a few hours later he started calling her over and over again.
I'm guessing that's where the famous shove happened.
Somewhere around there, because the police were contacted for the first time there.
Right. If the police were involved, that's where he probably got violent. And that's just yeesh.
Violent. So did he ever talk about the shove? I hear you bringing that up a bit.
Yeah. He did talk about it. Well, you would always try to minimize it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, no, I didn't mean to hit her. I didn't want to hurt her. I was just angry. That sort of thing. But yeah, there was definitely a shove involved. That's the most I know violence-wise that happened. I hope nothing went past a shove. You know what I mean?
Right.
Even a shove was already a bad thing, but
Yeah, I remember he was talking about because there was domestic violence charges apparently brought up, but apparently it's oh, all I did was hug her, and it's so it's what she did was worse. She used to punch me, she used to bite me, and all I did was hug her.
Yeah, he claimed that she was violent with him, but I don't know, man. You look at Elena and she's kind of lanky and shit, and I don't know. I just can't imagine her being the violent type. I mean, yeah, there are crazy chicks on this planet, no doubt, but that I cannot corroborate whether she was violent with him, but he would claim that she was just as abusive to him as he was to her, possibly as a defense mechanism, if I had to guess.
I'm on the same line too.
Oh yeah.
But what happened after that police confrontation is he immediately confronted Alana about the cops.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that cops had to even be involved tells you everything right there. I mean,
and yeah, this is where Sam comes into play, because I guess he's trying to get her jealous. It's not really working. Yeah. And then because that is not working, he comes up with a new strategy, because he knows her bus routes, he knows her class schedule. So what he does is he waits for her on her way to one of her classes, and this is where he hides behind the bush.
Yeah, this is where that darkness shit happens, and when he starts stalking her and shit, which is funny because I myself was accused of stalking, right? But I can immediately dispel, and tell you the actual story versus what he did, which was actually follow her to her home and shit. That's real stalking.
Oh no, but in his video, correction, he says he wasn't stalking her; he was simply following her. Right?
What's the difference? You're following her home.
Exactly. Yeah, no,
that's his way of minimizing things.
That's a great line.
I wasn't stalking her. I was just following her home
That's how he said it
and
exactly.
possibly picking up anything she dropped.
But so the whole tree thing, it's amazing because he says he remembers his story like pretty much like precisely, right? And whenever it comes up to him hiding behind a tree, he's like, "Oh, well, I don't remember if I was hiding behind a tree. My memory is a bit foggy around this time. I might have been behind it, might have not been. So I just approached her, and this is where yeah.
Notice how his memory gets foggy whenever he has to recant a detail that is inconvenient to his narrative.
Exactly. And what happens here is what Eden was saying, where he hugged her, right? So he goes in front of her, stops her, hugs her while crying. She's not hugging him back. She's just enough like creeped out.
There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way it went down that way. But okay. I mean, if you know human psychology, just if you've been around another human being, you know that doesn't work like that. Oh yeah.
Right.
The guy I'm angry at that's following me around suddenly wants to throw his arms around me. I'm just gonna let him hug me. Fuck that.
So what happens then is he well, you remember that vlog, like the blog, and he made like a 3D animation of how he wasn't hiding behind the bush.
More of the cringy shit. Boy, we were cringe back in the day.
That's what made that era of YouTube so much more fun than the current era, though.
Yeah, I know. I'm glad I lived through it. We need to bring that shit back because
I think me and Joon are bringing it back in a little bit of a way.
Hell yeah, guys! You do God's work.
So did he talk about like any of this so far at all to you on Skype?
Oh yeah, to me, Andrew, to all of us. And again, it's always his version. Always in his versions, he always meant no harm. He didn't really, touch her. He didn't hit her. He didn't shove her. I was just making sure she was all right. Like, we would always try to poke holes in his story, and then he'd be like, "Oh, well, what am I supposed to do?" And we'd always be like, "Hey, dude, just leave her alone, man. Like, she doesn't want to. She doesn't want to be with you. She doesn't want to be with you. Plenty of fish in the sea." Nope, he would never hear it.
No, exactly. And after this school thing happened, right? He again confronts her in front of his house and waits for her like to come home, right?
Doesn't surprise.
Yep. She freaks out and is about to call the cops, but he rips her phone out of her hands.
Yeah.
And what she does is she tries to calm him down, be like, "Oh, I'll get back to you," just to get the phone back, right? Like, I guess to call the police and be like, just to reassure him so he won't do anything crazy.
You can already imagine that. He's got his phone in one hand, and he's probably like using his other hand to keep her at distance.
Exactly.
Yeah.
She reassures him enough to get her like the phone back, and she doesn't call the cops, but instead she calls her mom, which is in closer proximity. And her mom like comes out and I guess shoos Alexander away because I guess it just scares him off.
Yeah.
And from here, the cops are called a second time.
I'm guessing that's why she had to get that restraining order eventually.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
From here, oh yeah. So at this point, like the John Lennon and the Rick Astley videos are uploaded, the lip sync ones.
Yeah.
Okay, and from here, let's see. Oh yeah, okay. So after that, there is, well, I believe the thumbnail artist sent those videos to Alana. The Rick Astley and the John Lennon. And one of them was titled For Alana, which is when she was superbly freaked out because it was like bleeding heavily into YouTube now, into the public space.
Yep.
And I believe that's when his original Game Dude channel was deleted, if I'm correct, or was it the second or third one?
I think that was his first one.
His first one, right. Okay, going from there. Yeah, go ahead.
And I think around that time also, Andrew, that's probably when he started privating all the videos, but you'd have to ask him.
Yeah, he got a cease and desist from Alana.
Oh, okay. So that's how that happened.
Right.
At least someone claiming to be Alana. We don't actually know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to tell sometimes, yeah.
what happens next is he sells his truck and his entire game collection to get her diamond ring, and so he does that. And he gets a note, the diamond ring, and goes to her bus stop and forces that on her, pretty much, and she walks away.
I remember the ring thing. Jesus Christ. Oh shit, that fucking the moment you said ring, I'm like, oh shit, that's right. Fuck. He did talk about a fucking diamond ring. Fuck. Oh shit. We're like, why the fuck did you do that, dude? That's stupid. Dude, she's not gonna get with you, bro. Plenty of fish in the sea.
So is that something like he told you after he did it? Like he didn't say like, "Oh, I'm thinking of."
Yes.
Okay.
No. I distinctly remember that one happened in Big Chat. There's at least 4 people in that call. I hope Andrew recorded that. He said that. I think Emmer was there. I think Emmer was there. I was there. Jesus Christ. Just the moment we we all did that collective, you know the meme where everybody slaps their forehead at the same time. That's the kind of reaction we got there. Like, you did what? You think after all this shit she's just gonna be like, oh look, a diamond ring, I love you now? No, dude, that's bonkers. Oh God, the diamond ring thing. Fuck.
Can you describe that call, how that even was brought up? I guess.
No, it's just he was proud of himself. Like, it's just just super proud of himself.
Yeah, but the more and more I see and learn about Game Dude, the more I guess he treats life like a video game.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
Like a movie, like in the movies, if you get a girl a diamond ring, hey, yeah, I'm the good guy of the story, There's redemption there. No.
No, definitely because in games there is always a path to victory, and that is determination. Even with his re-uploads, I guess he would rate them with the 5-star ratings, right? He always knew, well, he thought in his mind that there was a way to get that high score, that perfection. Yeah. And I definitely see that with Lana. It's like, oh yeah, of course there's a possible way. That's the way the world is designed. There is a way.
Yeah. Yeah, needless to say that you can't imagine that going down well.
Oh no.
Probably oh shit, what the fuck? What are you doing here? You said that was probably legit what happened.
And it didn't go down well from what
shows up on one knee, opens the box, and she's like, you're not supposed to be here. What the fuck are you doing here? I can imagine that.
And what happened afterwards is he, quote-unquote, took 10 Advil to end the nightmare.
Yikes. That I don't remember, but if he says he needed to pop some pills to deal with to cope with the aftermath, that's probably the only truthful thing he probably said.
Yeah.
Took some Ativans, huh?
Oh yeah, that didn't really do much, but
yeah, should have just taken some Xannies or.
But at this point, he was also I guess, he had a massive conflict with his parents because of the circumcision.
Yeah, I can't imagine. I can't imagine he went to his dad for advice. There must be a reason he kept looking to us for advice.
And from here, without money because he spent it on the engagement ring, without his friends really supporting him because they were also distancing themselves from this craziness.
I imagine he eventually sold that ring too. I mean,
that comes in later, yeah.
That's what I assumed, that he sold the ring and used that money to travel around the world when he left.
Yeah, I wouldn't surprise.
Yeah. At this point, Alana currently has possession of the ring because Alexander forced it on her.
Yeah.
Forced her left. And he's also homeless, right? So he says he pitched a tent outside of Starbucks to get the internet. He'd sometimes go into the shops as well. So, did he ever talk about being homeless to you?
No, not at all.
Not at all.
This is news to me. This is now news to me.
It couldn't have been for a lengthy period, but that's something you said he did. What happens now is,
like I said, unreliable narrator. So
he is, yeah. What happens next is he says that, well, because he confronted Alana in front of one of the bus stops, right? So Alana knows that he is waiting for her there. So what happens is Alana's mother goes in her place and confronts the game dude waiting for Alana, essentially.
Yeah. Yep. And she probably didn't have any kind words to say, and probably
no.
also to return the ring, if I had to guess.
No, it doesn't happen quite then. But then what happens then is he finds Alana again, assumedly at her house, and the police are called again. And from there, the police are called the very next day as well. Like, there is another confrontation. So what the game dude does is he confronts Alana. So, like, it's the mom. He can, like, the mom confronts him. He confronts Alana. The police are called. And then the next day, the police are called. And then he confronts Alana about the police. And the police finally arrest him, where he talks about a Chinese man in jail being crazy. And he feels bad about, like, him being crazy and gives him an apple. I don't know where he mentions that. And now he has a court date. This is when the game dude finally has that court date.
Okay.
Did he ever mention the court date to you?
Nope.
Not at all.
Nope. That was not one of the topics of conversation ever.
Oh, man. So
maybe Andrew, because I mean, there's got to be a way Andrew ended up with those documents somehow.
Oh yeah, some of them are on the blog, I believe.
Yeah, Alex posted them himself. So.
Oh, well, there you go then.
With Alana's address intact. So.
Everything, pretty much.
Yeah, he like I said, he was too awkward to care about details like those.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he didn't do that to dox her. He just did it out of plain stupidity.
Yeah, oh no! So he was actually proud of the trolls harassing her.
He was proud of the trolls harassing him?
Yeah, he was like, fine, haha, like Alana, like the troll, like, he gave the number out through like the Skype and the blog, and he was like, haha, yeah, they're bothering her. Maybe like she will come to me for like, I don't know why. It was just some harassment tactic. Yeah, but also later she's like, oh man, they're harassing her. I feel so bad about it. So it's like, okay.
Yeah, like I said, it's like I told you, he was very bipolar like that. So that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, I remember his like defense for that was like, oh, she's giving it out to everybody anyway. I might as well give her phone number out to people.
No. Yeah, exactly. Like he'd always deflect. So yeah, that doesn't surprise me either.
So what happens here is, because of the court date being set, finally his parents, like, the game dude's parents, are finally able to really confront and get into contact with Alexander, because there's really nowhere to run or avoid them.
Yeah, I guess his parents probably saved him from himself in the long run. That's my guess. If he cleaned up and ended up with a therapist, that'd very likely be because of his dad. I mean,
yeah,
we're talking. I mean, we're talking Lebanese family. Very family-minded values. His dad didn't leave him out in the cold.
Yeah, I was gonna actually ask about that, because watching one of the videos where you go into like, he was complaining like you called. You said he's from Retardistan or something.
Yeah,
and so
eventually, I would learn that he was of Lebanese descent. So
I remember him saying in that video, like, it's like he was like half German, half Lebanese or something like that.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And his dad, the type. He was a very, very protective about the family type thing. So there's no doubt in my mind that whoever saved him from himself, it was definitely his dad.
And yeah, like, this is pretty much, this is like nearly where that story closes, right? Is he was on Skype talking to some people. It could have been anyone. And he got a visit from the police where they delivered that diamond ring back, essentially. And he says he was... Were you possibly in that call?
No. I probably was not in the call when that happened.
Gotcha. And there's just like one more detail that's just insanely confusing to me. Because as we know, like, Game Dude isn't the most reliable narrator, but he states that he got Justin Bieber to serenade her in person. I don't know where that comes from.
You know what most likely happened is he got a recording of Justin Bieber.
Ah, yes. Okay.
We're talking the way he says it and the way it probably happened is I imagine him doing that 80s thing outside of her window with a boombox playing Justin Bieber. Now, that is more likely than him actually getting Justin Bieber. His dad had money, but he didn't have that much money.
Oh, definitely not. It was so bizarre. So like that was probably like such a bizarre element even for Alexander.
Yeah, no, in my heart of hearts, he probably just got a recording of Justin Bieber, or I don't know if Justin Bieber was ever on like Cameo or any shit.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Maybe he did what the Irate Gamer did for Ernie Hudson.
Right. I mean, I've been known to get cameos of moderately famous people and use those to my advantage, but to get the actual celeb, I doubt it. Matter of fact, I call bullshit instantly.
Yeah, me too. There's just no way. And from here, the whole court date thing happens. It settles in some way, right? There's Alexander's retelling the events, which aren't so reliable, but that's really all we have. I guess I will pour through the court documents to see what actually happened, but he says Alana ran out. He's mad he didn't get to give his part or something.
And again, knowing his parents, there's no way they let him be homeless. I mean, I call bullshit on that too. Right. But if he says
he ceased contact with his family.
Yeah, he ran away from them.
There's no. It was probably one of those. When the kid says, "Yeah, I'm running away," and then that same night he's back home, like, "Sorry, Dad." That's what really happened, guys.
Yeah, he doesn't give a time frame, so I assume if it happened, it had to be like very short.
And his dad wasn't the type to close the door on him. There's no fucking way he was homeless. He came back. He was an awkward kid. He just needs to sound like he went through hard times more than he actually did.
Right, and afterwards is where the whole vacation thing, the Mexico thing, happened.
Yeah, that was a bizarre thing. Because I think that was literally one of the last times we ever spoke to him when he was in Mexico.
So how did that information come to you? Was it through a Skype call or?
Well, it was a Skype call. I mean, he knew where to find us.
Was it the last Skype call?
No, I'm pretty sure there were some after that. Because I mean, Mexico's what 2014, something like that.
Yeah. So he tells you it was a vacation, right? A 2-week vacation.
Yeah, that's why I'm pretty sure he didn't stay in Mexico. He had to have gone back to Canada at some point.
Because if I recall, he went from Vegas to California to Mexico.
Yep. Yeah, he had a big old trip, straight down from Canada all the way to Mexico. So.
I mean, in the messages he sent to Game Dude Official, though, he said he had no interest in going back to Canada.
Yeah, but you know how it is. The money runs out. Yeah,
I mean, I don't know exactly what he did, but I'm just saying, I'm just giving you Alex's version of events.
Common sense dictates that he did not overstay his visa and just stay in Mexico.
Yeah, I'm under the belief he did go back to Canada because.
Yeah. Unless your name is Ethan Klein, Ethan Ralph.
Oh yeah.
Unless you're Ethan Ralph, you don't stay in Mexico.
And what also helps is you say that wasn't your last Skype call. How if you could remember, how often do you talk to him after that? Was it maybe one more call, 2 more?
That's just the thing. Is it used to be daily, right? Then it started being more weekly, and then it started being monthly, and then it just started being not at all. He really fell off the map at some point. He just stopped calling us, and when he would call him, it would just be do 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 do, and he would just not answer. So I mean, at some point he just went completely dark.
Do you remember those conversations post Mexico?
Post Mexico, yeah, it's just it very very brief. Hey, are you doing okay? Yeah, I'm doing okay. Click. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Towards the end, he was very very short, and, not telling us anything about anything, and just kind of pick up, click, and then not even that.
So eventually, nothing about him returning to Canada or anything.
Nope. That's why we don't know for sure. That's why we have to just assume he went back to Canada just based on facts.
based on the fact that money runs out. Money is finite. Unless you have a constant stream of money, you can't really stay overseas somewhere.
I don't know how much that diamond ring fetched him, but I don't
Yeah,
think
not enough to have an indefinite stay in Mexico.
Yeah, that's I bet you're right about that.
But yeah, it was weird because he used to be like very open and like he couldn't wait to tell us, right? Like what happened. He couldn't wait to tell us about Elena or things going on in his life to where it just became one word answers like, you okay? I'm okay, click.
I don't know if he was like on medication at that point. He must have been like, something must have happened, like to change or correct him in some way.
Yeah, but yeah, he became very quiet after a while. And yeah, and then just not at all. Then he wouldn't even bother answering at all. And yeah, and that was pretty much the last I heard of him.
That's really interesting because, to me, right, I assume maybe his parents took away his devices and may like forced him to like completely cut off like all this internet stuff but even just answering your calls, right?
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, because he used to answer our calls and he used to add himself to our chats. So I mean,
but answering your calls, even just the short like, oh hey, how's it going? Like that means he still had access to it, but it was from his. Like, it was his choice not to engage.
Correct. Yeah.
And that leads more to, like, the good ending, right? It was his choice to go offline after all this chaos.
And that's why I'm praying and hoping that he just learned his lesson and got the good ending. Because I hate to think of the alternatives.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's why if I hear from him, I'll be like, "Oh, dude, it's so nice to see you again, man. Are you all right, man? What up after all these years, man?" I mean, I would love to shoot the shit with him again and see what happened in these last 8 years.
I think he's more well known now after he left the internet because of everything that happened. Isn't
that crazy how the internet does that?
It's the mystery. Because like
the mystery definitely helped make that interesting, I guess.
Yeah.
But it always bugged me that he just kind of went completely silent, like, man. And sometimes you can't help but go, man, did we just fuck with him too much, But, it's hard to tell. I in my heart of hearts, I really hope he got the happy ending because that would be obviously the best outcome. But as far as what makes sense, mentally, there's no way he's not back in Canada. I mean, he didn't have another place to go, so he had to go back at some point.
Yeah, I mean, like, seeing how difficult it was for him to live life, even in his country of, like, residence, where he grew up, I think it would have been quite impossible for him to really survive in a foreign place. You know what I mean? It's just...
Again, I mean, like I said, Ethan Ralph found a way to live in Mexico, so maybe...
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Ethan Ralph's probably more far gone than Game Dude, too, so...
Oh, yeah. Now, there you're talking about a fun character. Then again, Ethan Ralph had a successful show that he could milk for money to live in Mexico, whereas Game Dude, by the time he was in Mexico, had no such thing. So
I feel like what Game Dude lacks is survivability in some ways. I feel like, you know what I mean? There is that element that there's elements lacking of what you'd expect in an adult, and I just don't feel Game Dude has that at all.
And that's why I'm under the impression that his parents bailed him out. That's my version of what had to have happened, because just based on how he was and the fact that everything got kind of done for him, his life was set out in front of him, to the point where he got a job because of his dad.
Yeah, that's true too. Because like, let's say he moved to Mexico, it's like, what could he have possibly done for work with like his level of like experience and stuff like that?
Yeah. And he certainly didn't know the language. I speak Spanish. I mean,
I do too.
Yeah. Sí.
Sí, hablo español.
Pero vos no sos nativo, ¿no?
Sí, pues nací en México. Ahí es donde vivía.
¿Vos sos mexicano?
Sí, soy mexicano.
Mira vos. Yo soy argentino, entonces.
¿Eres de Argentina?
Sí.
Ay, güey. Es muy lejos.
Bastante
Yeah.
lejos, sí. Nada, de hecho, tuve un canal en castellano y no fue tan casi nadie fue a mi canal en castellano, pero bueno.
Pues sí, es muy popular en inglés, ¿no?
Yep. Damn Skippy. Shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can tell
I had no idea
I
that
can tell you
you spoke Spanish, June. I knew Asa did.
Oh yeah,
Well,
no, definitely. I was born in
you
Mexico.
knew I was the
Oh.
dirty species.
Well, yeah. So thank you. You've been like, it's been very insightful, like just like talking about all things game dude and just
Yeah,
how he was as a person.
he's an interesting topic, and it always bugged me that just how it ended, like because I never got like closure on that. So I'm like, I would legit like to know if he's all right.
So something I do wonder, like, and you can talk about like more about this is
That's why I'm hoping that you'll make a video. He'll see it and then be like, "Yeah, this is an update. Here's what happened to me."
Yeah,
that would
that's
be awesome.
that's one of the reasons I've kept making Game Dude videos for such a long time. It's like, man, if
You're
anything were to
you're
bring about of hiding,
hopefully-
it would be other people talking about him.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm really hoping that he'll notice and maybe like maybe let us know he's okay, because yeah, we did. It's weird because for all the fucking around we did with him, at the end of the day, guys like me and Andrew, we're only cared about doing it's the male ribbing,
yeah, everyone does that.
Yeah,
it's just harmless ball busting what we tried to do. We weren't really trying to hurt him or anything. We were just trying to get some laughs, and hopefully he would eventually join in the laughs. And many times he did join in the laughs. He can't say we just trolled him. I mean, we legit let him in on our fun, and he had fun with us too. So, I hope he, I really hope he got the happy ending out of that. None of us wanted to see him fail. We just wanted to get some lulls.
yeah, that seems to be like the common denominator between everybody who's either made a video about him or just knew him, is that like nobody wants to see him like dead or like fucked up or like any of this shit. Like it's just
He wasn't a bad kid. He was just an awkward kid, really.
yeah, exactly. Like I don't think anybody like that I know anyway really wants like anything malicious to happen to him.
And that's why we were freaking out when the whole police shit was happening with him, because we were like, Jesus Christ, like this is not where we thought this would end up. But
Asa, something I could use help in expanding on is
yeah, of course.
because you lived through it, you understand it way better than I do. Even though like I was part of YouTube back in the day, just not to that degree, is the influence of someone of like Game Dude's size, because people see like 6,000 subs today and be like, oh, that's not that big, but like back
Oh, yeah.
then it was an entirely different
dude.
beast.
Dude, back in 2009, to have 5,000 subs was fucking amazing. I mean, I didn't crack 10,000 until what, 2013, 2014. So, I mean, for a guy to have 5,000 subs in 2009 was a big deal. Just to give you an idea, roughly around around 2008 or so, Irate Gamer he managed to bring himself up to the 8th most popular channel at the time. There was a time when Irate Gamer was one of the top dudes on the site, believe it or not.
No, I believe it. And something even more crazy about Alex's story, right, is with his re-uploadings and whatever, he kept one video typically like in its original state, and that was Sonic 06. And the thing is, in 2011-ish, since that video had been like pretty much untouched and was allowed to accumulate views, it had 66,000 views, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that makes me wonder if Game Dude just like left his shit untouched, if he would have been the popular creator he wanted to be, right?
Maybe I mean, his stuff had I mean, at the time it was like, oh god, another angry reviewer, right? But like as a look into the past, his stuff has a very interesting mystique to it, so to speak.
There's so many quotable lines like, "Oh, look at Barbie, what a scary bitch."
Yeah, I mean, I mean, who could forget the word platypussywuss now? I mean, there's no way. I mean, I can't get that.
Fuck platypus.
Yeah, I mean, there's no getting some of that shit out of your head after a while. It is very quotable, and for better or for worse, I think it would have had some longevity had he stuck around.
That's probably why, like, you know, so many people are still making videos about him nowadays. Is because you know, he was. I think a lot of people at the time just thought, yeah, he was just another AVGN clone, but.
And again, I might be the wrong person to talk about longevity. I could not make anything that lasted the test of time. So I'm surprised this guy even heard of me.
But like, yeah, no, it's just like very interesting because like the thing that was getting him popular, like you were saying, like the things that were memorable are the things he hated about his own videos, right? He didn't want to be seeing that, even though he could attain popularity through that. It's just so.
If he had embraced that side of himself, he probably could have been big.
Right.
And if you just grab the ball and run with it, like, bottom line, people love this about you. Fucking do that thing, you know?
Yeah, and it's actually like, if you look at some of his short films, like, some of them are kind of horror themed, and he has like kind of a creepy sort of like vibe to him. Yeah. So I think he could have actually owned that and kept going down that path. And...
Did he ever?
You know what's goose poop?
Sports games.
Oh god, goose poop.
Did he ever talk about like those experimental videos to you or no?
Which ones?
Like any of those like weird film student ones, or like where he gets attacked by an orb, or the 2D tree, or the snow globe.
Yeah, because we mocked him about those, and he didn't want to talk about that. I think he was legit embarrassed by that.
What about the drunk video that like he posted on his channel where he's singing his own theme song?
Singing his own theme song, yeah. He never talked about that either. And Andrew loved to constantly put that clip on in the Skype chat and be like, "Hey, I found this. Oh, by the way, guys, I found this." And he'd post it again and like, "Hey guys, check this out." And he'd post it again just to get a rise out of him.
Don't you guys know my theme song?
Yeah. No, but I like how he's like, "Come on, guys, he's the game dude. Hey, is anybody with me?" I think he literally says, "Anybody with me, guys? He's the game dude. He is so rude. Come on, guys. Am I right? Am I right? Yeah, my theme song. Yeah. Anybody?
And no one sings along. He just keeps on pushing and pushing and pushing. It's crazy.
Matter of fact, that's literally the only clip I have left. This is all that's left in my entire archives about him, and it pisses me off because I
all the archives are going to come back soon because I'm uploading a bunch.
It left Andrew as the de facto keeper of the. But yeah, this is all that remains in my collection. Look at him.
Bad attitude.
See, literally, like, come on, guys.
And then they start clapping along, and then they don't actually sing because they don't know it.
Yeah. Like, come on, guys. Am I right? Anybody? Oh, man. What's sad is he had a second theme song.
I remember that one, the slower one. Yes.
Yeah. He's a dude on a mission.
Yeah, I actually found out. I was going through some of the videos yesterday. Apparently, a fan sent that into him because he had like the first song, which I think that he commissioned. And then the second,
he liked it so much. You know, he was very self-conscious about that whole banjo cat thing that he drew. He was so embarrassed, and he hated his own work so much, even though that's literally where the charm is, right? Like, we loved it because of that. We loved his little banjo cat animation that he did.
Yeah, that's the thing is like
that the moment a fanboy sent that song in, that replacement song, he replaced it immediately, and he thought that was great.
Even just because of the banjo cat?
Yeah.
Couldn't you just take out the banjo cat? That's just the graphic. That doesn't need to be part of the theme
right,
song.
But I think what happened was his only version of the song was a video version. And so he couldn't you know what I mean? Like, if he wanted to keep the intro, he had to keep the cat, or else he'd cut off the part of the song.
My guess is that's why he had to switch to the song because he had no way of removing the cat from the thing. Even though nowadays you can do that easily.
He couldn't separate the audio.
He couldn't separate the audio from the video, so he had to keep the cat in there. So the moment he had a chance to fucking get a new theme song, he's like, yes, I can finally get rid of this banjo cat thing that I think is cringe.
So he can do a bunch of different revisions on his videos, but he can't separate the audio from the video on his theme song?
Well, because he could delete things. He just, he could delete. It's easy to cut and paste, but it's hard to remove the audio from the video, I guess. Nowadays, it's easy. Software today, you could do that in 2 seconds, but back in 2009, it wasn't that easy.
So he would talk to you about the banjo cat then? He had admitted to animating that?
Well, on more than one occasion, he told me how he felt embarrassed by his... And we told him, we love the cat. Keep him.
I remember, going through some of the Game Dude official videos yesterday. He does bring up the cat and he does rant about it.
Yep, he was very embarrassed by his own creation, and he doesn't realize that that's actually one of the more endearing parts of his video.
Oh yeah, his theme song is unironically pretty damn good.
Yeah, in matter of fact, the one the fans sent is generic and shitty. Why would you replace this song with that one?
Yeah, it's a big step down.
Yeah, but he wouldn't have it. Anything that he thought made him look bad, he'd delete it.
Which was pretty much everything.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's the thing, when you have that much, low self-confidence. It's the same low self-confidence that led him to stalk a poor woman,
There was something really, I don't know, kind of sad about Alexander in that sense, in that he would upload something and maybe he was confident about it. He saw it one way and people immediately laughed at him.
Right, and then when he didn't get the reaction he thought he would get, he would change it or delete it or just take it down completely.
Which was everything, literally everything. I can't think of one thing he was really confident about.
Yeah. And that's kind of sad that he just didn't stick with it. I deleted a lot of my shit, but for a very different reason. I deleted a lot of my early shit. Well, first of all, the first original Asalieri channel got taken down, but my second one, I had to delete videos because I just didn't want to deal with all the backlash and all the, the people who are like, "Oh, Racer, you're being a hater," blah blah blah. And then I just suffered the standard burnout that YouTubers would suffer after years of doing the same shtick.
Yeah, I got that.
If you haven't suffered burnout, then you're a better man than I, Joon.
Oh no, man! I'm you got to realize how lazy I am. I upload monthly. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
it's the same with me. I feel really lazy too, even though it feels like I'm also working on stuff every single day.
Now that I've met you, obviously I'm going to start watching your stuff, but. And if you ever feel the need to make videos on me, go ahead.
You do have a treasure trove of people that I know that you've talked to over the years, like Drunken Punk and stuff like that.
Oh, dude! I have stories, and I have stories. Yeah, if you want tales, I was. Now that I started seeing that there's a taste in people of reviving the 2006 to 2009 era, I debated whether I should do a tales of Grandpa Asa tells tales of the internet.
I'd fucking watch that. That'd be awesome.
I think it'd be that could work, but you had to frame it not as Grandpa, but more like an insider, because you're not. It's 10 years ago. It's not really old, you know what I mean? But
it's old by internet standards, you know what I mean? 2009 is so distant from us now. How many people today still talk about the effects that the Rickroll had, for example, or Chocolate Rain Guy, for example,
or Numa Numa,
yeah.
But I think your pull would be more like the insight, frame it not as Grandpa, but more like the truth. You know what I mean? I think that could be the pull.
Yeah. So. I'd have to dig through all my old shit over here, but I know I can at least go as far back as 2012. Anything prior to that, it all has to be anecdotal for me.
Yeah. Oh man,
Yeah.
I
That's
game
the
dude.
I
problem.
mean, it's still going on a little bit, isn't it? Because you had that thing with, I think his name's Lizard Guy. I watched those videos.
That guy here. You want an update on that story? Because
Oh, please.
this happened just 2 days ago. Read that shit. Lizard guy posted this 2 days ago and he deleted it. Yeah, yeah. Read that.
5-year crusade to murder me? What?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Oh, lizard guy is insane, and I can't get this motherfucker off my back. He read my ED article and now he treats my ED article like it's gospel truth.
God.
Except my ED article says that I live off the government and that I also gamble. So which is it? Do I have enough money to spend all my discretionary income at the casino, or do I live off the government? Like, what is it, ED?
Maybe if he finds these
Say
game
that
dude
I'm a
videos.
pedophile. They also claim that I'm a pedophile that touched my girl inappropriately, and all they got is a picture of me with my newborn daughter on my lap. And because I have my shirt off, that automatically turns me into a pedophile, guys.
Yeah, your
the
ED
ED
page
isn't-
is pretty fucked up, honestly.
Yeah, I mean most of them are
Really?
to that degree.
Yeah.
If you go through it, I can tell you what's real and what is and what is fake, and at least 90% of that is all conjecture.
That reminds me, on the Game Dude's ED article, there's like a lot of messages between you and Game Dude. Like, who
Yeah,
did you
'cause I was-
send those screenshots
I mean,
to?
not to toot my own horn, but I was the one that brought him into the forefront. I was literally the first person to make videos about him, and then suddenly, that's it's ironic, but RAR didn't become popular because of Irate Gamer. It became popular because of Game Dude. Because Game Dude was the first video I made that was it was the 5th episode of my series.
Yeah, because a lot of people at that time were probably already commenting on Chris Boers, so...
Right, yeah. I actually arrived late to the Chris Boers party. Yeah, I got some views off of Boers, but then when I did the one on Game Dude, I got like 4 times the amount of views. And so that he became the topic of choice. And then suddenly a lot of people started talking about him. In my heart of hearts, I was the first guy to talk about Game Dude. I was also probably the first person to talk to him, in PMs. To
It
where he
seems
would
like
answer.
that, because he seems to have the most extreme reaction to you out of all the people who commented on him.
Did he also send
I was the one that shone the spotlight on him to start out with.
Yeah.
Ironically, I'd end up becoming one of his biggest advocates in the end, and hoping the best for him. But
Did he send the N-word one message to you where he says it 8 times in a row?
Yeah, yep. And he said that just out of pure anger. That's it.
What?
Yeah, he said the
Oh, you
N-word.
haven't seen that message?
I don't
Yeah,
think so. I have
Yeah, showed him. Yeah, he was mad. That boy was mad. Yeah, because it had something to do with when I said the retardistan thing. Like, he really took that. He tried to accuse me of being racist. And so I told him, dude, I'm not being racist. Like, oh, you want to see racism? This is racist. Yeah.
There, you wanted me to be racist, so this is what you get.
Yep.
Oh, boy.
And ironically, I wasn't telling him. And that's the thing. He just didn't get it. Like, I'm not calling. I'm just saying I'm not a racist. The whole retardistan thing was just a dumb joke. You know?
Yeah, no, I get it too. He's not racist either. He's just trying to be like,
Yeah.
Yeah. He's like, you're racist. I'll show you racism. and then that's the kind of person he was. You wanted me to be racist, so here's what you get. Stupid N-word. God damn. He was unhinged.
oh yeah. But I think that pretty much just covers everything. The video should be out hopefully by next month. But man, there's there's so much.
I'm sure there's a lot to dig through, and like I said, you want the actual media. The best guy to go to is Andrew.
Yeah.
No, he had such a
Thank you,
so
City.
many.
Oh, yeah, the
episodes.
treasure trove has opened up. I mean, I'm probably going to be making videos on Game Dude for the next year or so after this.
He's gonna be here. He's gonna be your go-to guy.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he kind of has been since I started, doing the essays and stuff, but I
Yeah,
branched off.
dude, you
some a
want
little bit.
an unhinged guy? Help me help me shine a spotlight on Lizard Guy. That guy, fucking amazing.
Well, it could be depending on like what people want, because people were recommending Game Dude like it's so weird, right?
Here's the thing: is I can give you a million names of cringy people who do cringy things who nobody has ever heard of, but they're worth talking about.
Yeah. No, I definitely need an element from
I
I
mean,
don't know, like
if you want, lolcows that you can call your own, that was something I specialized back in the day.
I thought about. I myself thought about doing something on Drunken Punk, but apparently you guys are cool now.
Yeah. It's a very difficult relationship. He went from being cool to wait, so you're against trans people? I'm like, no, I'm not. Like, well, I'm, and then he joined my Discord server, and then he left because someone said something transphobic that he thought was a slight against him, and then he left again. But just to give you an idea, here's a before and after.
Yeah, Jack and Jill.
Yeah, there's the before and after.
Okay, yeah, I knew some of this stuff about the trans stuff, but anyway, I'm getting a bit off topic. So.
Here's a clean one without my joke in there. But yeah, that's him these days.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess she's doing better.
Yeah, I mean, don't misgender him, because if you misgender him, he'll go nuts.
Is that the pronouns he likes? He or she or?
I think it's a they them, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
All I know is he, I guess, goes through bouts of hey, Asa, we're cool. No, we're not cool. We're cool. We're not cool. Like, it's like he can't make his mind up sometimes.
Yeah.
So I just kind of throw my hands up into the air and be like, okay, if he wants to contact me, I'm not going to shut him out.
Yeah.
Besides, sometimes contacting me ends up netting some lulzy shit eventually.
Hence, I guess why we're here talking about Game Dude.
oh yeah.
Exactly, and it's why I'm sad that I don't have my old Lenovo anymore, because God, there was some good shit on there.
Do you think it be backed up on JD's computer? Because I still have a folder on. There's still a folder on there that's labeled Daddy's stuff.
When did I get? No, but that computer, I got that back in 2015. I don't think that has meant. No, it was on my old Lenovo, Sudi, the one that I replaced that computer with. Yeah, the one that I used in Germany, Sudi. I mean, it's the reason why my early videos had this annoying little green blink every now and then, because I used to make them in Movie Maker. So you can tell my old videos because they have this. You'll see this weird green flash every now and then. I doubt it has any of my old stuff, but if it does, Actually, it just occurred to me that if you go through my video of where I make fun of Game Dude, there's some old screenshots in there that might help you too.
Oh, the RAR?
In my RAR, there's old screenshots of his channel. So you could see exactly how many subs he had back in 2009, if you can't find that.
Yeah.
Oh, I found it. It's in the Wayback Machine. I think he had like 3,000 and he peaked at like maybe 6,000.
Yeah, I think 6,000. Yeah, that sounds about right. 6,000 is about where he peaked.
Well, yeah. Was there any confusion? Because I know there must have been with people finding which. Because you knew for sure which Game Dude channel was his, but did people actually know which one it was? Because there were so many re-uploads, right? Was there confusion about like who is who?
Yeah, they knew that the Alexander 4488 one was all him, and at first I think they thought Game Dude Official was him until they started seeing all the lulzy shit that he started posting.
Well, some people were still convinced. Like,
Oh,
Yeah.
well, today people
I mean-
don't know. Yeah.
I mean, some people will be convinced because hey, how could he possibly have this?
Well,
Yeah.
how could he possibly have it? Is because we had access to him, personally. That's why.
Yeah.
But that's the part that nobody knows. Let's see. Man, I have a whole bunch of old stuff here.
Oh, I do have like one more question, and
Yeah, go ahead.
it's this channel. Like me and Ian think that this is one of his final channels,
Final channels. Let's take a look. Copy.
just because of like the corrections and edits that weren't found on any other channels, and because it was like established around the time he deleted his first channel too.
I mean, that is his art there, so
Yeah, I was gonna say like when we
The
got those
thumb-
messages from Andrew about the conversations he had between him and Game Dude, it was this thumbnail as well. So that
Yeah.
actually leads me to believe even more that this probably was his channel.
that is his art. So, I mean, you're not going to find that art anywhere else but in his stuff. So,
Yeah.
Game Dude Blinks AVGN parody. I like how he repackaged them as AVGN parodies.
Yeah, that's another thing is like that's totally something Alex would do. So
Yeah.
that's another reason I believe this was his channel.
That does make me believe that this is his, because that is legit something he would do. This is Alvin and the Chipmunks review, and God, that was one of his lulziest ones.
Weird.
Yeah, there it is. Dude, his Alvin and the Chipmunks video used to be 18 minutes long. Now it's 3 minutes and 33 seconds long.
Wow.
God. I bet my RAR has more clips of it than his own.
Oh yeah,
But-
when I was doing some of Game Dude's videos, I was like, I went to your RAR because you had some clips from the Brawl revisions that were not available
no
anywhere
longer-
else.
That no longer exists. Yeah. Like I said, there's some clips even in my reclips that that you won't see anywhere else.
Yeah.
So that doesn't. Yeah, this has to be him, dude. I'm looking through these. I mean, we all had backup channels back in the day. I had the Pistos A channel, which I can't for the life of me figure out how to get back into. I no longer have the email nor the password for it, so I'll never be able to log back into the Pistos A channel. So that one's kind of stuck in limbo, which is crazy because I actually managed to get up to 500 subs somehow on it. Hail of the son, more like hail of the son of a bitch.
Another thing is the Mickey Mousecapade video. He says in the title, it says the video games Grumps watched, and like that's also something Alex would do. He'd try to advertise himself that way.
Does this one have his secondary theme song? Oh, these don't even have his intro in them.
Yeah, and that's another thing. Like,
Yeah,
would
he
take
just
that
moved it
out.
entirely.
Yeah.
Oh, he didn't want to.
No, remember, yeah, people found it funny, just removed it entirely.
God, I think he eventually realized that his second theme song was terrible. So these later ones that don't have an intro are because they had a second intro.
Yeah, that is true.
Even he knew that his original theme song was better than his second theme song.
It's kind of funny because like when I was going through, I think the video I did is called Game Dudes Reviews Reviewed, and I was going through his Bubsy review, and like the only difference is that he changed his second theme song with his first theme song.
Yep. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me.
But yeah, I think that pretty much just covers everything.
I'm almost done uploading something for you, a little treat for you before you go.
Perfect.
One last party favor.
Yeah, I might as well. But man, it's crazy how little shit I have on Game Dude anymore. When I used to have literally a big ass folder full of shit. Now the keeper of the media is Andrew, undoubtedly.
Andrew's a godsend because I don't think
Oh, yeah.
any of this would have been possible without him.
Yeah. So I'm glad I'll pat myself on the back for putting you into contact with him. I used to call him my Soundwave Ninja back in the day.
Soundwave Ninja?
Yeah, that was the nickname that I gave him back in chats and stuff. Like, hello, dear viewer, I'm here with the Soundwave Ninja 118. Because yeah, back in the day, he used to be called 1176. Then he
I
changed
remembered him as Blackface Kermit.
Yep. Then he changed it to Blackface Kermit, and now he goes by Pellswick.
Cool.
And I'm like, dude, you're always gonna be known as Blackface Kermit. It's kind of like me. If I change my name, I'm still Asa. Nobody's ever gonna not call me Asa. So I might as well just keep it. I'm Asa.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because for me, everybody calls me a different name. Some people call me Blinky, some call me Ian, some call me Okay, Fine, Be That Way. So
There you go. Have fun with that. This is the kind of guy I used to talk about back in the day.
Oh yeah, I remember this guy.
Oh, you do?
yeah. I do. I remember seeing some videos of him.
I don't think I'm that familiar with this guy actually.
Oh yeah. If you think Game Dude is cringe,
Archived on the Internet Archive, on archive.org.
doesn't surprise me, sweetie. But they probably already have all that. The stuff that Andrew had, they definitely did not have.
Yeah.
And I was hoping that I had stuff, but no, my laptop is gone. But yeah, this guy was way more cringe than even Game Dude for what the little bit of interaction I managed to have with this guy before he dropped off.
Yeah, he definitely lacks the endearingness of Game Dude.
You think?
Oh, yeah.
To be fair, I feel like there's a lot of people that are worse than Game Dude. Like even like SS Sniper Wolf, I would say is probably worse than Game Dude.
I could probably go through all my old shit and tell you all sorts of people who were cringy back in the day, who today people would look back on and go, I want to know more about this guy.
Yeah, it's good because a lot of this information should be put out there because it's just way too entertaining to not.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, I may have to bring RAR back. Oh God!
I hope you do. Personally, as a fan of it, I hope you do.
See, you're encouraging me just by saying that. Like, oh God damn it! How could I not now? You know? My wife hated it. She hates it because it brings me negative attention, and that. Yeah, and sometimes it brings some unnecessary. People have done some pretty fucked up stuff with us in the past. So.
Oh yeah, weren't like some people going to your house because of something on Craigslist? I kind of.
Oh yeah, guy got my address and posted it online saying that I had a dead kid and that I wanted to get rid of his video games because. Yeah, no, but I don't know what's more fucked up, that someone doxed me and put my address online, or that these people were literally in line to get what they thought were a dead kid's old toys. I don't know what's more cringe. That people were like willing to go to a house to get a dead kid's free shit. Like, oh, a kid died. Can I have his shit? Like, wow, guys, you read that on Craigslist and there was a big line outside my door. There was like 20, 30 cars. The cops had to come because there were too many cars in our fucking. They're blocking the street and people are complaining.
What the fuck?
That when it kept scaring JD.
Yep, I remember. And yeah, I remember the guy who called the freaking principal saying that I beat my kids. That was a fun one.
Jeez, does that shit still happen on occasion?
What?
Or has that kind of shit happened?
No, it
nowadays?
didn't happen. It doesn't happen anymore. But when I was, moderately popular, shall we say, some asshole. He went on my Facebook, got a video of my daughter's first day of school back when she was 5 years old. And he got from that the name of the school, and based on that information, he got the email of the principal. and he said, "Hey, you know that Eric Gady, Anna Gady's father, he mistreats her and he beats her and stuff. I had to have a meeting with the principal, and I had to show him like shit like my ED page and shit, so that they'd realize that these were trolls that were trying to get me in trouble."
Oh
It
no,
was-
it's horrible. Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty fucked. I mean,
that's
yeah.
why I try to like minimize my online presence because
Oh, yeah.
it's just as bad today. You know what I mean?
Oh,
People
yeah.
are just as crazy.
Yeah, I made the mistake of putting my face in my videos. I hope you didn't do the same mistake.
I rarely do. So people like don't really use that.
No, there you go.
I mean, I do, but I'll see
Yeah,
what
that-
happens.
that was
Comes
probably-
to that.
That was probably the most fucked up thing someone did. Is try to convince people that I was either a pedophile or that I beat my kids.
Oh yeah, it's terrible. I mean, with a lot of people I cover recently, like a lot of like the trolls aren't like they were back then, right? They will use that like that's all they try to use against these, I guess, locals, right? Is they just accuse them of pedophilia, abuse, and just without any real evidence.
It's such
And
a
yeah.
and that's what and it's sad because what they're doing is they're trivializing actual pedophilia. They're making it seem like, oh, this is a joke. This isn't,
Yeah.
And so what happens is now the net result of that is you can't say the word pedophilia or pedophile on YouTube. Now you have to bleep it out, or else they'll demonetize your video.
Yeah.
What the fuck happened, YouTube? Like, there's how to make a video of things you can't say on YouTube anymore.
Is the bottom line.
You can't say the word drugs. You can't say the word marijuana. You can't say pedophile. Like, come on, guys.
You can. You can now, actually. I think they loosened the restrictions, but you do have to get your video reviewed first.
I don't know. I mean, just yesterday I saw a Turkey Tom video where half the words are fucking bleeped out.
Well, some
And I
people
know-
still do it as a precaution.
Yeah,
but-
it's just precaution. You
Okay.
definitely don't have to.
Because I was gonna say last night I saw a Turkey Tom video where literally every other word is like, yeah, philia and marijuana and sex. You can't say sex. You can't say sex trafficking. You can't say rape. You can't say marijuana. Like, okay, what words can you say, YouTube?
Yeah, like even me,
Yeah.
like with my videos, like I was worried that they'd get hit or something because, not me, but Game Dude said stuff like retard or faggot and stuff like that, and it's just like,
Oh yeah,
But
I
I-
do censor that out because that's something YouTube does get.
I like the way YouTube, the way Game Dude used to say the word dragon. Dragon.
Yeah.
he did that with the word faggot too. He'd go faggot.
You faggot.
But I think that wraps everything up. Is there anything else you want to add or about anything Game View related?
No, I mean, if I find anything in any of my hard drives or anything, I'll be sure to pass it on to you. But
yeah, please do. That'd be really helpful.
Yeah, I would
But yeah,
appreciate that immensely.
there's a guy that re-uploads my old shit, and he might have all my other videos that I made on Game Dude, because I made a good 5 or 6 videos about about Game Dude back in the day.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. I just can't say his channel name because it's really long and kind of weird.
Yeah, it's like Final Fantasy 2 and 3 rocks or some shit like that. It's
Yeah.
really long. FF 2 and 3 rocks but there's another one called Asalieri Archive, which people always thought was me, but no, that's a guy that just re-uploaded my stuff 2 years after I had taken him down, I guess.
I'll seek those out too.
But yeah, there's a good six videos, I would say, estimated that I'd made on Game Dude, and I'm pretty sure you could see screenshots and stuff that may not be available anywhere else anymore. But other than that, if I can find anything in any of my hard drives, I'll pass it on to you. But I knew that Andrew would be the guy to have most of the media on him. Mainly because he was collecting stuff for an expose that he never made because he's lazy.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Andrew ended up not making the expose. It ended up being you guys. That's good too.
But he pitched it to Jim, from my understanding.
Yeah, Jim was not good at giving us credit either.
Yeah, that's the thing is like in the video he's just like, I have a collection of it because somebody kept an archive. It's like, okay, well, where'd you get it, buddy?
Yeah, Jim was good at taking everybody else's work. He's good at presenting it. Let's just put it that way.
He was
Like,
very good at presenting it.
Yep. I had my run-ins with Jim, but at the end of the day, he was an okay guy. He was fun,
Yeah, I know he's not doing too well physically right now, so I wish him the best.
and that's why I don't wish him ill. I know what happened with Emmer. I never got closure there, sadly.
Yeah, that's a shame what happened with Emmer.
Nobody mourned Emmer harder than I did, and the last guy to hang out with him literally said the words, "I hope you're not in hell, Emmer." Like, wow, that's your eulogy for him. This
You're
guy
talking about Darkness?
Yeah. Fucking Darkness the Curse was trying to fill the void as the new friend now that Ace is gone. Weaseled his way in, and the best he could muster was "I hope you're not in hell, Emmer." Jesus Christ.
Even Darkness is doing better now. Like, he has a different channel called History in the Dark, and it's way more popular than his,
does he talk about trains now or some shit?
Yeah, he does. And then he has, like, another channel called Prehistory in the Dark, which he talks about dinosaurs, but it's way more successful and, in my opinion, better than anything he ever did as Darkness the Curse.
Yeah. I mean, it happens. That's called experience.
Yeah.
He used his experience as a failed YouTuber to become a better YouTuber. It doesn't surprise me. Have you ever read his cringy books, though?
No, but I am aware of their existence.
You can apparently still buy them on Amazon, bro.
I'll look into that. I got Alana's books with me, so I mean, I still have a lot of books to read through.
There's a part of me that actually wants to spend the $9.99 to buy his books so that I can read them. Because if what J.K. Tim says is true, because J.K. Tim actually bought a copy, and he has a hard copy of his books.
How is David? I haven't heard from him in a while.
He visits me once a year.
Yeah, I see that. Like, he pops up in your videos sometimes.
Yep. And anytime he comes to visit, we stream, which is usually May of every year.
Yeah. I used to really like his videos. It was funny.
And he's a great guy.
Yeah, it seems like it.
It's funny because he was good friends with both me and Emmer, and when I had my big breakup with Emmer, he didn't know which side to take, and he kind of chose both sides.
Yeah, I remember all that.
And so what ended up happening was David would talk shit about me to Emmer, and then talk shit about Emmer to me.
Yeah, I remember the streams, the mic drop kick and video. And all that.
Boy, that's a fun drama to sort of. But yeah, at the end of the day, no one mourned him more than I did. I was the one that made the actual good tribute video on him, unlike the guy who professed to be his friend at the end, and all he could say is, "I hope you're not in hell." But yeah, now I got to go through Game Dude official stuff. I want to see what Andrew unlocked.
It's a bunch of stuff, and I left a link in the chat, but I'm gonna upload a bunch of the stuff that he didn't have.
You did leave a link in the chat. I was gonna ask. Where is it?
Well, that's just for my channel, my second channel, which I'm gonna upload a bunch of stuff. But
here, drop the link to it so I can, because I definitely would love to see those again.
Yeah, I'll link your. I'll link the video he did about you,
and then I'll suddenly remember a lot of shit. Kind of like when he brought up the ring thing, and I'm like, oh shit, that instantly jogged my memory because of how cringy that was.
All right, that reminds me. You have access to Chris Boris, correct?
Yeah. If you ever want to talk to Chris Boris, I'll get into contact with him.
Oh yeah, please. Because I just need to ask him about the if he ever spoke to Game Dude through Facebook. That's the only question I do have for him.
Okay. I mean, I could ask him.
Oh yeah, please do.
Because the problem is he doesn't have a Discord. Anybody who passes himself off as him on Discord is lying to you. He refuses to use Discord, so.
Yeah. Okay, I just linked Game Dude's commentary on you, which is one of my favorite things he's ever done.
Oh, dude, you have no idea. You've just made my day with this. I should have asked Andrew a long time ago to give me this.
And here is the Game Dude allegedly talking to Chris Bors. So
Well, it is definitely Game Dude talking to someone, but it's
yeah,
just
but like if it was him though, if it was
I
the
talked
actual.
to Chris Bors with my fucking gun. Back in the day, that was a badge of honor, but
yeah, if Chris could verify if this is him,
If that was
then
his actual Facebook.
that's what we really need to know from them.
God, that sound effect is kind of annoying.
Boys, the
If you
boys,
skip
the
to
boys.
like 2 minutes, I think he starts talking normally.
Yeah, I think like a minute in, like he just drops that stupid,
Okay.
annoying intro.
Thank God, because that's God damn it. Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna fast forward to that.
Everyone should just ban his channel.
Let's see.
Yeah, so like, okay, first of all, I'm like, why do you call Wilson Wilkins? You know,
I'm trying to figure out whether that's Facebook or some shit.
first said,
Yeah, it's Facebook.
Yeah, it is definitely Facebook. It's just that Andrew was saying that he knew of a fake Chris Bors account on Facebook. So
That does not look like Chris Bors'
doesn't give the
current
chance to
Facebook
say
account.
he's ripping off Home Improvement.
And no, that does not look like.
So it's like, okay, like totally.
No, that's not Chris Bors, dude.
Gen, but
okay,
it's not
yeah.
Home Improvement by.
Because
I
like
don't know.
the thing about Chris Bors is like he did a stream like about a year ago or something where he's like, oh yeah, I do remember Game Dude. He was spamming my channel and stuff like that. So he remembers that much about him. But we
Right,
just
but I don't think he actually talked to it, or else he would legit like.
Joke is hilarious.
That doesn't look like it's Chris Bors, but I'll ask him.
okay, yeah, I would appreciate that.
But yeah, he's kind of like me in that you'll give him a detail and then suddenly you'll jog his memory again.
Yeah, because like Andrew was saying that like there was this big controversy, which I didn't even know was not Chris Bors until recently, but when Chris Bors said something about Jew Wario when he died, and then
that was
like,
not him.
Yeah,
That was
exactly. A lot of like up until yesterday, I thought that was him. So
Oh no, yeah, that was not him. I can tell you that was not him.
yeah, so I think that this might be from the same Facebook account that happened to, but
Yeah. And Alex was very easy to dupe, so I mean
yeah, that's true.
I'm also looking at the writing pattern, and that does not look like the way Chris Bors writes. So
He also misspelled Mike Matei, but Mike Matty.
yeah, yeah. Chris Bors isn't. He's many things. I know that we all see him as this big dopey guy, but he knows how to spell Mike Matei's name. He's had enough run-ins with the guy to know.
It's the same thing with Game Dude. Like he's very professional in the way he types, just because he wants that kind of like. It's like, oh, I'm very punctual.
and just the picture is wrong. I'm comparing, and yeah, that's to me that does not seem like it's him. But God, this troll comment.
Okay, so do another.
Okay, new microphone now. That is
New microphone. You need to get a new microphone.
Oh god, I remember later in that video when you talk about the peach bitch thing, and he's like, he clearly says beach, and then he's like, that's the joke. Like me and my friends would always say that to each other when we were younger. We would always go, that's the joke. It's based off of this response. It was so funny.
Because yeah, in his original, he actually says peach bitch, more like Peach's fantasy dickland. You're like, dude, why did you say peach bitch? That's the joke. If that's the joke, then it's a bad joke. It's not correctly structured like a joke. Game dude. For peach bitch to be a funny joke, there would have to be some sort of reference to bitch or dog or something. You can't just go peach bitch and like, oh, see, it says peach beach and I said peach bitch. That's the joke. Like, ooh.
It's like some Tim and Eric shit, but without the delivery.
Exactly. It's like, okay.
Like, if you have to explain your joke, then it's not a joke anymore, is it? This guy. Well, I know what I'm doing for the rest of the afternoon.
Oh yeah, that was my night last night. It's just
just
the
gonna grab some
nostalgia just
popcorn.
came in.
I am too. I am too. Right after this.
And being the super nostalgic guy that I am, this is definitely going to hit me in the feels, and in the funny bone at the same time.
It's not just
Well,
that
either
too,
way, I
because he
guess I
doesn't.
should, I should shut up so that my baby can stop crying too. Although I doubt he's going to.
Well, yeah. I guess on that note, thank you again. Like,
Yeah,
wow,
thank-
so much information.
Yeah, I really appreciate it too, Asa.
But they can't be because
Yeah.
you don't use it.
Yeah, the if they say they're uploaded by me, they're bullshitting. So
No. You're remembering free books. Your when you guest starred on Razorfist show,
yeah,
Feezer parody, and the Sad Tale of Lizard Guy.
uh,
They're all here.
send me a link to that, Sue. I want to see if I possibly know that person. A lot of my ex fans, I guess, like to re-upload my shit because they're worried that I'm just gonna disappear someday. They don't know I'm always lurking in the shadows. Well, it was a pleasure to meet you two.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
of
Hit
course.
me up
Same
anytime.
here.
Same here.
If you ever need to know about guys from that era, I'm most likely either hanged out with them, made fun of them, or both, or
Yeah.
became an enemy.
Well, I'll definitely be sure to reach out if I have any more questions.
Yeah,
Alrighty.
same here.
And
All
yeah, likewise. Here, let me send you a friend request, Blinky. There you go. Now we can. But yeah, definitely hang out anytime. My door's always
Appreciate
open.
that. Yeah, it's. Like,
Certainly.
And if I don't know it, I can definitely get you in contact with a guy who does.
it's pretty great because, like, in the past week, I've been talking to people like I've been watching for years, like you and Joon and Game Dude Official. Like, all of this is just happening in such a short succession.
Yeah, chances are if I don't know them, I know the person who knows them. Because that was my business back in the day. So yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I even hanged out with I always joked that I was good at making other people famous except for myself, and I think that always held true. Because look at Razorfist now.
Yeah, that's very true. Razorfist is doing very well for himself.
Look at JonTron. Like, yeah, I used to hang out and play poker with JonTron, and he became big, and I didn't. Razorfist, he became big, and I didn't. You know, I was good at making other people famous, just not myself.
I think in a way it kind of made me famous too, by because I've made so much videos on Game Dude, and you were very heavily involved with that already.
Oh,
so.
definitely. Definitely.
Like I said, I can make anybody famous, just not myself.
Yeah.
That's why I like Batsmaru. That's why I identify with Batsmaru. Cinema Roll, he becomes famous. Batsmaru, not quite so. But yeah, hit me up whenever, guys. I'm an open book, and I love to shoot the shit.
Thanks,
Yeah,
appreciate
sure
it, man.
I'll catch you guys later.
Yeah,
Take
have
care,
a good
guys.
one.